Since then, however, and especially over the last decade, there has been a consistent effort to discredit the Cultural Revolution and the Chinese Revolution as a whole by reducing its history to histories of cannibalism, or the sexual peccadillos of party leaders, in particular Mao Zedong, whose image as a promoter of revolution has been replaced now by an image as a transmitter of sexual perversities. Rather than confront critically the issues raised by the Cultural Revolution, such rewriting of its history seeks to erase its memories as a historical event through trivialization or moralistic condemnation. In much the same way, we may note that the cultural revolutionaries sought to erase their opponents from history. This may not be very surprising. Ours is an age that seeks to forget the two-century history of revolutions not just in China but globally. The turn to the right politically that is at work in the erasure of revolutionary history is reinforced in the case of China by a persistent Orientalism that refuses to recognize authentic temporality to Chinese society, but instead perpetuates a retrograde culturalism that is relentless in its search of evidence to authenticate its own congealed images of China. A society without history, such Orientalist representations imply, obviously cannot produce world historical events. It is this erasure of history that necessitates a recovery of the Cultural Revolution as a historical event, not just to confront it critically but, perhaps even more importantly, to restore a critical self-awareness to our own evaluations of it, so that we may be able also to confront critically the many problems of our times that are swept under the rug in the very erasure of revolutionary pasts. The discussion below focuses on three aspects of the Cultural Revolution that I think qualify it as a historical event of primary significance, as a new departure in the history of communist revolutions, as an expression of Third World socialism in the immediate aftermath of worldwide decolonization, and the social ideology it promoted which challenged accepted norms of economic and political development in both capitalist and Soviet-style socialist societies. These same features also account for the popularity that the Cultural Revolution enjoyed globally during the 2 decades, 1956–1976, of its duration. I am not concerned in this chapter with the internal consequences of the Cultural Revolution, which I have described elsewhere. Point 1. I may suggest here, however, that contrary to the claims of former admirers of the Cultural Revolution who have now turned against it, there is a connection between the impact of the Cultural Revolution as a historical event of global significance and the evaluation of its internal consequences. So long as the Cultural Revolution was viewed as an event of world significance, there was a tendency to overlook evidence of its less desirable consequences. The prominence of the latter at the present, conversely, may be a product not of new evidence per se, but of its demotion as a historical event, which has helped bring to the surface its more sordid aspects. I will return to this question below. What was globally significant about the Cultural Revolution? The Cultural Revolution was first and foremost a significant event in the history of communist revolutions. Once the term Cultural Revolution had been popularized by the upheaval in China, it would be applied in other cases of communist revolution as well. The term, and the aspirations to which it pointed, made eminent sense. If socialism represented a new mode of production, it made eminent sense both that the new mode of production should produce a new culture appropriate to its goals, and that the revolutionary leadership should pursue the creation of such a new culture in order to consolidate the new relations of production. The Cultural Revolution in either case followed logically from the Marxist premise that there was a necessary correlation between cultural life and the material conditions of existence. New men and women were indispensable to the new mode of production. In the years since the Cultural Revolution in China, such usage of the term Cultural Revolution has been extended beyond the experiences of socialist revolutions to the experiences of revolutionary transformations in general, beyond Marxist conceptions that equate revolutionary transformations with changes from one to another mode of production. Thus, the term Cultural Revolution has been used to describe cultural changes corresponding to transformations within the same, capitalist, mode of production. 2. Transformations that accompany the emergence of the modern nation-state. 3. And even changes in attitudes toward everyday matters. Point 4. In other words, while pointing to problems of specifically socialist transformation, the idea of cultural revolution has also opened up new ways of perceiving cultural transformations. This enlargement of the scope of Cultural Revolution may be testimonial to the intellectual influence of the Cultural Revolution in China, even among those who might no longer associate the term with the historical event, but it is important nevertheless to recall the concrete meanings the term carried in its immediate historical circumstances. The Cultural Revolution in China dramatized three important problem areas in socialist revolutions that need to be specified. First was its challenge to the prevalent thesis that socialist revolutions, and revolutions in general, must inevitably be de-radicalized as they were institutionalized. This thesis, based upon the earlier experience of the Soviet Union, especially Stalinism, held forth that once the generation that had carried out the revolution disappeared from the scene, the revolution would be routinized and bureaucratized, losing its utopianism against the exigencies of power. 5 The Cultural Revolution in its time stood as a refutation of this idea. In this sense, it needs to be distinguished from earlier efforts, such as those in the Soviet Union in the 20s, to create a new culture appropriate to socialism. While it shared this goal with its Soviet precedents, the cultural revolutionary ideal of creating a new culture was tied in with an effort to resist the de-radicalization of revolution. 6 Secondly, this same concern was to culminate during the Cultural Revolution in a revolution against the revolution itself, which would go a long way toward the popularization globally of the Chinese against an earlier Soviet model of socialism, that answered a widespread search for a democratic against a dictatorial socialism. While the Cultural Revolution sought to create new socialist men and women for a new kind of society, the means it utilized to that end were much more radical than anything witnessed earlier, because these new men and women were to be created against the bureaucratic inertia of the new regime itself. The Cultural Revolution set itself against the old culture, but it did so by questioning the new revolutionary culture of the Communist Party bureaucracy itself. In this respect, its goals appeared to be truly revolutionary, directed not only against the hierarchical regimes of capitalist society, but against socialist hierarchies as well, which resonated widely with global dissatisfactions against the bureaucratization that seemed to characterize modernity in its capitalist as well as Soviet socialist manifestations. The anti-bureaucratism and anti-elitism of the Cultural Revolution was an important element in giving birth globally to new communist movements that sought to break with earlier models of communist politics. 7. Finally, the Cultural Revolution dramatized within Marxism a new conception of the relationship between culture and a new mode of production, and, by extension, politics and the mode of production. As I noted above, while Marxism presupposes some correspondence between a new mode of production and a new culture, there is some ambiguity in the theory as to whether the new mode of production produces a new culture, or whether there is some autonomy in the realm of culture in facilitating the new mode of production. Not satisfied with the cultural consequences of the new relations of production that had been established by 1956, and bent upon carrying the revolution further, radicals in the Communist Party, led by Mao Zedong, in some ways had no choice but to settle on culture as the next realm of revolutionary activity. In the process, they were to recognize to the realm of culture an unprecedented measure of autonomy, in Marxist terms, so that culture would come to bear the burden for the transition to socialism. It matters little in this context whether this autonomy recognized to culture was a product of China's historical legacy, the legacy of a guerrilla revolution in which ideological struggle played a central part, or the logic of theory confronting the consequences of a socialist revolution legitimized by the same theory itself, the material transformation of social relations, in other words, failing to create a new culture automatically. The consequences are clearer: cultural transformation, rather than a function of socialist transformation, must play a key role in producing a socialist society. This autonomy of the cultural against the economic or the social, resonated with changes underway globally in the 1960s, to which I will return below. Suffice it to say here that it also underlined the importance of the political and ideological aspects of the revolution, against mechanical transformations in the mode of production understood economistically or technologically, which pointed in new directions of action that broke with earlier assumptions of modernization in either its capitalist or socialist guises. To view the Cultural Revolution simply in its relationship to the history of communist revolutions, and hence in terms of a struggle between the first and second worlds of post-World War II sociology, is insufficient, because what imbued the Cultural Revolution with its concrete historical characteristics may be the ambiguous status of Chinese society in the 20th century, even after the victory of the Communist Party, as a society that belonged in the Second World by virtue of its socialist revolutionary history, but also in the Third World by virtue of its political, economic, and cultural relationships to the world of capitalism in Euro-America. It is important to recall that the Cultural Revolution coincided historically with decolonization in the Third World, and that, until the advent of the geopolitically inspired Maoist Three Worlds theory of the 1970s, the Cultural Revolution identified ideologically with the colonial world against both the Euro-American world of capitalism and Soviet-style social imperialism. The juxtaposition of the rural Third World against the metropolitan First and Second Worlds was important, I think, both to the new departures in Cultural Revolution socialism, and to its ideological claims on the procedures of revolution. Especially for its seeming anachronism with the present, Lin Biao's Long Live the Victory of People's War must be viewed as one of the most important documents of the Cultural Revolution, because it crystallized both the hostilities and the aspirations against the worlds of industrial capitalism and socialism of the newly emerging nations around the globe, and resonated with the ideology of national liberation struggles, of which the Chinese had been the most successful to date. It matters little whether or not it was ideologically justifiable from a Marxist perspective on socialism or revolution, which was its presumed theoretical basis, though it is arguable that it carried to its logical conclusions a third worldist socialism that had appeared first in the Second Congress of the Communist International in 1920. What is relevant is that Lin applied globally a paradigm of the Chinese Revolution itself, which had captured the cities from the countryside, and brought to the fore the fundamental meaning of that revolutionary experience, the primacy to any consideration of the world of agrarian against industrial societies. The hostility, unfortunately, would overshadow the more meaningful message, that a resolution of global problems would require the resolution of the problems of agrarian societies, just as the resolution of economic problems in individual nations, especially third world nations, called for the resolution of the economic problems of the majority population of peasants. 8. The significance of this piece for the purposes here was not that it called for war on industrialized societies, or that it stressed emphasis on agrarian societies, but that the call itself expressed the sense of empowerment in third world societies that accompanied decolonization. This same sense of empowerment is visible in the articulation at the time of different notions of development than those that prevailed under either capitalist or Soviet-style socialist strategies of development. The Maoist paradigm of development was possibly the most powerful of the alternative notions of development which came to the fore as the new national liberation struggles sought for ways to bolster economically their newfound political sovereignty. This paradigm proposed, a. that development policies take as their point of departure the necessity of all-round development nationally, and b. that this could be realized only by delinking from the capitalist world system. The first premise was enunciated clearly in Mao's classic 1956 essay on the 10 Great Relationships, which called for attention to contradictions created by uneven development nationally. The second premise was enunciated throughout the Cultural Revolution years by the stress on national self-reliance, and the avoidance of material or ideological dependence on the outside world. It followed logically from the first premise in its analytical assumption that involvement in the capitalist world system would inevitably substitute the economic demands of this world system for the needs of a national economy. It may be worth emphasizing here that these Maoist premises had deep roots in the Chinese Revolution. The implications for the national economy of involvement in a capitalist world economy already had received intense attention among Chinese Marxists in the 1920s. As these premises were re-enunciated in the 1960s, they exerted immense influence in thinking on third world development, of which the work of the distinguished development economist Samir Amin may be exemplary. 10. Aside from the structural implications of this new paradigm of development, finally, were the substantive issues it raised, with profound social implications, that resonated with contemporary concerns in both advanced capitalist or socialist and third world societies. A slogan such as self-reliance, that was central to Maoist developmental ideology, implied not just avoidance of dependency, but also called for active participation on the part of the people in the process of development. Its social implications were profound. Against their marginalization in earlier conceptualizations of development, capitalist or Soviet socialist, self-reliance recognized the people as both the motive force and the end of development. No longer to be left in the hands of experts, development conceived along these lines brought the people into the center stage of the developmental process. In order for such a process to work, it was necessary also to place collective values over private ones, for cooperation and everyday negotiation were crucial to the achievement of social goals. Politically, the process required participation in collective decision-making on a daily basis, creating unprecedented possibilities for grassroots democratic participation in social life. The laboring population, that is to say the majority of the people, would be responsible also for managing its own productive life. At the most fundamental level, the insistence on self-reliance was premised on a recognition of the subjectivity of the people, and their ability to manage their subjectivities in accordance with social goals. In its idealistic reading, putting politics in command, a condition of self-reliance implied the priority of public over private values. The type of individual who could live up to this absolute priority of the public over the private was obviously one who had overcome internally the force of social divisions that generated individualism, be it class and gender divisions, the division of labor, hierarchies of experts and non-experts and, at a most fundamental level, the division between mental and manual labor. Creating such individuals required the appropriate social settings, but it also required individual effort at cultural self-transformation, because of a dialectic between social and cultural transformation. It required social institutions that would promote the welfare of the people, and enable their loyalty to collective institutions, but it would also require individuals who, rather than take advantage of such institutions, would devote themselves to fulfilling their promises. I would like to stress here one aspect of the Maoist institutional vision that has received much criticism from the perspective of economic efficiency, but was nevertheless quite significant in its consequences for social and political organization. This was a conviction in the necessity of integrating agriculture and industry, so as to overcome the structural division between agriculture and industry, or rural and urban societies, that seemed to characterize modern societies. This was one of the institutional innovations of the disastrous Great Leap Forward in 1958, but like other aspects of Maoist developmental thinking, its origins lie in the history of the Chinese Revolution. While the Communists had sought such integration out of necessity in revolutionary Yan'an years, when they had no choice but to produce for themselves, the idea itself was one that first appeared in Chinese radicalism in anarchist writings in the first decade of the 20th century, inspired by the writings of Peter Kropotkin. In anarchist writing, it is also important to note, the idea of integrating industry and agriculture to create self-sufficient local communities found a parallel in the creation of well-rounded individuals, who combined mental and manual labor, and thus overcame the class divisions that grew out of the division of labor. Needless to say, for anarchists, who eschewed nationalism, the primary goal was to avoid the alienation of modern industrial society in a reaffirmation of community. As it was appropriated into Maoist ideologies of development, these anarchist ideals were also linked to strategies of national autonomy and development. 11. Even so, however, the anarchist juxtaposition of nation and community may have something to tell us about Maoist conceptualizations of society, and the contradictions that they contained. The idea of self-reliance, of which these institutional innovations may be viewed as expressions, is a multilayered idea. It did not aim just at national autonomy through self-reliance, but autonomy at every level of society, down to the locality, which is what is disturbing from an economistic perspective that stresses comparative advantage, so that local societies themselves had to seek to be self-reliant, without relying on the outside, symbolized in Cultural Revolution years by the accomplishments of the Dazai Brigade in Shaanxi. Here, too, there is a conflict between the vision of autonomous communities and the existence of a hierarchical party bureaucracy with the power to dispose of resources according to its own notion of political, social, and national good. But the distinction is important. Self-reliance was a means not just to national economic autonomy, but also to community formation. Its utopian aspirations could attract even those who otherwise did not share in the goals of a Chinese nationalism. There was a downside to all of these promises, especially under conditions of unequal power, which the Cultural Revolution in the end would exacerbate rather than eliminate, but that is not the question I wish to pursue in this context, where I am more concerned with the appeals of these Maoist ideas globally. Point 12 The paradigm of development offered by Cultural Revolution Maoism seemed not only to answer the needs for simultaneous economic development and social cohesion in emergent post-colonial societies, but also the widespread alienation produced by development in economically advanced capitalist and socialist societies. It is not surprising that the Cultural Revolution should have spawned a new radical literature on development that rejected economic efficiency in the name of participatory development and democratic management. Point 13 Neither is it very surprising that it should have proven to be appealing even to those who had little reason to be favorable to its revolutionary goals, conservatives who saw in the social achievements of the Cultural Revolution the promise of new kinds of social cohesion and commitment to social goals. The Cultural Revolution in contemporary perspective. Before I suggest a contemporary framework for evaluating the Cultural Revolution historically, a few words may be in order to clarify my conceptualization of the Cultural Revolution. My understanding of the significance of the Cultural Revolution as a historical event has drawn on elements that fall outside of the Cultural Revolution as it appears in official periodizations in China, an event of 3 years, 1966–1969, duration, as in the resolution of the Ninth Party Congress in 1969, or the 10 years of disaster, 1966–1976, in the official views of the post-Mao regime. It might be suggested even that, in pointing to the revolutionary roots of Cultural Revolution development policies, I have rendered the Cultural Revolution into a crystallization of the Chinese Revolution as a whole which, it may be recalled, was the claim of the Cultural Revolution itself. The latter in particular may suggest that the historical significance I assign to the Cultural Revolution is little more than a repetition of the claims on history of the Cultural Revolution. I have explained elsewhere 14 why I think it is proper to view the Cultural Revolution in terms of the 2-decade period from 1956 to 1976. I will not dwell on this question, therefore, except to point out that such a periodization is not intended to deny that the Cultural Revolution had history, or that everything that happened during the 1966–1969 or 1966–1976 periods might have been predictable from problems that first emerged in the aftermath of the Eighth Party Congress in 1956. I do think, however, that the Cultural Revolution provided the sharpest articulation of those problems, and was responsible for dramatizing them globally. It was through their articulation during the Cultural Revolution that Maoist social and economic policies exerted their global influence. A similar argument may be made with regard to the relationship between the Cultural Revolution and the Chinese Revolution as a whole. Contrary to the claims of the cultural revolutionaries, the Cultural Revolution did not represent the culmination of the Chinese Revolution as the only revolutionary alternative produced by the revolution. It is even arguable, in the perspective of the revolution, that there was more than one Maoism, and that the Cultural Revolution propagated certain tendencies within Maoism against other tendencies that were equally identifiable with Mao's policies in earlier phases of the Chinese Revolution. 15 To Mao's successors, obviously, the Cultural Revolution represented a betrayal of the goals of the Chinese Revolution. Nevertheless, in the policies it propagated, the Cultural Revolution did express themes that were as old as the history of the Chinese Revolution, some of them even preceding the origins of communism in China. And it is arguable that the Cultural Revolution drew its significance and its unique characteristics as a world historical event from its articulation of these themes. Without its roots in the Chinese Revolution, which endowed it with plausibility, the Cultural Revolution indeed might not have amounted to much more than a power struggle within the communist leadership, or the peccadillos of Oriental potentates. This may also be the reason why the post-Mao leadership has sought to separate the Cultural Revolution from the history of the revolution, denouncing the Cultural Revolution while preserving memories of the Chinese Revolution for its own legitimacy. Conversely, it also accounts for the efforts of anti-revolutionaries in China and abroad, who have linked the Cultural Revolution to the Chinese Revolution as a whole, hoping thereby to discredit not just the Cultural Revolution but, through such a linkage, the Chinese Revolution as a whole. A genuinely critical evaluation of the Cultural Revolution, I would like to suggest here, must proceed by recognizing its historicity, by which I mean both a recognition of its significance under its historical circumstances, and also a recognition that with the transformation of those historical circumstances, the Cultural Revolution appears as a remote historical event, that left behind little but memories of misdeeds and oppressions. But it is not necessary, in order to understand the Cultural Revolution critically, to erase memories of what it meant to contemporaries. Such erasure in fact obviates the need for critical understanding not just of the Cultural Revolution, but of past and present ways of thinking about it. In the case of those who were victimized by the Cultural Revolution, it would be asking too much to expect them to think of it critically, but surely that is only part of the reason for the contemporary urge to degrade memories of it totally. While there was never any shortage of those who would condemn the Cultural Revolution on moral or political grounds, they have been joined over the last 2 decades by Chinese participants in the Cultural Revolution who were complicitous not only in its ideology but its misdeeds, foreigners who would forget their earlier admiration for the Cultural Revolution, and many others who seem to perceive in the vulgarization of its memories the means to producing bestsellers for the world market. Ideology and a consumptive voyeurism have come together in curious ways to obviate the need to speak about this event with any degree of intelligence, let alone critical intelligence. I do not wish to engage here in an analysis, however important it may be, of the transformation in the literature on the Cultural Revolution that we have witnessed over the last 2 decades. I merely wish to raise the question of why, hailed until 2 decades ago not only by radicals but even by conservatives as a paradigm of revolutionary and developmental achievement, the Cultural Revolution is presently denounced and degraded in this fashion, with nothing to say to the present. My answer to the question is abstract and speculative, intentionally so in order to encourage discussion that accounts for historical memory, but may also offer some promise of rescuing criticism where the Chinese Revolution is concerned from its current intellectual degradation. If the Cultural Revolution seems irrelevant today, it is because the problems it addressed are no longer significant problems. This is quite obvious where it concerns the first 2 items in my discussion above. In its day, the Cultural Revolution appeared significant as a breakthrough in the history of socialist revolutions, or revolutions in general, in defiance of the inevitability of de-radicalization. At a time when socialism, and the whole idea of revolutionary politics, have been relegated to the past, a breakthrough in revolutionary politics carries little meaning, let alone historical significance. Much the same could be said with regard to the Cultural Revolution as an expression of resurgent Third World politics. In the immediate circumstances of the Cultural Revolution in the 1960s, the idea of a Third World carried significant weight in global political discourse. In our day, when it is hardly possible to speak of the Third World as a coherent idea, let alone a promise, it makes little sense to speak of a revolutionary Third World alternative to accepted paradigms of development. 16 Third Worlders, including Chinese in the People's Republic, are anxious to remake themselves in the image of the First World. There is no longer a Second World to speak of, contrary to the claims of remaining socialist regimes, and the societies of the Third World, where they have not made it already into the ranks of developing economies, are in shambles, apparently in need of new colonial aid for their sustenance. These changes are not changes on an ideological plane, but are products of transformations within global relations. I have suggested elsewhere that the whole history of socialism as we have known it, no less than the history of the Third World, need to be comprehended in their relationship to transformations within capitalism. 17 Colonialism, and socialism as a response to it, especially in the Third World, were products of one phase within capitalism. While capitalism as a mode of production persists, Contemporary capitalism is quite different in the global relations that it calls for than the capitalism that produced the Third World, or sought to contain the socialism that was its own product. This new phase in capitalism, whether it is called global capitalism, late capitalism, post-Fordism, or flexible production or accumulation, has made irrelevant earlier conceptualizations of global relations, as well as of the relations of exploitation and oppression informed by those conceptualizations. Euro-American transnational corporations may still be dominant globally, but they have been joined by others, some of them originating in the former Third World. There may still be dominant nations, but it makes less sense than before to speak of imperialism or colonialism, when the nation-state has lost much of its power to corporations that are transnational, both in personnel and culture. And, most importantly in the context of this discussion, it makes little sense to speak of national economic autonomy, when the paradigm of development based on the national market has been replaced by a paradigm of development that calls for export economies and porous national boundaries as a condition of development. The nation-state, indispensable to the economic operations of capital in an earlier stage, now finds itself under attack as an obstacle to the same operations. Capital still rules, but under a different regime, one that seeks to be inclusive rather than exclusive. These structural transformations within capitalism would produce their own cultural revolution, which is what I have in mind in the reference in the title of this chapter to the two cultural revolutions. As theorists such as Frederick Jameson and David Harvey were the first to point out, the new phase in capitalism was to demand and produce its own culture, which may be encapsulated conveniently by the term postmodernism. 18 This other cultural revolution, a cultural revolution of capitalism, interestingly coincided with the Chinese Cultural Revolution, although few were aware at the time of its eventual significance. It may be interesting to recall, in historical hindsight, that the launching of the Cultural Revolution in China, with the developmental policies it promoted, coincided almost to the year with the establishment of the export zones in Kaohsiung in Taiwan and Masan in South Korea. It might not have occurred to radical critics of modernization and capitalism at the time that the future lay with the latter rather than the former. But that is exactly what has happened. And national autonomy in economic development has receded before the onslaught of export-oriented economies symbolized by these zones. The success of these economic zones, needless to say, would be made possible ultimately by new technologies that made possible the transnationalization of production. It was these same technologies that would make possible the new cultural revolution in capitalism, central to which is its self-representation as producer of images and information rather than of commodities, which still need to be produced, albeit in third world locations, while the first world takes over as the brain center in designing the world. What the capitalist cultural revolution produced ideologically was culture as an end in itself, rather than as culture as a means to something else, such as community. Viewed in this perspective, what is striking about the Cultural Revolution in China was that it was directed at the problems of a world that was already in the process of being replaced by another world that was dictated by the transformative power of contemporary capitalism, that was far ahead of what its critics imagined, whether they were located in the first, second, or the third worlds. The Cultural Revolution, as a product of the revolution against imperialism, or first world domination of the third world, spoke to problems inherited from the past, when the first world of capitalism was already in the process of creating new global relations, and corresponding social and cultural relations, that made those problems irrelevant. The contradictions between modernism and anti-modernism in Mao Zedong thought, at the moment of their enunciation, were already incorporated in postmodernist conceptualizations of the world, which since then have proven to be of immense capacity in their ability to contain contradictions, so that business can utilize Maoist strategies in planning for the market while radicals continue to argue about appropriate responses to cliché-ridden conceptions of capitalism. Whatever its failings as ideology and practice, the demise of Maoism as it appeared during the Cultural Revolution was a result not just of its own failings as a revolutionary ideology, but of its increasing irrelevance to an emergent world of capitalism that was radically different than the one that had produced Maoism. Cultural Revolution Maoism represented not a solution for the future, as it was taken to be at the time, but a last gasp of a past that was already irrelevant to a present that had overtaken it. Does the Cultural Revolution, or more precisely, the revolutionary Maoism that the Cultural Revolution drew upon, have anything to say to the present? I think so. The repudiation presently of Maoist alternatives in modernity is part of an overall repudiation of radical alternatives to capitalism. We need to remember that, while transformations in capitalism may have rendered irrelevant earlier socialist challenges to its domination, capitalism is still capitalism, and these very same transformations have produced, and are in the process of producing, problems that await urgent resolution. Some of these problems are as old as the history of capitalism, others are products of new departures in capitalist production and organization. The resolution of these problems must take the present as their point of departure, but that is not to say that the past does not have anything to offer to the present. Recalling earlier revolutionary challenges is necessary to overcoming the ideological hegemony of capital. But it is not only for ideological reasons that the past is important. The revolutionary Maoist vision of society, in particular what I described above as the substantive issues that Maoism raised with regard to local society, may be relevant in surprising ways to confronting problems of contemporary capitalism. Recent years have witnessed a reorientation of radical activity globally from an emphasis on the nation-state to an emphasis on local movements. The disillusionment with the inability of socialist states to resolve social problems is certainly an element in this reorientation. That disillusionment itself is part, however, of a broader loss of faith in the state in capitalist as well as in formerly socialist societies. While the nation-state is by no means dead, as some would suggest, for the last 2 decades states worldwide have been anxious to shed many of the responsibilities they had assumed earlier for the welfare of their populations. This has been accompanied by an increasingly visible alliance between states and transnational capitalism, so that once again the state appears nakedly as a promoter of the interests of capital, sometimes against the interests of the populations whom they claim to represent. While the privatization of the state has been proceeding at different rates in different places, depending on the ability of the populations to resist it, such privatization nevertheless represents a global tendency against an earlier conception of the nation-state as a defender of the public against private interests. This, too, is a product of the new phase of capitalism. In this sense, the fall of socialist states, the most extreme form of the priority of the public over the private since the late 1980s, may be viewed as part of a global process that includes the capitalist state as well. One byproduct of this weakening of the public state is the weakening of an earlier role that the state played as an intermediary between the transnational forces of capitalism and the needs of local societies, so that local communities face more directly than before the demands of a global economy. The increased stress on local society in recent years, in other words, is a product not just of loss of faith in the state, or in state-oriented solutions to social problems, but of the very operations of transnational capital that draw localities out of their isolation, utilize them to their own ends, and abandon them when such localities no longer serve those ends. The very operations of capital, it may be suggested, produce the local as we know it presently. In response, local societies have to fend for themselves as well as they can without reliance on the help of the state. This need has been quite important in fostering local movements. I am not suggesting here that local movements can afford to be merely local. In order to be effective, local movements have to seek trans-local alliances not just nationally but transnationally to counter the global powers of capital. Under the circumstances of global capitalism, the welfare of working people at any particular location, say, in the United States or China, may be much more interdependent than earlier. But the new situation suggests that radical defense of people's welfare has to take the local as its point of departure. This is where, I think, memories of the Chinese Revolution in its Maoist guise may have much to offer to the present. As I noted above, the Maoist vision as articulated during the Cultural Revolution linked the fate of the local to the national, but that vision was informed in the history of the Chinese Revolution by a prior alternative anarchist vision that disassociated the local and the national, and gave priority to the needs of local society apart from, and against, the nation-state. In its stress on self-reliance at the level of local society, the Maoist vision contained this idea of local autonomy. Its products are well known. Especially important has been the institutionalization of integrating agriculture and industry at the level of local society, which was to produce a unique social configuration not just in Maoist but also in post-Mao China, that has accounted in many ways for the ability of Chinese society, in contrast to other formerly socialist societies, to withstand the socially destructive forces of capitalism while opening up to the capitalist world system. This social configuration also owes much of its success to the experience of revolutionary years, which may have created conditions of corruption and the abuse of power, which seem to receive all the attention these days, but that were also to breed habits of self-reliance, collective activity, and cooperation between local political leadership and the population at large. 19. What is interesting is that while the regime in Beijing retains its coercive powers, and is quick to claim for itself the developmental successes of Chinese society, much of this success is in fact due to the ability of the many localities in China to fend for themselves. While it would be misleading to state that the communist regime in Beijing and the development of local society in China should be viewed in isolation from one another, an analytical distinction may nevertheless be useful that points to two conflicting paradigms of development in China. One is that to which the state is central, that guarantees to the communist regime, and the new managerial class it cultivates, a position of power in the global economy and politics, but promises little beyond an authoritarian state capitalism. The other is one that is based in local society, that draws on an earlier revolutionary legacy of local development that gives priority to the welfare of the people over the power of the state, and points to a democratic socialism. What is radical politically about the latter alternative is also that, while it obviously does not reject the state, it calls for a re-evaluation both of the territorial scope of the state, as expressed in new regionalisms, and the scope of its powers. In other words, it calls for a reconsideration of the boundaries and the responsibilities of the state against the claims of the present regime to define the nation, and claim it for its legitimacy. Thanks to its revolutionary legacy, rather than the anti-revolutionary authoritarian propensities of the current communist regime, in other words, Chinese society not only continues to offer a model of alternative modernity that challenges the hegemony of capitalism, but also offers concrete resolutions of problems that are products of the reconfiguration of global relations under contemporary capitalism. The legacy of the Maoist vision may be more visible in China than elsewhere, but there are suggestions of it in other local movements around the world, not just in third world locations, from India to Chiapas, where the language of self-reliance promotes the defense of local community against the ravages of capital, but also in first world societies, where it invokes memories of living communities against the virtual communities of global capitalism. The Cultural Revolution may or may not lay claims to be the only, or even the most accurate, representation of the Maoist vision, which was itself rooted in the history of the Chinese Revolution. It dramatized for the world the power of that vision. That it will haunt the memories of many for generations to come may be sufficient to qualify it as a world historical event. But it was not merely a ghostly event. Try as we might to exorcise its memories, it haunts us because, in its very historicity, it spoke to problems that are also part of our legacy. Like it or not, it will be with us so long as we demand solutions to those problems. 9. Revolutions in History and Memory, the Politics of Cultural Revolution in Historical Perspective. I reflect below on certain questions that are presented by recent evaluations of the Cultural Revolution of the 1960s in China. The Cultural Revolution was an intriguing and significant historical event in its own right. What makes it particularly significant in the present context is that questions of the Cultural Revolution invite questions concerning the entirety of the Chinese Revolution and, by extension, the problem of revolutions in general as phenomena of modernity. The question ultimately is what to do with revolutions in a post-revolutionary age that in its self-image postulates a break not just with the history of revolutions, but with a modernity that was as much a producer as the product of revolutions? While I make some effort below to disentangle problems of the Cultural Revolution from its contemporary representations, my primary concern in this discussion is with the latter. There are two aspects to my concern with these representations. First is the question of memory and history where revolutions are concerned. How to reconcile memory with history has emerged as a major concern over the last decade or two, most importantly with regard to questions of the Holocaust and World War II, but also over questions of revolutionary legacies. While there has been much discussion of the status of memory in history, there has been relatively little discussion that I am aware of that addresses directly the question of historians' memories. The Cultural Revolution presents interesting problems in this regard for my generation of historians who, provoked into radicalism by the Cultural Revolution, among other events of the 1960s, nevertheless have had a tendency in recent years to forget this intellectually formative event. The questions raised by this forgetting may not be encompassed, I suggest below, under technical historiographical questions of documentation, historical revisionism, etc., but are bound up with important transformations of the present, which have called into question not just the Cultural Revolution, but revolution as an idea. In our day when settling accounts with the past seems to be quite widespread, it is important I think for historians to settle accounts with their own forgotten memories. Such confrontation is important for historical work itself because it calls for elucidation of the relationship of historians' memories to their historical evaluations and explanations. It is possible after all for historians to have too much memory of the experiences that have shaped them as historians, that might make for a nostalgic resistance to changed perspectives. It is also possible, at the other extreme, to dismiss past perspectives as irrelevant, not on some objective ground but out of a desire to forget past perspectives that have become uncomfortable due to changes in the historian's environment and consciousness. The question here is not just one of the relationship of the historian's present to the construction of the past, which is a perennial problem, but also a question of the relationship of the historian's present to his/her own past at a time of apparent discontinuity between the present and the past. The question of historical memory and forgetting is not, needless to say, just an academic question, but is quite consequential for the ways in which we comprehend and act on our presents. Charles Mayer has cautioned historians to ask about the interests of the stakes involved in memory, the psychological or existential stakes and then the political stakes. For memory does not come in a social or political vacuum. Neither memory nor forgetting is entirely innocent nor is the historical consciousness that they inform. A central question for the present, I think, is how to distinguish critical memories of the past that also allow for a critique of the present from those memories that conform to the predispositions of the present, and serve to legitimize contemporary configurations of power. Revolutions are particularly significant in this regard. The relegation to the past of a phenomenon for long associated with uncompromising futuristic progressivism inevitably provokes questions about contemporary notions of the relationship between the present and the past. It also helps, I hope, to disturb some of the self-complacency of the present about the past that it has in its self-image left behind. I reflect by way of conclusion on some of the contemporary changes that may help explain the recent turnabout in attitudes toward the revolutionary past, from revolutions as forces of social transformation and liberation to revolutions as producers of backwardness, oppression, and terror. My point of departure is a question that springs from my own experience as a historian of China, but hopefully has broader implications. Why is it that revolutions, which seemed to make eminent sense only decades ago, no longer seem to make any sense? The question provokes other questions that pertain at once to history and the historian. Is it the conditions that have been transformed so drastically, revealing revolutions in all their senselessness, or is it we who have changed, so that we can no longer make sense of a phenomenon that seemed eminently sensible to many for 2 centuries? I think one could make a case either way, but I argue below that how the case is made is quite significant in its implications for the present. Revolutions may be historicized, or forgotten, in different ways. In the substance of the discussion below, I query the implications for the present of the manner in which revolutions are forgotten these days, which requires that we also forget a great deal about the present. One of my concerns here is to disturb the categories, among them authoritarianism, which serve presently to contain complex phenomena of the past, I invoke revolution above all to reconsider contemporary strategies of containment that contain not just the past but also radical possibilities at the present. I argue below that while the historical perspective provided by the present enables new critiques of the past, a claim to a genuinely critical historiography may be sustained only if the critique of the past returns as its ultimate goal to the critique of the present. I hope by the banality of this premise to underscore its importance to a contemporary regime of discontinuity, too, when it is practiced mostly in the forgetting, especially when it comes to the revolutionary past. That the historian makes history is hardly fresh news, especially with the postmodern stress on the author that, in its denial at the extreme of any reality to the past beyond its discursive construction, lodges history firmly in the present, however elusive that may be. It is all the more remarkable then that those who would deconstruct the past rarely extend the deconstruction to their own practices, not in some narcissistic sense of authorial self-deconstruction, which seems to represent the limit of critical self-reflection in our day, but in the more significant sense of the relationship of discursive practices to the structures of power of which discourses are at once products and producers. Another banality that might be recalled to some critical effect in discussions of revolution is the existence of a relationship between representation and power, specifically, the ways in which contemporary representations of revolution not only may resonate with the self-images of contemporary configurations of power, but also stand as articulations of the power of those same configurations over the present and the past. While a sense of rupture with the past privileges more than ever the present over the past, it also conveniently places the present beyond the reach of any critical insights that may be gained from the critique of the past. With all their contradictions, revolutions may still be recalled, I suggest, to serve a much-needed critical purpose, and help rescue quite justifiable, and necessary, criticism of the past from intended or unintended complicity in legitimizing, perhaps even preparing the ground for contemporary structures of power. But the issue of revolution involves more than critical scholarship, or even criticism of existing forms of power. For all their flaws, shortcomings, failures, and occasional horrors, revolutions provided alibi for possibilities of fundamental social, political, and cultural transformation and, in the case of socialist revolutions, the possibility of alternatives to a capitalist modernity. This may be a fundamental reason that revolutions are presently under condemnation not just for their acts of terror, but for the radical discourses that are held responsible for the terror, which discredits not just the revolutions in history as discrete historical events, but the very idea of radical structural transformation, including the social and political phraseology of radical change from class to equality and even democracy. This itself is not particularly novel. It did not take the linguistic turn in social sciences to reveal that speaking about revolutions, or invoking the terminology of radical transformation, might speak revolutions into existence. The Kuomintang regime in China in the 1930s blamed the success of communism on loose talk about social phenomena. More than one U.S. politician in recent years has warned about speaking too much about classes lest such talk conjure classes into existence. The diagnosis of the linguistic turn that revolutionary discourses may have conjured revolutions into existence is not novel, but pervasive compliance with a linguistic turn that denies to revolutions any significant social and political basis may be revealing of the conservative turn in postmodernist/post-structuralist social science. Point 3. To recall revolutions, similarly, is not merely to single out one or another revolution for its virtues or vices, but to keep open the possibility of alternative forms of social existence and organization. From radical perspectives, it is arguable that the fall of state socialisms have allowed for the recognition once again of certain kinds of radical social visions, grounded in everyday life, that have been as undesirable to a modernizationist socialism as to capitalism. Also, while the state socialist projects of the past may have failed to achieve the most fundamental of their promises, it is not clear that their revolutionary legacies are therefore little more than curiosities from a forgettable past. I would like to suggest that in transformed ways that account for the failures of the past, the legacies of revolution, and the search for alternatives that it inspired, are very much alive in our day in movements that seek to achieve from the bottom up what state socialism sought to realize through the agency of bureaucratic states. These movements articulate a critique not just of past authoritarianism, but the authoritarianism, among other things, that is built into the very structures of contemporary capitalism, to which democracy often means little more than market democracy, while markets provide at the same time unprecedentedly powerful means of supervision and control. Preoccupation with the flaws of the past may indeed blind us to the democratic impulse in revolutions which now finds expression in different forms in contemporary social movements. The presence of these movements as contemporary incarnations of earlier visions of democracy and social justice that also repudiate, however, earlier means to achieve those ends also makes it possible to recall the past as a resource without falling into a conservative or reactionary reaffirmation of the past. These movements serve as reminders that contrary to celebrations of historical discontinuity, both in the structures of power and oppositions to them the present and its past are linked quite intimately. It is not only in oppositional social and political movements that the legacy of revolutionary pasts is visible. The discourse on development at the highest levels of contemporary politics and power has slowly disintegrated as it has sought to come to terms with alternatives to capitalism that, while they may not have been direct products of revolutionary regimes, and even subject to suppression by the latter, nevertheless found their most powerful articulation in the demands for revolutionary change. Point 4. Revolutions as we have known them may quite well be phenomena of the past. The social forces that made revolutions possible have largely disintegrated, and no amount of revolutionary discourse is likely to conjure into existence political identities that made revolutions possible. This may include national as well as class identities. On the other hand, the conditions that called forth revolutions in the past have hardly disappeared either in terms of structural conditions, or in the dislocations of life by the forces of capitalist modernity which if anything are more powerful and unpredictable than earlier. These dislocations now give rise to identities of another type which in their most visible forms shift opposition to existing forms of power onto other terrains, most powerful among which these days would be the terrains of religion and ethnicity. Alongside these oppositions which are highly divisive and, to this author at least, productive of new forms of oppressive abstractions, however, are movements based in everyday life that seek to sustain and rejuvenate in transformed forms long-standing community ideals. If I may resort to a political language that has been abandoned too readily in the rush to forget revolutions, revolution has been hijacked in recent years by forces of the right. One fundamental reason for recalling revolutions of the past is once again to empower those movements of the left that retain commitments to visions of democracy and social justice. The Cultural Revolution in China offers an important case for exploring some of these questions, both because it is still within living memory, but also because of its complexities that still render it relevant to the present. The Chinese Revolution was at once a socialist and a Third World Revolution, where nationalist and socialist goals reinforced and contradicted one another, class issues clashed with those of the state, and developmentalism came into conflict with the agrarian loyalties of a guerrilla revolution. In the end, the Chinese Revolution presented itself as an alternative both to capitalism, and to socialist modernizationism as represented by Soviet socialism. The Cultural Revolution proclaimed in the final phase of the revolution, which retrospectively has shaped understanding of the entire Chinese Revolution, was a revolution within the revolution, to recall Regis Debray's pithy phrase, that revealed the contradictions that beset all revolutionary regimes. In spite of the upheaval and ultimate terror of the Cultural Revolution, moreover, the Communist Party leadership has refused to abandon professions of faith in socialism even as it has opened the country ever more radically to capitalism. Whatever we may make of this socialism which I have described elsewhere as post-socialism, it has interestingly allowed for some latitude of policy and experimentation that may account for the remarkable ability of the regime to survive and to flourish, at least for the time being. A most significant aspect of this latitude is the rather interesting flexibility of both the regime and of the population toward the revolutionary past, which differs significantly from the urge to erase memories of the revolution among most China scholars, and some Chinese intellectuals, and may account for continued anxiety concerning China's future. The issues that I take up below are best stated through a paradox that the Cultural Revolution presents in historical hindsight. The Cultural Revolution was launched to prevent a slide from socialism to capitalism, which Mao Zedong and his supporters perceived as an imminent possibility. Since the end of the Cultural Revolution, this is indeed what has happened, as Chinese society under Deng Xiaoping, one of the prime targets of the Cultural Revolution, has been incorporated into a capitalist world system, and is by now socialist only in name, and the persistent dictatorship of the Communist Party. In other words, the prognosis that justified the launching of the Cultural Revolution has been borne out by subsequent history. Why is it, then, that the image of the Cultural Revolution that prevails in most quarters in China and abroad is that of a historically meaningless and deviant undertaking, that had little purpose beyond satisfying the craving for power or the perverse ideological attachments of its leaders and proponents? There is probably more than one answer to this question, but whatever the answer or answers may be, it is necessary, I think, to account for two sets of problems. One set relates to the failings of the Cultural Revolution itself. Revolutions are tragic events even when they succeed in achieving their goals. A revolution that fails is likely to leave behind only memories of the naked oppressions and cruelties that revolutions inevitably unleash. In this particular case, that Chinese society has reverted to capitalism since the Cultural Revolution not only does not serve to legitimize it historically, but only underlines its futility. What stands out in historical memory is the wasteful and arbitrary cruelty it visited on millions of people. To leave the matter here, where it is usually left these days, is to be entrapped in the ideology of the present, that seeks to erase in a teleology of the present memories of past alternatives that envisioned different historical outcomes than that which has eventuated. A genuinely critical appreciation of the Cultural Revolution is one that needs to understand it critically against its own claims and deeds, but without entrapment in this ideology of the present. Hence we need to account for a second set of problems that are epistemological, that pertain to our ways of knowing China, our understanding of revolutions, socialist or otherwise, over the last 2 centuries and, last but not least, the conceptions of the present and the future that inform our understanding of the past. This task is all the more crucial in light of changes in the world situation over the last decade, when the fall of socialisms around the world and the seemingly undisputed global hegemony achieved by capitalism marks off our world from the world of the Cultural Revolution to the point where it seems difficult to imagine even that there might have been a time when there were those audacious enough to envision a world different from the world of the present. This new ideological disposition reinforces the image of futility and arbitrariness left behind by the failures of the Cultural Revolution, making it almost impossible to speak about it critically as a historical event. It is these two sets of issues that I take up below. I have 2 goals. First, I undertake to evaluate the Cultural Revolution historically, within the context both of the modern Chinese Revolution and the global history of which the revolution was an inextricable part. And second, to inquire into the relevance for the present, across the divide that I referred to above, of the political problems and aspirations that the Cultural Revolution expressed, which carry a significance not only beyond the whims and ideological predispositions of individual leaders, but a significance beyond the boundaries of China itself. The virtues of ambivalence, or the profound ambiguity of the Cultural Revolution. Ambivalence usually implies moral and intellectual uncertainty or even worse, a cowardly refusal to take a position on a problematic issue. It may, however, also serve another, less ignoble, purpose, to avoid entrapment in ideologically shaped moralities or intellectual positions in order to leave the door open for the possibility of other moral and intellectual positions. 5 Much of the problem with past and present interpretations of the Cultural Revolution lies in a refusal of ambivalence in favor of clear-cut positions that have ideologically suppressed one aspect or another of this complex historical event. Over the last 3 decades, interpretations of the Cultural Revolution in the United States have gone through roughly 4 phases, each phase drastically revising or reversing the judgment of the previous phase. The interpretation that prevails presently, ironically, is closest to the initial responses to the Cultural Revolution in 1966. When news of the Cultural Revolution reached the outside world in late summer 1966, the immediate interpretation placed on it was that of a power struggle in the communist leadership that in its extremeness and unprecedented nature confirmed the madness of the whole enterprise that was the Chinese Revolution. 6 In the radical atmosphere of the late 1960s, this interpretation was challenged almost immediately by radicals, including a new generation of radical China scholars, who saw in the Cultural Revolution a Third World renewal of the promise of revolutionary socialism that had been betrayed in the Soviet Union. While conservative critiques of the Cultural Revolution never disappeared, by the early 1970s, this radical version was in the ascendancy. Following President Nixon's visit to China, this unquestioning positive assessment of the Cultural Revolution spread beyond radicals to conservatives, who went even further than the radicals in lauding the Cultural Revolution. Richard Nixon himself credited the Cultural Revolution under Chairman Mao with instilling in the Chinese people the Protestant spirit of commitment and hard work that had been lost among the original Protestants in the United States. The enthusiasm of this second phase was to vanish almost overnight after 1978. As enthusiasm shifted to Deng Xiaoping's reform policies, both in scholarly and journalistic circles the image of the Cultural Revolution turned, following the assessments in China, into 10 years of disaster, that had taken a heavy toll both in terms of human lives, and on China's economic development. Now reporting from China, U.S. reporters wrote books showing that beneath the image of rosy-cheeked Red Guards lay a much harsher reality for the lives of the people. Scholars began to uncover evidence that the developmental claims of the Cultural Revolution had been false, and the new socialist ethic that had so impressed visitors of the 1970s gave way to the image of a population rendered listless and immobilized by political conflict and incoherence at the top. Earlier enthusiasm for Mao and the Cultural Revolution gave way to an even more exaggerated enthusiasm for Deng Xiaoping and his democratic policies. Whether or not post-Tiananmen assessments of the Cultural Revolution deserve to be described as a fourth phase is problematic, for in many ways they represent an elaboration of, rather than departures from, the assessments of the 1980s. Following the Tiananmen tragedy, and especially the nearly abandonless opening of China to capitalism after 1992, it is not so much the image of the Cultural Revolution that has changed, but the image of the Chinese Revolution as a whole, as the Cultural Revolution now became emblematic of the bankruptcy of the revolution as a whole. This theme was already on the emergence by the late 1980s. The Tiananmen tragedy burst illusions about Deng Xiaoping, who now joined Mao in the pantheon of China's new emperors. The accumulation of memoirs by Chinese who had suffered under the Cultural Revolution confirmed the effects of the Tiananmen tragedy, making the whole history of post-1949 China, if not earlier, into one sorry story of corruption, ineptitude, and waste. It is not just the Cultural Revolution, but the revolution of which it was one manifestation, and the regime that claims the legacy of that revolution, that is presently the object of American suspicion and hostility. On the other hand, in some areas such as economic development, there has been a tendency in recent years to qualify the uniformly negative assessment of the 1980s concerning economic achievements of the Mao years. 7 This latter has not affected the assessment of the Cultural Revolution in other areas. The history of representations of the Cultural Revolution remains to be written, but it is possible to observe that in spite of their divergent interpretations of the Cultural Revolution, these four phases share one thing in common: the refusal to acknowledge the ambiguities of the Cultural Revolution as a historical event, and to incorporate such ambiguity in analysis. While there is no question that there has been an accumulation of evidence to call for new interpretations of the Cultural Revolution, these shifts in interpretation are not explainable on the basis of evidence alone. What we make of the Cultural Revolution depends on how we view it, and the latter is not just a matter of evidence as it involves considerations of our perceptions of China and the world. There was always enough evidence of silliness and cruelty, if only in the language of the Cultural Revolution, and yet it was ignored so long as positive assessments prevailed. On the other hand, presently evidence of silliness and cruelty seems to be the only kind of evidence that counts, ignoring the concerns which had justified earlier positive assessments. The refusal of ambiguity presently is even more serious in its consequences than earlier. Even at the height of the positive assessments of the Cultural Revolution, there were always conservative voices that insisted on alternative assessments, making for some diversity of interpretation. In contrast, presently, the memories of the Cultural Revolution that prevail are uniform in their condemnations of it as a historical event. My call for ambivalence, under the circumstances, is intended to counter this situation. I will make a brief case in its justification here, to illustrate how it may enable a less ideological and more critical historical evaluation of the Cultural Revolution. What we mean by the Cultural Revolution is itself problematic, as it entails questions of where we draw the boundaries of the Cultural Revolution in its temporality. Different periodizations of the Cultural Revolution throw up different kinds of problems. If we take the Cultural Revolution in its most restricted, official sense, it refers to 1966–1969, and the image it yields is of chaos, mindless idol worship, political factionalism at the top and social conflict at the bottom, gratuitous violence and an escape from the world at large. If we take the Cultural Revolution in the sense that the post-Mao official periodization takes it, as 10 years of disaster from 1966 to 1976, the image becomes that of political factionalism at the top, and systematic oppression of dissidents at the bottom with, however, quite different characteristics than the 1966–1969 period in terms of party-society relations, development policies, relationship to the world, etc. While this latter periodization accounts for the consequences of the official Cultural Revolution, however, it ignores the concerns and the problems that went into the making of the Cultural Revolution, which take us back to the fateful year of 1956, when it was declared in the Eighth Party Congress that China had successfully achieved the transition to socialism. It was conflicts over what was to be done next, with a concern for serious transformations in the global context, that were to culminate in the Cultural Revolution not inevitably, but step by step as certain policies and conflict over policies brought about the upheaval of the mid-1960s. If stress on the first two periodizations foregrounds issues of personality and power, this broader periodization makes it necessary that we deal also with issues of policy. We may note, also, that in this periodization, what we understand by the Cultural Revolution pertains to what we make of the socialist phase of the Chinese Revolution since, by the regime's own reckoning, the period before 1956 was still the period of transition to socialism, or new democracy, I would suggest, and the period after 1976 witnessed the step-by-step abandonment of socialism, contrary to claims of socialism with Chinese characteristics. This broad periodization, finally, raises the question of the relationship between the Cultural Revolution, or the socialist phase of the revolution, to the revolution as a whole. 8. The profound ambiguity of the Cultural Revolution arises from a deep contradiction between the policies it professed and promoted, and the consequences of those policies at the ground level, which were indeed as problematic as its detractors claim. To briefly rehearse those policies, which were once the cause for adulation of the Cultural Revolution in China and abroad, they sought, in the first place, to delink China from the capitalist world system in order to guarantee progress towards socialism, based upon an understanding of an inevitable entrapment in capitalism that would follow from any serious involvement in the capitalist world system. 9. These policies, secondly, were intended to move China in a direction of socialism that broke with the example of the Soviet Union. As Mao noted in his reading of the texts on the Soviet economy, the process of socialist development required close attention not just to the forces but even more fundamentally to the relations of production. 10. Ignoring this problem had produced in the Soviet Union a new class structure based on the hierarchy of bureaucracy and expertise. Attention to relations of production was necessary to counter such class tendencies, as well as to evolve more democratic forms of management both in agriculture and in industry that required popular participation in decision-making. The latter required also that more attention be given in development to popular mobilization over technology and technique. Under Chinese circumstances, this also meant a continuing emphasis on the peasantry in the process of development. In accordance with Mao's conviction in the necessity of spatial evenness in development, as expressed most cogently in his, On the 10 Great Relationships, A consequence of this emphasis on the peasantry and the countryside was to bring industry to the villages in order to forestall an urban/industrial versus rural/agricultural bifurcation. Close attention to local circumstances, rather than bureaucratic fiat from the center, was basic to all these policy formulations. Thirdly, crucial to either set of policies was an emphasis on self-reliance at all levels, from the national level to minimize material and intellectual dependence on advanced countries, to the level of the individual in order to foster individual creativity in service of public goals. Self-reliance as an idea was inseparable from a commitment to placing public ahead of private interests. Growing out of earlier revolutionary experiences, especially in Yan'an where the slogan of self-reliance had first emerged, the stress on self-reliance also addressed a fundamental problem of all Third World societies whose political sovereignty had been compromised by continuing financial and technological dependence on the capitalist and the socialist blocs. Internally, it addressed the thorny question of creating a public consciousness in the process of development. Finally, the idea of cultural revolution itself addressed the question of creating a new culture appropriate to a new, socialist, mode of production. Such a culture could not emerge overnight, but required continuing revolution so that development would take a genuinely socialist course, rather than move in the direction of capitalism or the hierarchical bureaucratic socialism of the Soviet Union. Cultural revolution referred not just to transformation at the level of high culture, but more importantly the transformation of everyday culture. It also required the elimination of institutional factors, all the way from bureaucratism to an undue emphasis on expertise to bourgeois right in economic remuneration, that stood in the way of developing a more egalitarian and just society. These policies were enumerated in one official document after another from the late 1950s to the 1960s. Point 11 taken together, they added up to the promise of an alternative mode of development, alternative both to capitalism and to Soviet-style socialism. In the circumstances of the period they made eminent sense, and still do, especially if we look at what has happened to Chinese socialism under Mao's successors, which has confirmed the direst predictions of the period, from reversion to capitalism to new class formations to the emergence of a hedonistic consumer culture. Except for one thing, China and Chinese in general have gotten richer, which everyone would seem to be enjoying tremendously. To recall these policies at the present, however, is not to fall in line with the ideological claims of the Cultural Revolution, as many were wont to do earlier. Some of the problems of the Cultural Revolution were evident even when it was an object of uncritical admiration. Idol worship, distempered language, wanton violence were all there to warn the observer that there was more, or, if you like, less, to the Cultural Revolution than revolutionary slogans. It was not that the evidence was not there, it was that at a time when revolution seemed to be the order of the day, the available evidence was easier to dismiss as silly, or marginal to the main business of revolution. Now that we have a much better grasp of what transpired at the ground level, it is possible and necessary to judge the intentions against the consequences. Delinking from the capitalist world economy was never complete, and it was too short-lived to produce any significant results. If its goal was to create a well-rounded economy that answered the needs of the Chinese people rather than the distorting requisites of involvement in the world economy, too many other factors were involved, technical and political, to achieve that goal in such a short period. The policy was also intended to cow those in China who believed that economic and technological development required assistance from the outside. It may have been successful in this regard for a short period, but already by the 1970s the question was a moot one. If the idea that Chinese could go it alone inspired enthusiasm and technical creativity for a short period, the obverse side was to encourage chauvinism, xenophobia, and self-righteousness, that cut Chinese off from the world intellectually and culturally, not just the capitalist world, but also from new ways of thinking about Marxism and revolution. Most seriously, China never delinked from the capitalist world system ideologically. Developmentalist assumptions that had their origins in capitalism, and were evident throughout in aspirations to surpass capitalist countries in production, were an important factor, I will suggest below, in undermining the promise of an alternative kind of socialism. The question of social relations, or relations of production, was to prove to be even more problematic. While insistence on the need to pay close attention to social relations was both theoretically and politically justifiable, the Cultural Revolution leadership never came up with any sophisticated analysis of the question of social relations under socialism in general, and China in particular. Throughout, there was a tendency to reduce all social relations to class relations, which are but one manifestation of social relations in general. To make matters worse, the leadership was unable to provide a convincing class analysis of Chinese society that could serve as a guide to action, beyond clichés about socialist and capitalist roaders. The question of class was complicated in China by an interaction between pre-revolutionary social and ideological relationships that persisted into the new regime, the new caste system of rankings imposed upon the population after 1949 in terms of their relationship to the revolution, and the structure of power created by the communist regime itself. Given this situation, it was not at all clear against whom class struggle was to be conducted. As Richard Krauss observed in his study of this problem, for lack of clarity on the question, the concept of class became the site of the struggle which it was supposed to guide. How this worked out in practice has been demonstrated in another excellent study of the Cultural Revolution, Hong Yung Lee's The Politics of the Chinese Cultural Revolution. Depending on the winds of change, class could be defined economically, politically, organizationally, or ideologically. At its worst, class was reduced to a biological category in the so-called bloodline theory, that rendered class into a matter of lineage. 12 Rather than guide a coherent struggle, class, like other things during the Cultural Revolution, became a tool to justify contingent power struggles. Under the circumstances, efforts to establish new production relations in other areas, such as new management practices, were also confounded by lack of clarity about what constituted proper socialist behavior, and were immobilized by uncertainty about what might come next. Terms such as socialist and capitalist did not provide guidelines either, as they were reduced from concepts to handy labels, to be manipulated in power struggles even by those who had little idea as to what they meant. 13. The question of property relations, in other words the problem of collectivization, also needs to be recalled with a critical eye. While the formation of collective production units in agriculture, and productive and living units, Danwei, in urban areas from the late 1950s on was a necessary step toward socialism, under conditions of centralized power, they, too, played an ambiguous role. In his recent interesting study, Policing and Punishment in China, Michael Dutton observes sharply the coincidence of utopianism and social control in such units. 14 While this may be a problem of all community, the problem is obviously exacerbated when the community is under the supervision of a power outside of itself, which also raises questions about the claims during the Cultural Revolution to an alternative mode of development. This is quite evident on the third aspect of the Cultural Revolution I enumerated above, self-reliance, which was key to the political, economic, and cultural goals of the Cultural Revolution. While certainly appealing as an idea, especially in its insistence on giving priority to public over private interest, under conditions where the state reserved for itself the embodiment of the public, and committed itself to a productionist ideology, self-reliance could also serve as a cover for exploiting the labor of the people. There is plentiful evidence of that also, even in work that is favorable to the Cultural Revolution. Grasp revolution, promote production was another common slogan of the Cultural Revolution, that implied the instrumentalization of revolution in the cause of production. The other side of the coin was minimizing consumption in the cause of public commitment. In either case, putting public interest ahead of private ones could easily be converted into sacrificing all individual and local interest in favor of a public, which served as a euphemism for the state and the party. The claim that the state of the people cannot exploit the people is not very convincing, based more on a social imaginary of the state than on actual relations between state and society. Similar critiques may be offered with regard to problems of cultural revolution, and the idea of continuing the revolution, theoretically convincing, but quite problematic in actuality. Cultural revolution, orchestrated from above, easily degenerated into cultural despotism. It silenced all alternative cultural activity in the realm of high culture. At the level of everyday life, the transformation of life habits was tied in so closely with Mao worship that it converted the quest for self and social improvement into a zealous bigotry that bore all the marks of religious intolerance, that could justify the worst acts of cruelty against opponents. The shifts in policy at the top, confounding the zealousness that was prevalent initially, also bred cynicism, giving rise by the end of the Cultural Revolution to pervasive opportunism in the name of the revolution. Finally, the question of continuing revolution, on which rests the claims of the Cultural Revolution to being a revolution. There was much about the Cultural Revolution that was indeed revolutionary in aspiration, but in light of what I have written above, its actualities must be qualified seriously. Did the Cultural Revolution, launched in the name of a struggle against capitalism and bureaucracy, have any serious vision of an alternative society, more specifically, a society without the party, which would imply also a society without the dictatorship of the proletariat? In Karl Marx's vision of post-capitalist society, there were two competing models for progress to socialism, the dictatorship of the proletariat model, and the commune model, inspired by the Paris Commune of 1871. The Paris Commune might have provided a genuine alternative to the dictatorship of the proletariat. But while there was discussion during the Cultural Revolution of the Commune, and the possibility of communal reorganization appeared in 1967, Mao himself was to back away from this alternative model, and reaffirm his commitment to the dictatorship of the proletariat, which was to result over the ensuing decade in the restoration of party rule, and the punishment of those who had dared to voice opposition to the party. The memory of the Cultural Revolution as a revolution was tainted by the acts of its leadership before its opponents got around to questioning it. William Hinton, the foremost chronicler of the Chinese Revolution, has written that the Cultural Revolution that had seemed, from a distance, to be a watershed in history, a breakthrough that would enable people to shake up the superstructure of old China, all the inherited institutions and culture of an entrenched feudalism, and remold it into harmony with the new communal relations of production, a harmony that could propel production forward now seemed to have degenerated into a most bizarre and Byzantine free-for-all, a no-holds-barred factional contest for power from top to bottom, where nothing mattered but getting the best of the opposition, and all means to that end seemed justified. If capitalism was an economic jungle, socialism, if that was what existed in China, looked like a political jungle. 15. If the Cultural Revolution was based on questionable premises, betrayed its own goals, and visited untold suffering on the people, why bother to dwell on the intentions that underlay the Cultural Revolution, or the ambiguities arising from the discrepancy between intention and result, one might ask, which is indeed the prevailing attitude toward the Cultural Revolution. The explanations engendered by this attitude are quite problematic themselves. The intentions that inspired the Cultural Revolution are a matter of historical record, and for a while at least inspired considerable enthusiasm. Recalling them is a way not only to recover the historical record in China, but also a way to confront the lineage of our own contemporary historical explanations. Unless it can be demonstrated that the policies in and of themselves inevitably led to the opposite of what they were intended to accomplish, it is necessary to explain the conditions that led to the consequences. The Cultural Revolution as here conceived had a history that was the product of the interaction between policy and circumstance, theory and practice, socialist goals and material conditions. The question is not merely academic. Ignoring these intermediating factors, and discrediting the intentions by holding them directly responsible for the consequences, is a means to burying not just the Cultural Revolution, but also the revolutionary problematic that inspired it in the first place. Ironically, those intermediating factors which may have done much to distort the initial aspirations of the Cultural Revolution are still in place, while the aspirations are systematically forgotten. Before I return to a consideration of those factors, a few words may be in order here concerning the problems presented by contemporary representations of the Cultural Revolution. The past and the present, are ways of seeing China. As I noted above, contemporary interpretations of the Cultural Revolution do not differ significantly from the initial responses to it in 1966, except that they have been enriched by the testimonial of Chinese witnesses and victims. The latter contributes to our understanding in significant ways, but the representations based on them are not without serious problems. Most devastating may be that literature, popular and influential, that depicts a society so bizarre and corrupt at all levels that it becomes meaningless even to speak of problems of revolution. 16 In the name of capturing Chinese realities at the everyday level, this literature offers lurid tales of sexual perversion and cannibalism that serve well to sell books to a voyeuristic reading public, but also dissolves serious political issues into Orientalist representations of a China immune to the ordinary and normal operations of politics. While in at least one case the veracity of such accounts has been challenged, also implicating scholars involved in the production of the account. 17 The problem with this literature in general is not veracity but its contribution to a discourse that renders irrelevant basic questions of historical explanation. If I may use an unkind analogy, to understand the Cultural Revolution, or Chinese politics, on the basis of such works is not very different than going to People magazine as a source for understanding American society and politics. This literature, secondly, has confirmed a tendency, apparent since the mid-1980s, to use the depredations of the Cultural Revolution to discredit the Chinese Revolution as a whole. The first work that I am aware of to make this connection explicitly was Anne Thiston's Enemies of the People, which attributed pervasive vindictiveness in individual behavior during the Cultural Revolution to a century of ethical degeneration brought about by the revolution. 18 This work was not alone. The enthusiasm over Deng Xiaoping's policies before the Tiananmen tragedy burst the bubble, was accompanied by a feeling among many, specialists and non-specialists alike, that China had returned to a normal path after more than a century of revolutionary deviation of which Mao and the Cultural Revolution had been culminations. While it is quite legitimate and necessary to point to the connections between the Cultural Revolution and the revolutionary process that had brought the Communist Party to power, there are two problems with the way in which this connection is approached, indeed with the whole problematic of the Chinese Revolution as it appears in these works. First, both the Cultural Revolution and the Chinese Revolution are treated as if they were sui generis products of the internal dynamics and characteristics of Chinese society without any reference to the global context of the revolution and the problem of imperialism, which was of so much concern both to Chinese revolutionaries, and to an earlier generation of scholars. Secondly, while China scholars have long argued, misleadingly, in my view, that socialism in China was little more than a euphemism for a national search for wealth and power, when it comes to the depredations of the Cultural Revolution, or its roots in the Chinese Revolution, this connection is forgotten, to lay the blame at the feet of socialism, rather than a socialism contaminated by nationalism, although, to be fair, there have been those to suggest that such depredations may be explained in terms of nasty strains within China's cultural legacy, which contrasts remarkably with the praise bestowed on Chinese culture, also a product of the 1980s, when it comes to explaining capitalist development in Taiwan or Singapore. While the attitudes above may be viewed as rehearsals of an earlier Orientalism, that are effective in burying historical problems presented by the Cultural Revolution but too vague themselves in their culturalism to explain anything, more intriguing are explanations of the Cultural Revolution in terms of power relations, that address questions of immediate context. How the structure of power established after 1949 may have been complicit in both the origins and the consequences of the Cultural Revolution is a fundamental question. It ought to be distinguished, however, from those views that reduce the question of power to personal power, that view the Cultural Revolution and its policies merely as a cover for factional power struggles, or the efforts of a waning Mao Zedong to recover the power he had lost after the Great Leap Forward. Mao may have lost prestige after the Great Leap Forward, so that others were not as prepared as before to follow his bidding, but there is little evidence to prove that he lost the ability to coerce his opponents by force. If necessary, he did, after all, have Lin Biao in the military. This also raises the question of style, which has been an insistent question since the Cultural Revolution. In other words, if Mao was engaged in a Stalinist purge of his opponents, why did he not use Stalinist means to do so, but instead resorted to mass mobilization, which made considerable sense in terms of the legacy of the Chinese Revolution? Finally, and most importantly, there is the question of policy. Politics, all politics, is about power, to be sure, but except in the most unscrupulous cases, the search for power is connected with certain policy positions. In the Cultural Revolution, too, there were policy positions, if they are denied now, in China and abroad, that may have more to do with the denial of historical logic to the Cultural Revolution to an assumption that under such bizarre conditions of Oriental politics, ordinary assumptions of politics do not apply. As the quotation above from Hinton suggests, those bizarre conditions may have been a product, rather than the premise of the Cultural Revolution. In other words, it is important once again to remember the historicity of the Cultural Revolution, that it assumed certain characteristics in its unfolding. I will return to the question of power below. Before I do that, it is necessary here to confront one body of evidence against the Cultural Revolution that would seem to be irrefutable in its testimonial, the proliferating memory literature written by the victims of the Cultural Revolution. This body of literature, in what it has exposed of the workings of the Cultural Revolution at the ground level, would seem to leave no doubt that the policies of the Cultural Revolution were quite irrelevant to its workings, only providing a cover for petty struggles for power. While the emotive power of this literature is such that it seems obscene even to raise questions about it, we nevertheless need to make certain distinctions, and point to certain ambiguities with regard to this literature as well. First, there is the question of whose memories. One would not expect memoirs written by victims to convey anything but the most devastatingly negative portrayals of the Cultural Revolution. But what about other kinds of memoirs? In a recent discussion of this literature, Mobo Gao notes that the occasional memoir that offers a less condemnatory account of the Cultural Revolution is not well received. 19 One could go further and suggest that there has been a suppression of memories of the Cultural Revolution which, while recognizing its undesirable outcome, insist on accentuating the positive in terms of policy. One recent example is Qin Huailuo's Ninth Heaven to Ninth Hell, a story of the Dazai Brigade, a model of self-reliance during the Cultural Revolution, and its leader, Chen Yonghui. 20 A hero of the Cultural Revolution, Chen Yonghui was discredited subsequently through a systematic campaign. Likewise the Dazai Brigade, earlier a model of collective agriculture, was to come under attack as soon as policies were adopted for the privatization of agriculture. Qin's book, which seeks to clear the names of Dazai and Chen Yonghui against their detractors, was not permitted publication in China, and was smuggled out of the country for its English publication. 21 The case of Dazai may be unusual, after all, it was the supreme agricultural model, but the case is an instance of the politics of memory in China and, therefore, abroad. Peasants, at least some peasants, remember Mao and the Cultural Revolution, though not Lin Biao, the Gang of Four, etc., differently than in the memoirs that have recently dominated our consciousness. Peasants in the Chinese countryside have converted Mao into a Buddha figure, and erected temples to him. 22 This is not to say that we should ignore the wrongs described by the victims of the Cultural Revolution, but simply to note that historical assessment must come to terms with other kinds of memories as well. Even memories of intellectual victims of the Cultural Revolution are not free of ambiguities. Again I will take a recent example, Ma Bo's Blood Red Sunset. 23 This account of a young intellectual, son of the famous writer, Yang Mo, rusticated in Inner Mongolia is a devastating account of the arbitrary and corrupt power of party cadres who could inflict harm on others with impunity, all the time mouthing the slogans of the Cultural Revolution. Ma Bo was victimized by such cadres, and condemned for years to a horrendous life. At the same time, this is an unusually frank account, which lets the reader know that, whether or not he deserved the fate he got, the author of the memoirs was capable himself of vile and corrupt behavior. His horrendous experience of punishment nevertheless leads to a personal transformation, so that the Ma Bo at the end of the account is a much more sympathetic person than the Ma Bo at the beginning, who starts his revolutionary activities in Inner Mongolia by attempted murder of a capitalist Rotor Mongolian herdsman, and the actual murder of his dog. The reader of the account may draw his or her conclusions on how to respond ethically to a story such as this one. I will only note here that the account both proves the premises of the Cultural Revolution, class differences, urban-rural differences, hostilities between party and intellectuals, the corruption of the cadres, and the manner in which the Cultural Revolution itself was to become a source of intellectual, moral, and material corruption. 24. Moboka writes that when a memoir is written at a time when the prevalent framework of discourse is different from that of the time when the memoir is written about, events and even feelings can be restructured without the writer's knowledge. It is true that personal suffering and violent brutality did occur during the Cultural Revolution. But explanations of why they occurred and how people felt about them can be restructured. 25. Much the same could be said of most writing on the Cultural Revolution in our day. One way of overcoming this problem, which is a general problem of history, is to judge the Cultural Revolution against its own claims, which also requires that we give credulity to the claims themselves, rather than rendering them into verbal masks for something else. It is to this question that I return. Back to ambiguity, where did the Cultural Revolution go wrong? The consequences of the Cultural Revolution were inevitable, I will suggest, but the inevitability was historical, rather than being implicit in the policies promoted. It is simply that given the ideological dispositions of the regime, and the material structure of power it had put in place after 1949, those policies could not be realized, and were likely to lead to the consequences they did. Mao's tragedy was that given the conflicting roles he assumed, he was bound almost of necessity to betray the revolution that he launched. I suggested above that ideology, both in a narrow political sense and in the broadest sense that Karl Mannheim assigned to it, as life outlook, or Weltanschauung, the legacy of Orientalism, and even market forces contribute to the making of contemporary representations of the Cultural Revolution. Even where there is agreement on the factuality of facts, which is not always the case, what significance we assign to competing facts, and how we contextualize them, remains problematic, and so do our evaluations. 26. I acknowledge readily that my own comments on the Cultural Revolution, including the insistence on ambivalence, is infused with ideological assumptions in both of the senses above. If I place a positive evaluation on the policies that informed the Cultural Revolution, it is because I think they had something important to say about socialism as it existed, about the necessity of socialism both as a critique of capitalism and a source of alternative conceptualizations of human development. I have few questions. These same assumptions infuse my critical comments about the Cultural Revolution, about its developmentalist ideology and its reductionist assumptions about social relations, socialism, and capitalism, about its exploitation of the notion of self-reliance, about its chauvinistic nationalism, about its conceptions of cultural revolution and revolution. Some of these criticisms are informed by my own objections to nationalism or the fetishism of development, which are quite contrary to the assumptions and aspirations of many under capitalism or socialism as we have known it, in the First World or the Third World. They may indeed be most objectionable to those in the Third World, living under conditions of poverty, who see in national striving the way out of such poverty. Likewise with my statements about self-reliance or culture, which may seem the most irrelevant to the majority peasant population in a country like China, who have to work hard no matter what, and may not feel terribly deprived by not having access to other cultures, although they may feel different presently, now that television and Hollywood have entered the everyday lives of Chinese peasants as well. With this in mind, let me offer a few considerations that I think are fundamental to the evaluation of the Cultural Revolution. First, the Cultural Revolution was doomed to failure because the policies that motivated it, if they were to be workable, required a different social and political context than the structure of power that had been put in place after 1949. The most important of these policies were legacies of the Chinese Revolution. The assumption that these revolutionary policies could be kept alive under a post-revolutionary regime that had ensconced itself in power seems in hindsight somewhat anachronistic. If they were to be instituted, the post-1949 regime would have had to be transformed, which was not the intention of the Cultural Revolution and maybe was inconceivable given both the national and the international context. The Cultural Revolution has been attributed, among other things, to Mao's utopianism. It is possible to suggest from this perspective that Mao was insufficiently utopian, for he was unable or unwilling, because of his own ideological assumptions, to think beyond the dictatorship of the proletariat or the developmentalist nation-state. As a consequence, rather than challenge the existing structure of power as the cultural revolutionaries professed, Maoist policies ended up as instruments in a competition for the conquest of power within the existing structure, a competition that the Cultural Revolution did much to unleash. Secondly, the power structure itself has, of course, been the intractable problem of all socialist regimes. A new power structure is necessary to the transformation of social relations, but how to render power subservient once again to the new social relations without opening the way to the resurgence of older social relations? The contradiction goes even deeper. With the overthrow of existing social relations, what is put in place are not new social relations, but organized power. Is it possible to return from a politics of organization to politics as the expression of social relations without jeopardizing the future of the revolution? The power structure that was put in place after 1949 represented the invasion by the Communist Party not only of political, but social, space as well. Indeed, the distinction was abolished as society was reorganized according to a social imaginary that was an expression of the party's own power. Party omnipotence can be exaggerated. The new centralized, hierarchical bureaucracy that infiltrated society was subject like all bureaucracies to routinization, and the slackening that attends it. The bureaucracy itself was not immune to infiltration and influence from below, expressed in continuing concern with localism. Still, it is difficult to ignore that, if we take into account the party and its subsidiary organizations, 1 in every 10 Chinese, of all ages and genders, belonged to at least one organization. Furthermore, the designation of class ranks imposed upon society as a whole the party's political conceptualization of society, creating something akin to a caste system. If in ordinary times, bureaucratic slackening and or moderate policies could leave some social space outside of organized control, the party could always strike back, as it held in its hands the instruments of control and coercion. Frequent mobilizations beginning shortly after 1949, whatever their other intentions, also served this purpose. Even without the explicit or direct use of coercion, the power of the party was anchored in an ideology that made the party into a frame of reference in all activity. 3 consequences of this power structure may be noteworthy. A. It abolished all public space outside of the party. Especially important with reference to cultural revolution policies was the abolition of local autonomy. The stress on the local remained throughout, and local initiative was recognized in terms of economic development, but, as Christine Wang writes of the rural industrialization program, it was a program initiated from the top, which determined the scope and objectives of rural industrialization. The conflicting aims of local participation and central control interacted to produce a situation in which control often became divorced from responsibility, with unforeseen but extremely undesirable outcomes. 27 William Hinton spells out the political consequences of the abolition of the local. Hemmed in by institutional feudalism at the top of the hierarchy, Mao failed to give effective support to the popular institutions of self-government sprouting at the base, the place where democracy, however limited, had the most chance of success. Higher bodies routinely usurped the sovereign power that should have resided in elected village congresses or revolutionary committees. Nobody, not even Mao, apparently was willing to trust villagers with substantive local power, and this made it all but impossible short of major, centrally led mass movements of the sort initiated from the party center for people on the land to challenge the bureaucracy at all. Once the movements ebbed, traditional rule always reasserted itself. 28. B. A byproduct of the continued invasion of the local from the top was to impose a bureaucratic uniformity on rural China, which led to the abolition in policy of differences among localities, which recognition had been a strength of the Communist Party in revolutionary years, and continued to receive emphasis in formal policy statements. Such a recognition would have done much to alleviate both the political and the economic despotism of the new structure of power. C. One final consequence of the new structure of power worth emphasizing was its effect on individual personality and behavior. The structure created an urge to satisfy the power structure so as to be able to join it, which, rather than nourish a cooperative culture, led to behavior that oscillated between slavish compliance and aggressiveness, and religious faith and cynicism, encouraging an almost irrational degree of competitiveness under the guise of public commitment. 29 The political structure, in other words, bred nastiness. Third is the question of the challenge to this structure in the name of Maoism. Given the problems of this structure, and the obstacles it presented to socialism in any meaningful sense, the challenge was understandable, but what was the nature of the challenge itself? We know that this power structure, with all the tensions and resentments it contained, was the initial context for the Cultural Revolution. We also know that when this same power structure was threatened in the heat of the Cultural Revolution, Mao himself was to lead a quick return to its restoration. What was the challenge about then? For all the documentation we have of rapid changes during the Cultural Revolution, and the succession of power takeovers and the declaration of new organizational forms, for lack of any serious theoretical elaboration or articulated vision, it is difficult to say what the challenge amounted to. All we know is that against the Liu Shaokai/Deng Xiaoping line of the early 1960s, which assigned to the party a supervisory managerial role while opening up some social spaces outside of the party's daily intervention, Maoism proposed a more fundamentalist and thorough integration of politics and society, integration both from the top and the bottom, that presupposed greater participation in politics from the bottom, but also opened up the possibility of a more thorough political infiltration of social space. Is it possible to suggest that if Maoism was utopian, it was a utopianism directed not against the existing power structure, but a utopianization of that very structure, an experiment designed perhaps to fulfill the premises of that structure? There is some reason to think so, since, when during the Cultural Revolution occasions arose of genuine challenge to the existing structure of power by the socially disaffected, including disaffected workers, as during the January Revolution in Shanghai in 1967, or the anarchistic Shenguolian protests against the party later the same year, these alternatives were quickly rejected. There was, in other words, no apparent plan to transform the political organization in accordance with social demands. Political mobilization served under the circumstances to complete the unfinished task of party-state-society integration, which disorganized the political organization, but also, under the circumstances of power hierarchy and inequality, resulted inevitably in the abolition of all private social space, the terrorism of power, and the surfacing of divisions and resentment that had been barely contained so long as the political organization had retained some coherence. Frequent power takeovers by competing factions, and the declarations of a new revolutionary forms of government that accompanied them, in practice added up to little than occasions for factional revenge on opponents. It is noteworthy that these power takeovers, while they claimed local initiative, in actuality followed directives from the center. Putting politics in command may have inspired public commitment, individual initiative, and creativity, but in the end, rather than bring about the organic unity it was intended to achieve, it led to its opposite, exaggerating divisions. The politicization of everyday life automatically raised every incident to a level of higher principle, like class struggle. 30 As William Hinton writes of such higher principles, the most damaging excesses had their roots in Mao's constant reiteration of such slogans as "never forget class struggle" and "grasp class struggle, and all problems can be solved." While these calls laid bare the essence of the overall situation and defined the principal contradiction besetting society at each stage of development, they did little to illuminate most of the problems that came up from day to day. Codders who treated all contradictions as class conflicts raised them artificially to absurd levels of antagonism, created class enemies where none existed, and ended up fighting battles that they never should have fought. 31. Mao was only part of the problem. To use a distinction that the historian Harry Harutunian has employed with regard to the role of the Japanese emperor in politics, it is useful, I think, to distinguish Mao as a principle of politics from Mao as a principle of politics. Mao, of course, did serve as a political agent, playing a role in the initiation of the Cultural Revolution, as well as intervening personally at crucial points. But more important may be the part that Mao played as a principle of politics. To most Chinese, Mao was either a remote figure, an object of adulation, or a body of texts, most notably, the Little Red Book, of little importance as a theoretical text, but most significant as an inspirational one. As a principle of politics, Mao was open to interpretation, and many of the conflicts of the Cultural Revolution may be viewed also as conflicts over the interpretation of Mao. In this sense, while Maoism was offered in the Cultural Revolution as a challenge, and an alternative to the existing structure of power, in reality it was open to interpretation and appropriation by all sides, including the power structure that it purportedly challenged, which was possible because, while the texts invited revolution, the revolution was premised on the preservation of the existing power structure. This is not to absolve Mao of responsibility, for in the end he turned to the support of that power structure when it was challenged. It does enable an explanation of the conflict conducted in the name of Mao Zedong. The reception of Mao, and the different uses to which Maoism was put during the Cultural Revolution, indicates the existence of deep social divisions and resentments which the Cultural Revolution did much to bring to the surface. Rather than resolve those divisions, the Cultural Revolution may have exacerbated them. In the end, it was to be a casualty itself of those divisions. The fourth problem is an ideological one, what I will describe as developmentalism. Developmentalism was not a peculiarity of Mao and the Cultural Revolution, it has its roots in a Marxism that accepted the premises of capitalism concerning human need, was perpetuated in the Soviet Union under Lenin and Stalin, and continues today in China under the post-Mao regime. It needs to be specified as a problem in connection with the Cultural Revolution because, I think, that it distorted policies of self-reliance, greater popular initiative in development, balanced development, and even cultural policies. My premise here is that those policies could have led to positive outcomes only under conditions of local autonomy and decision-making, which would have enabled a primary emphasis on the local community, and the needs of the people as they perceived and defined them, and shifted emphasis to a negotiation of difference and inequality rather than their exaggeration, which was to undermine all sense of community. Culturally speaking, developmentalism, which is wedded to the idea of an inexorable move away from the past, rules out the possibility of drawing on the past as well as the present in defining the future. The question here is not whether or not all development is undesirable, but rather the criteria for development. While the Cultural Revolution placed much verbal emphasis on the people, and Maoist economic policy was not without real benefits for the people as Hinton, Bramall, Wang, and others have argued, the developmentalism that I am referring to here had its sources on the one hand in a productionist interpretation of Marxism, and on the other hand in considerations of national wealth and power. This may not be a problem for the kind of socialism that has been pursued under Deng Xiaoping, but it does present a problem in light of the premise of Maoism that attention to relations of production should have priority over the forces of production in the creation of socialism. What exactly those relations of production should be was never spelled out clearly, but if local community and initiative were to be essential components of such new relations of production, as the Maoists intimated, subjecting the local community to central directives rather than guaranteeing it some kind of autonomy was not the best way to achieve that goal. Finally, a problem that is often ignored in our day, even though it was central to earlier evaluations of the Cultural Revolution, the problem of nationalism in relation to the global environment. As I have intimated already, considerations of national wealth and power did not disappear in the Cultural Revolutionary preoccupation with rejuvenating the revolution for socialism but, if anything, assumed a more exaggerated chauvinistic form. The Cultural Revolution, however, was launched at a time of genuine crisis in China's relationship to both the United States and the Soviet Union. Now that China has been incorporated into a capitalist world system, although still not without friction, it is easy to forget that it was not Maoist paranoia but real and declared threats to China from both powers that played an important part in this crisis. The war mentality that this situation created was quite apparent during the Cultural Revolution in everything from economic policy to the language of politics. 32 Given the revolutionary tradition of the Communist Party, in which the language of politics had never been clearly distinguishable from the language of war, this may not seem very peculiar, but the sense of crisis created by the military threat from abroad certainly played a part in reinforcing the militarization of politics, and the chauvinistic turn in Chinese nationalism. We may never know exactly what part these factors played in the initiation and the course of the Cultural Revolution, but it may be said with some confidence that they need to be factored into any consideration of how the goals of socialism were distorted by the sense of crisis that they expressed. With an event as momentous as the Cultural Revolution, which touched the lives of all in China, and destroyed many, it is easy to confound historical explanation with the justification for the movement. On the other hand, it is necessary also to consider the consequences of not making some effort at explanation. It is difficult to write about the Cultural Revolution because it was a traumatic event. It is also difficult not to write about it because it had a great deal to say, in both its promises and its betrayals, about the world in which we live. Distancing it to an alien time and space is not the best way to hear the messages it conveyed as one of the most important events of the 20th century. How does the historian confront historical trauma, and still retain the will to historicize? The question forces a reminder that history ought not to be a positivistic undertaking that objectifies the past, but at best a dialogue between the historian and those who lived the past, between the historian's construction of the past, and the way that the past was or is constructed by those who lived it. If the historian has one obligation, it is to engage in a dialogue with as many memories as possible. What is inexcusable is to privilege some memories over others and, at worst, to render individual memories and experiences into a substitute for historical understanding. In the case of events such as the Cultural Revolution or World War II, it is presently almost impossible to undertake this task of comprehensive dialogue because some memories are silent, while others are so traumatic as to make speech impossible. But there is another, more abstract, problem as well. The changes of the last decade have been so fundamental that the world of the Cultural Revolution seems to be a world quite distant in time from ours, which operated according to different rules than our world, so that the memories of individuals who lived through that world seem to be the only thing that connects them. With socialism seemingly a thing of the past, who cares about the Cultural Revolution challenge to socialism? With China a playground for capitalism, and former Red Guards turned into entrepreneurs in global capitalism, what meaning could delinking and self-reliance have? With peasants becoming millionaires, even if they are once again the object of scorn among intellectuals, why recall the ideals of collectivization? With national boundaries increasingly in question, what might have been the point about the Chinese Revolution or imperialism? All these questions are in the air, even if they do not appear often as points of entry into discussions of the Cultural Revolution or the Chinese Revolution, for that matter. As all the questions sought earlier to make sense of the Chinese or other revolutions fade into the past, all that remains in historical memory is the suffering of those who lived through those events, a suffering that seems all the more pointless because the events that caused the suffering have been deprived of meaning. Those events may be relegated safely to an oriental temporality and spatiality, denying their connections not just to our present, but to their presence as well. In a historical perspective that takes them seriously as events in the history of modernity, however, the same events appear otherwise, as the constituents of a final effort, the most impressive of all such efforts to create an alternative third world modernity based on socialism. In the temporal and spatial distancing of the Cultural Revolution lies a danger, I think, because this same distancing, in denying the modernity of the Cultural Revolution, suppresses the problems of modernity as well, which are still part of our present. In his discussion of the Holocaust, Zygmunt Bauman has argued that far from being a throwback to the past, the circumstances that led to the Holocaust were very much a part of the history of modernity. 33 Those who would speak of the Cultural Revolution as a Holocaust might keep his reminder in mind. If the Cultural Revolution was indeed an event comparable to the Holocaust, the question of modernity was very much complicit in its outcome. The Chinese Revolution itself was very much an assertion of Chinese modernity, and the Cultural Revolution was a phase of that process. In the discussion above, I have sought to bring out this aspect of the Cultural Revolution, how modernizationism economically, socially, politically, and culturally was very much on the agenda of the Cultural Revolution, and distorted the aspiration to create an alternative modernity to produce the outcome it did. There is widespread agreement on the outcome. After all, even Mao Zedong was in the end ambivalent about what he had set in motion. But the quest for an alternative modernity has not therefore ceased, because the problems of modernity which were part of the Cultural Revolution have not gone away in spite of brave declarations of the end of history that would have us wallow in the ravages of a capitalist modernity. And in this quest, the name of Mao Zedong keeps coming up one way or another, and so do the aspirations that inspired the Cultural Revolution. After being propelled with full force into global capitalism and consumerism in 1992, Chinese of all walks of life were suddenly gripped by a Mao fever in 1993 which, however distant in its consumerism from the political days of the Cultural Revolution, points at the least to the persistence of nostalgic memories that are not entirely innocent of political dissatisfactions with the present. The topography of the Chinese economy, at least partially responsible for the economic success of the last decade, bears upon it the imprint of Maoist policies of integrating industry and agriculture in a program of rural industrialization. Some analysts have observed also that earlier collectivization experiences have enabled the rural population in some areas to create new forms of cooperation on their own. 34 Wherever these experiences may lead in the end, they are indications that earlier aspirations to an alternative modernity have not been extinguished, and they have ties to historical memories of the Chinese Revolution of a kind different than those that capture the headlines. Globalism, history, and memory. The Cultural Revolution in its consequences has done its share to discredit revolutions. I would like to suggest here, however, that in order to comprehend their political ramifications, contemporary representations of the Cultural Revolution need to be viewed within the context of a general repudiation of revolutions. While Maoism was once perceived as an alternative to Stalinism, this distinction seems to have lost its significance presently when Maoism is portrayed as another version of Stalinism, or Mao and Stalin are held forth as examples of tyranny along with the likes of Hitler. 35 It is not only socialist revolutions that are at issue. Critics of the Chinese Revolution draw freely for inspiration on the work of François Furet. The criticism of the French Revolution has been quite significant in shaping contemporary attitudes toward revolution, unlike socialist revolutions which all along have been viewed with suspicion within the context of capitalist societies. Criticism of the French Revolution is far more profound in its consequences as it calls into question one of the founding moments of modernity, thereby calling into question all revolutions regardless of political orientation, and the aspirations and visions that endowed revolutionary change with meaning. 36. Condemnation of revolution is as old as the history of revolutions. Present-day critics of the French Revolution such as Furet recall in their criticism contemporaries of the revolution such as Alexis de Tocqueville. 37 Those who have suffered from revolutions, had their interests or ways of life threatened by them, or simply perceived in revolutions the breakdown of everyday human norms obviously have no reason to look upon revolutions with a friendly eye. While it may be possible historically to point to revolutionary traditions marked by the various revolutions of the last 2 centuries, it is necessary also to remember that rather than follow a triumphal trajectory from one revolution to the next one, revolution as an idea has suffered many ups and downs in its appeal and prestige. 38 There have been all along severe critics who could perceive in revolutions little more than sources of terror and totalitarianism. To pick a few especially memorable 20th century examples at random, one thinks readily of Pitirim Sorokin who, in his 1942 work Man and Society in Calamity, included revolutions among calamities such as war, pestilence, and famine, of Hannah Arendt who in her powerful Origins of Totalitarianism equated the experience of socialist revolutions with the devastation under Nazism, and in the case of the Chinese Revolution, of works dating back to the 1950s, such as Carl Wittfogel's Oriental Despotism or Robert J. Lifton's Thought Reform and the Psychology of Totalism. These scholarly condemnations of revolution may pale in the significance of their impact when placed alongside works of fiction or semi-fiction by George Orwell, Arthur Koestler, Eugene Zamyatin, etc., or, in the case of China, the popular blockbuster by Richard Condon, The Manchurian Candidate and the movie based on it. There is little in contemporary condemnations of revolution that could surpass the powerful anti-revolutionary message conveyed by these works. What is most remarkable in our day, however, is the broad consensus over revolutions that could not be sustained even in the hottest days of the Cold War, when revolutions for all their flaws seemed to be going concerns, and could be called upon in critiques of capitalist society. The present consensus is made possible above all by the evidence of those who experienced revolutions firsthand, and revolutionary leaderships that have renounced their pasts. At a time when history and memory diverge and conflict in so many ways, in the case of revolutions they would seem to confirm one another, which suggests, in the case of a recent event such as the Cultural Revolution, that there is also a great deal of forgetting at work, because only as late as 2 decades ago there was no shortage of memory or history to give an entirely different account of the event against its critics. Conversely, the repudiation of revolution has brought forth alternative memories. Memories of victimization and corruption which I discussed above have been supplemented in recent years by more triumphalist memories of survival, usually in the form of family narratives, and opposition. 39 When he wrote memorably in The Unbearable Lightness of Being that the struggle against power is the struggle of memory against forgetting, Milan Kundera probably did not anticipate that his statement foreshadowed a surge of memory against communist regimes from Eastern Europe to China. That became part of the process of overthrowing and, in the case of China, transforming those regimes. 40. The reversal in memory and forgetting is interesting, and may be revealing. Where under the communist regimes memories were of survival and opposition in the old society, now it is the revolution that had to be survived, and the old society has reappeared in a completely different, favorable, light. The reversal in China began in the late 1970s with the retreat from revolution and the gradual incorporation into capitalism, which almost overnight turned former revolutionaries into conservatives, and former capitalist roaders into reformers. With anti-revolutionary memory surging, history has not been far behind, especially history that seeks to authenticate itself through contact with the bearers of memory. 41 There is a tendency to deprive revolution of its social legitimation, its claim, in other words, that it was a product of social forces, and gave voice to the aspirations of the oppressed in society. Revolution appears now as a political act that may even have gone against deepest social aspirations. 42 Alienation from revolution has also allowed a positive evaluation of the pre-revolutionary period. As revolution is rendered into an enemy of economic and political progress, the former targets of revolution, and not just the communist revolution, are restored into history as the bearers of progress whose promise was extinguished by revolution. Not just the modern bourgeoisie, but even the gentry and landlords of the late Qing. 43 One beneficiary of this revision of pre-revolutionary history is the idea of civil society, which purportedly was in the process of formation when the victory of communism put an end to it. Here, needless to say, history has moved beyond memory, because what is at issue is no longer just what revolutions did to people, or what they failed to accomplish, but the validity of the discourses that justified and guided revolutions. It may be instructive to take a brief detour here to place the interplay of memory and history of revolutions within the broader problematic of memory and history that has become quite prominent over the last decade or so. The concern with memory and history would appear to have different sources in different contexts: the Holocaust in Germany, the Armenian massacres in Turkey for the Armenian population in the United States, the 200th anniversary of the Revolution in France, World War II in the United States, Japan, and China, etc. 44 It also appears prominently in the efforts of populations, suppressed by hegemonic histories, to recover their histories through memory, as in the case, for example, of indigenous peoples. In all cases, recovering lost or suppressed identities would seem to be an important concern. So is, however, settling accounts with the past. It may be an irony of our times that there is a proliferation of memory when forgetting is increasingly a condition of existence. It is as if the past must be remembered so as to complete the break with it. The proliferation of memory, and its enhanced status especially through its use in media like television, implies that memory may no longer be viewed merely as the raw material of history. 45 Viewed with suspicion by scholars since the publication of Maurice Halbwach's classic, The Collective Memory, which underlined the constructedness and partialness of memory, memory has emerged as a competitor with history in opposition to the latter. 46 Memory may be both a beneficiary of loss of faith in abstract, hegemonic history, and an element in its dissolution. Individual memories all along have been part of the materials out of which we have constructed history. The contradiction between history and memory may accordingly be viewed as part of a contradiction between history and the materials out of which we construct history. But with an increasingly pervasive feeling that history itself is little more than a construction that has served purposes of social and political hegemony, it has become increasingly difficult to sustain history's claims against memory or, for that matter, literature. Evidence of historians forgetting does not help much to instill confidence in history. Pierre Nora writes that the loss of a single explanatory principle, while casting us into a fragmented universe, has promoted every object, even the most humble, the most improbable, the most inaccessible, to the dignity of historical mystery. Since no one knows what the past will be made of next, anxiety turns everything into a trace, a possible indication, a hint of history that contaminates the innocence of all things. 47. On the other hand, the decline of the hegemony of the past has allowed for a proliferation of memory that talks back, not just recent memory, where it is most visible, but even distant forgotten memories that have returned to challenge history. The result is a multiplication of private memories demanding their individual histories. 48. If history often has forgotten or suppressed memories not suitable to its purposes, memory often appears as if it is immune to the history or histories that constitute it. Ironically, the confrontation of memory and history seems also to promise abolishing the difference between the two. We may view the proliferation of memory as an indication of the impossibility of history. We may also view it as the proliferation of histories, many histories that do not cohere, and have no hope of doing so, which may be the price to be paid for the democratization of social memory. 49. The proliferation of memory, or the fragmentation of history, has obvious political consequences. In Charles Meyer's eloquent words, the surfeit of memory is a sign not of historical confidence but of a retreat from transformative politics. It testifies to the loss of a future orientation, of progress toward civic enfranchisement and growing equality. It reflects a new focus on narrow ethnicity as a replacement for encompassing communities based on constitutions, legislation, and widening attributes of citizenship. 50. The political consequences may be even more significant for revolutions, whether nationalist or socialist, that drew upon history for their justification and legitimation. While the fragmentation of history may be tied in with the ethnization of politics that Meyer speaks of, it also has a depoliticizing effect. As we find it increasingly difficult to speak of right or left in politics, it becomes impossible also to distinguish one kind of revolution from another, or even revolution from reaction. Terror or genocide take over as the common element that marks all revolutions. 51. To leave the matter here, however, is to leave unquestioned the power context for memory/history. The proliferation of memory may express a democratization of history, among other things, but it is also quite obvious that not all memory receives equal treatment, or even finds a voice. While it may be possible these days to whitewash Nazism or Japanese atrocities in East Asia, it is not possible to find many to speak for revolutions, or get heard when they speak. I have given examples in the discussion above. Let me just add here that there are Chinese intellectuals who would re-examine and re-evaluate the Cultural Revolution, who hardly get a hearing, partly because of political restrictions but also because the very idea immediately invites condensation. I myself have been made into an Orientalist recently for speaking favorably of some legacies of the Cultural Revolution. For those new democratic Chinese intellectuals, nothing will do but total censorship of discussion. On the other hand, peasants in the countryside who seek to erect temples to the Mao they have deified are suppressed by the government, and if they find their way into discussion of contemporary politics and culture, they do so as curious throwbacks to a past best forgotten. Indeed, this seems to be the judgment these days on all who would speak favorably of revolutions, voices from the past obsessed with past problems, in the words of two labor activists, overcoming alienation, exploitation, subordination. This is stuff of times past. 52. A historian of Germany, Wolfgang Benz, has written in another context that historians enjoy a special success whenever the results of their research and their interpretations are in harmony with the longings, dreams, and yearning for deliverance of the rulers and society of their times. 53. That the reconfiguration of memory is somehow bound up with the victory of the political right globally seems obvious. As I noted above, while the silencing of revolutionary memories may be a characteristic of our times, there is little that is new in the representation of revolutions, which is reminiscent above all not of liberal criticism of revolutions, marked by some ambivalence, but of conservative criticisms. The former, even where they did not approve of revolutions, still recognized some merit to them, or at least viewed them in terms of social and political necessity, be it social oppression and exploitation, imperialism, or the pressures of modernity. 54 Conservative condemnation, however, has seen in revolutions nothing but perversions of humanity and politics by unscrupulous ideologues. The goal of conservative criticism, moreover, has been not only to condemn revolutions for their misdeeds, but to erase the political discourse of revolution. These are also the characteristics of contemporary condemnation of revolutions. Yet it is remarkable that such condemnation can assume an academic garb in portraying political questions as empirical ones, and get away with it. Few eyebrows seem to be raised over François Furet's frank acknowledgement of his politics in his interpretations of the French Revolution. 55 Since political considerations, and ideology, have been removed from history, the lifting off of revolutions from their social and political context does not seem to raise too many questions either. A case in point is the recent preoccupation in Chinese historiography with the question of civil society. Whatever the merits of civil society as a political goal, its introduction into the historiography of pre-revolutionary China obviously has something to do with post-socialist developments in Chinese society, as well as a conservative reaffirmation of the virtues of classes that were in the past viewed as obstacles to China's development, not just by historians, but by generations of radical intellectuals. But these political questions do not seem to attract much attention. Neither does the historically quite significant question that the revolution, rather than extinguish a burgeoning civil society, if that is what it was a product of the incapacity of civil society to enfranchise large social groups produced by a Chinese modernity. To describe the recent reorientation of memory and history as part of a turn to the right may be accurate, but it is not sufficient in my view to explain the changes that seem to be at work, and itself needs explanation. While the preoccupation with memory would seem to have different sources in different contexts, the temporal coincidence is nevertheless intriguing. There may be a clue to it in Nora's reference to a connection between memory proliferation, or, as Mayer puts it, memory industry, and a regime of discontinuity. There is good evidence to support the claim of many social scientists that we are in the midst of a break with the past, whether we conceive of it in terms of globalism versus modernity, postmodernism versus modernism, postcolonialism versus colonialism, or even post-socialism versus socialism. That the world is still structured by capitalism, perhaps to an unprecedented degree, does not negate the momentousness of the changes that have affected everything from economic and political structures, to the structures of everyday life to the most basic cultural and ethical values. The kinds of collective resistance associated with revolutions no longer seem relevant under the circumstances. Even the social fractures that informed and dynamited revolutions are in the process of transformation, as class, gender, and community identities are overwhelmed by a search for primordial identities lodged above all in ethnicity and race. As Manuel Castells has put it recently, in a world of global flows of wealth, power, and images, the search for identity, collective or individual, ascribed or constructed, becomes the fundamental source of social meaning. This is not a new trend, since identity, and particularly religious and ethnic identity, have been at the roots of meaning since the dawn of human society. Yet identity is becoming the main, and sometimes the only, source of meaning in a historical period characterized by widespread destructuring of organizations, delegitimation of institutions, fading away of major social movements, and ephemeral cultural expressions. People increasingly organize their meaning not around what they do but on the basis of what they are, or believe they are. 56 On the other hand, the transformations of the present have given rise to new problems that require new kinds of solutions. I suggested above that there might be a contradiction presently between the proliferation of memory at the same time as forgetting has become a condition of existence, which may not be too much of a contradiction as remembering and forgetting may be but parts of the same process. Is forgetting anything but remembering differently? And what is its relationship to power? Certainly Germany and Japan, now that times have changed and with it their places in the world, seek to be remembered for other reasons than their Nazi or fascist pasts. On the other hand, how else to remember failed revolutionary regimes but for their misdeeds, as both the structural conditions that produced them and the discourses that informed them are dissolved by the reconfiguration of the world? There is also an ethical question of the utmost importance, the question of divisiveness. While social division, too, may be a fact of life, who would want to further contribute to it by constantly drawing attention to it? Standing on the threshold of a new world that seems to be in the making, it seems both more plausible and ethically correct to reconcile, rather than to divide. What we have witnessed over the last 2 decades is not the victory of the right, but the disappearance of the left. Along with that, we have lost the ability, I think, to imagine an outside to capitalism, and alternatives to it. It is in this context that we need to ask what it means to forget revolutions. While the conditions of life have changed, they have transformed rather than abolished the problems that in the past revolutions set out to resolve. Of Sorokin's 4 calamities, only revolutions seem to have disappeared, for war, famine, and pestilence are still with us. Social divisions, rather than disappear, proliferate and deepen. If we recall what revolutions stood for, it is not to bring back revolutions as they were, but to recall the possibilities of alternatives to the present. I think that revolutions in history need to be decentered so that we may perceive the past in new ways that may also suggest options for the present. The preoccupation in our day is to erase revolutions so as to bring forth histories that justify the present, whether we call it development or civil society. A radical decentering of revolutions, however, cannot dispense with the critique of the present. From that perspective, one of the more revealing aspects of current denunciations of revolution is their obliviousness to the way in which the revolutions of modernity, having internalized the ideologies of modernity, foreclosed alternatives to modernity, or suppressed alternative visions of modernity that challenged assumptions of economic developmentalism and parochial nationalism. Interestingly, these alternatives, too, have resurfaced with the waning of revolutions, and enable critical perspectives not just on the past, but the present as well. It is important for any radical project to understand these alternatives in their relationship to the revolutions of the past, both the ways in which they continue the revolutionary tradition, and the ways in which they break with the past. The revolutions of modernity have failed to achieve the goal of liberation they promised, although they did achieve a good bit otherwise, but they are as crucial today as at any time in the past to any discourse on liberation, which may be the reason that it is the discourse of revolution, and not just its misdeeds or failures, that is the ultimate target of the contemporary condemnation of revolutions. As Margaret Thatcher once expressed a wish to bury socialism, the dominant culture of the present seeks to bury not just revolutions but what revolutions stood for, and articulated. It is against this contemporary hegemony that the memory of revolutions must be sustained if there is to be any hope of envisioning the future differently. To quote L. E. Goff by way of summation, memory, on which history draws and which it nourishes in return, seeks to save the past in order to serve the present and the future. Let us act in such a way that collective memory may serve the liberation and not the enslavement of human beings. 57. 2 Legacies. I began this discussion with a plea for recognition of the ambiguities of Mao and the Cultural Revolution. I will end with an illustration of this ambiguous legacy, in locations very far from China, that shows that the legacy is still alive, and still very much ambiguous. 2 radical movements in Latin America have in recent years evoked memories of Mao and the Cultural Revolution. The better known one is that of the Shining Path in Peru. The anthropologist Orenstern writes of Abimael Guzman's Maoism. A final theme centers on violence. Guzman cited Mao to contend that violence is a universal law. And without revolutionary violence one class cannot be substituted for another, an old order cannot be overthrown to create a new one. During the Cultural Revolution, the future rebel leader visited China at least 3 times. The Savonarolan fervency of the Gang of Four reappeared in Gonzalo thought, the appellation used for Guzman's thought, similar to Mao Zedong thought, in an all-or-nothing vision of history as a ceaseless struggle between the glorious forces of true revolutionaries and the miserable revisionism of other Peruvian socialist parties. Opponents were filthy, parasitic, cancerous, and reptilian in this social ideology of purity and danger, providing the ideological framework for the murder of hundreds of trade unionists, peasant activists, and neighborhood leaders from other political parties. 58. The other movement is not one that claims an explicit relationship to Maoism or is widely known for such a connection. Its leaders, too, however, were products of the radical ferment of the 1960s and, according to one historian, were Maoist in their underpinnings. 59. Although in this case their Maoism was articulated closely to local needs and culture, as Maoism theoretically should be. One of those leaders writes, "Not everyone listens to the voices of hopelessness and resignation. Not everyone has jumped onto the bandwagon of despair. Most people continue on, they cannot hear the voice of the powerful and the faint-hearted as they are deafened by the cry and the blood that death and misery shout in their ears. But in moments of rest, they hear another voice, not the one that comes from above, but rather the one that comes with the wind from below, and is born in the hearts of the indigenous people of the mountains, a voice that speaks of justice and liberty, a voice that speaks of socialism, a voice that speaks of hope, the only hope in this world." And the very oldest among the people in the villages tell of a man named Zapata who rose up for his own people and in a voice more like a song than a shout, said, "Land and liberty." 60. It is a long way from the shrill screams of the Cultural Revolution and Guzman to the gentle strains of the Zapatistas, from Mao's Faustian poetry to the earthbound aspirations of the Indians for whom Zapata spoke, but there is a grammar that they share in common, the grammar of an alternative modernity rooted in the welfare and the interests of the people. The self-restraint of the Zapatista language, which is embedded in a deeper self-restraint of aspiration, may also help us grasp where Mao and the Cultural Revolution went wrong and what we might remember or reject of their legacies. 4. After the Revolution. 10. Post-socialism? Reflections on socialism with Chinese characteristics. In the discussion below, I consider the interpretive possibilities of a conceptualization of Chinese socialism that is primarily deconstructive in intention, although it may also provide an occasion for a new reading of its meaning and, by implication, of the meaning of socialism in our day. My immediate goal is to find a way out of the conceptual prison into which Chinese socialism is forced by ideological efforts to constrict it between received notions of capitalism and socialism. Chinese society today is the subject of radical transformation, which is expressed at the level of ideology by an intense struggle between two discourses that seek to appropriate its future for two alternative visions of history. These discourses, I will argue, are both irredeemably ideological, or, viewed from an alternative perspective, utopian. Chinese socialism justifies itself in terms of a historical vision that has no apparent relevance to the present. This renders it vulnerable to negation at the hands of a discourse, embedded in the history of capitalism, that strives to colonize the future for its own historical vision. In the process, both discourses impose upon the insistently ambiguous evidence of contemporary Chinese socialism interpretive readings that may be sustained only by ignoring evidence contrary to their historical presumptions. Stated bluntly, any representation of China's present historical path as capitalist is not just descriptive but also prescriptive. In other words, such representation is intended to shape the reality that it innocently pretends to describe. The counter-insistence that China is a socialist society headed for communism covers up under theoretical conventions a social situation that distorts socialism out of recognizable form. In his illuminating study, Class Conflict in Chinese Socialism, Richard Krauss observed that class analysis is an aspect of the class conflict it is intended to comprehend. Much the same may be said of the question of socialism in China which, in the affirmation or the negation of the relevance to China's future of a socialist vision, is part of an ongoing struggle over the future of socialism in Chinese society and, by extension, globally, in which the major casualty is the concept of socialism itself. The conceptualization I offer here is necessitated by a recognition that to represent present-day Chinese socialism in terms of one or the other of these categories is inevitably to become party to ideological activity that suppresses the most fundamental problems presented to existing ideas of socialism and capitalism by the momentous changes in Chinese society. It is the concept of socialism that is of necessity the point of departure for this discussion, since it is from ambiguities in its meaning that these problems arise. In its current usage, the concept bears two primary meanings. First, it is used to depict the present condition of socialist states, what Rudolf Barrow has called actually existing socialism. Second, it is used also to describe the future state of these societies, what in theory they strive to become in order to achieve the ultimate goal of communism. This distinction corresponds to what Bill Brugger and others have described as system and process. Point 3. The question of meaning arises out of the gap between these two usages, between system and process, reality and vision. So long as the future appears as an imminent condition for the present, so that a striving to achieve communism guides present policy, the two meanings of socialism are easily collapsed together. It is when the future and the present are separated, when the future, though it is still conceived as an ultimate goal, ceases to play a direct part in the formulation of present policy, that the question of meaning appears in its most undisguised form. Under circumstances where the present has ceased to derive its inspiration from a conviction in the imminent relevance of the socialist vision, but instead resigns itself to the continued hegemony of contemporary circumstances that are at odds with its vision, can socialism remain socialism for long, or must it be recaptured inevitably by the forces emanating from its irreducible global context, which is dominated by capitalism? This is the point of departure for the discursive struggle over Chinese socialism today, where the affirmation of faithfulness to a future socialist vision on the part of the socialist regime in China seeks to fend off its negation by the claims to the future of a powerful ideology of capitalism that derives its plausibility from overwhelming evidence of historical success that the regime concedes in its deeds, if not always verbally. It is precisely because of the seriousness of this discursive struggle, with all the uncertainty it implies for the future, that we must not hasten to accept the claims of either discourse, to affirm or to negate the claims of Chinese socialism, either to take it at its word or to deny validity to its self-image. It is this condition of ideological contradiction and uncertainty that I describe here by the term post-socialism, which allows taking Chinese socialism seriously without sweeping under the rug the problems created by its articulation to capitalism, or forcing an inevitably ideological choice between its own self-image, socialism, or an image of it that denies validity to its self-image, the discourse of capitalism. The term is intentionally residual, since the historical situation that it is intended to capture conceptually is highly ambiguous in its characteristics. By post-socialism I refer to the condition of socialism in a historical situation where, a. socialism has lost its coherence as a meta-theory of politics because of the attenuation of the socialist vision in its historical unfolding, partly because of a perceived need on the part of socialist states to articulate actually existing socialism to the demands of a capitalist world order, but also because of the vernacularization of socialism in its absorption into different national contexts. b. The articulation of socialism to capitalism is conditioned by the structure of actually existing socialism in any particular context, which is the historical premise of all such articulation, and c. This premise stands guard over the process of articulation to ensure that it does not result in the restoration of capitalism. Post-socialism is of necessity also post-capitalist, not in the classical Marxist sense of socialism as a phase in historical development that is anterior to capitalism, but in the sense of a socialism that represents a response to the experience of capitalism and an attempt to overcome the deficiencies of capitalist development. Its own deficiencies and efforts to correct them by resorting to capitalist methods of development are conditioned by this awareness of the deficiencies of capitalism in history. Hence post-socialism seeks to avoid a return to capitalism, no matter how much it may draw upon the latter to improve the performance of actually existing socialism. For this reason, and also to legitimize the structure of actually existing socialism, it strives to keep alive a vague vision of future socialism as the common goal of humankind while denying to it any imminent role in the determination of present social policy. I would like to illustrate this thesis below through a brief examination of the contradictions in contemporary Chinese socialism, and the ideological interpretations to which they have been subjected. At the heart of official socialism in contemporary China lies a contradiction that gives it its ideological shape and animates its motions. Official description of what Chinese socialism is, or should be, is encompassed within the phrase socialism with Chinese characteristics, Yu Zongguo Ti City Shi Wai Ziyi, which has assumed the status of orthodoxy since it was presented to the 12th Congress of the Communist Party of China in 1982 by Deng Xiaoping, the unofficial guiding light of Chinese socialism. Point 4. The urgent declaration of a Chinese claim to a Chinese socialism that is implicit in the phrase, however, has been accompanied since then by an equally powerful urge to represent this Chinese socialism as a phase in a universal meta-historical vision of which the end is communism. At the 13th Party Congress held in October 1987, Party Secretary Zhao Ziyang described the current stage of Chinese socialism as the initial stage of socialism, Shi Wai Ziyi Chuji Jijuan, in the transitional stage of socialism that in this meta-historical vision lies between capitalism and the final, communist, stage of history. Point 5. The Marxist view of history that informs this conception of history presupposes that societies in their progress in history follow paths that are conditioned by the inner logic of their historical constitution. There is no account in this representation of how a socialism with Chinese characteristics will link up with the historical progress of other societies with their individual characteristics to end up with a conclusion to history that is universal in its characteristics, unless the process is intermediated, as I suggest below, by a universal capitalism that may transform the globe in its own self-image, which was the original Marxist idea. The representation satisfies a double need for legitimacy in Chinese socialism. Socialism must have a Chinese coloring and meet the needs of Chinese society if it is to be legitimate within a Chinese context, but this socialism, if it is to remain socialism, must reserve a place for itself in a history that is not just Chinese. The resolution thus achieved of these conflicting demands for legitimacy at the level of representation requires suppression of a fundamental contradiction between Chinese socialism and its global capitalist context, between particularity and universality in socialism, and, ultimately, between Chinese socialism as a historical project and its meta-historical presuppositions. The contradiction, if recognized, suggests that the socialism with Chinese characteristics may be so much ideological whitewash to cover up a national appropriation of socialism to which socialist commitment may be a theoretically necessary, for legitimation purposes, but practically marginal consideration. Indeed, Chinese socialism, always strongly nationalistic in its orientation, appears more transparently than ever today as a disposable instrument in the search for wealth and power. On occasion, it is even possible to encounter representations of the goal of socialism in terms of the traditionalistic phrase in which an incipient reformist nationalism in the 19th century cloaked its goals: a wealthy nation and a strong military. 6. To make matters worse, if socialism with Chinese characteristics has a substantial content, in other words, a social and political agenda, that content has appeared so far as a broadly conceived program to articulate socialism to the demands of a capitalist world order so as to achieve rapid economic development. As the phraseology of the goals of Chinese socialism recalls 19th century reformism, so do some of the policies that have been proposed to achieve those goals. A case in point is the recent proposal by Zhao Ziyang to make all of coastal China into a special foreign trade zone, an eventuality the fear of which was one of the basic motivating forces underlying the socialist revolution in China. 7. A revolutionary socialism, long conceived by China's socialists as a prerequisite to the achievement of national autonomy and development, appears today as an obstacle to that goal, and the regime has devoted considerable effort over the last decade to dismantling the social relationships and the political organization of socialism, which go back in their origins not just to the Cultural Revolution, as is commonly portrayed, but to the early period of the People's Republic in the 1950s, and even Earlier to the period of the revolution before 1949, when Chinese socialism acquired an identity of its own. Around the turn of the century, the Chinese who first began to advocate a socialist resolution of China's problems did so with the conviction that socialism offered the best means to China's survival in a world where the days of capitalism seemed to be numbered. 8 The attitude toward socialism that prevails today is the opposite, that China will be doomed to backwardness and decrepitude unless socialism is amended by the proven methods of capitalist development. National concerns, which during a century of revolution found their expression in a socialist vision of the world, seem today to be possible of fulfillment only in the extensive incorporation of China into a world order of which capitalism is the organizing principle. When Chinese in our day speak in defense of this shift in attitude that Chinese socialism is different from socialism elsewhere, they seem to overlook conveniently that China does not exist in a political or economic vacuum, that this difference does not imply that Chinese, or anyone else for that matter, are free to define socialism or to choose the future as they please, but that every choice implies a corresponding relationship to a global capitalism. It is impossible to establish a Chinese socialism, in other words, without at the same time opting for a certain relationship to capitalism. What is at issue here is not a Chinese prerogative to define a Chinese socialism, which I for one am not prepared to challenge, but the implications of any such definition for the meta-historical vision of socialism that Chinese socialism continues to profess as its ideological premise, and which serves as the legitimation for this socialism in the first place. The contradiction, at the very least, creates a legitimation crisis for socialism in China and elsewhere. It is this crisis that fuels the discursive conflict over Chinese socialism. The question is, does the compromise with capitalism, justified by recourse to a nationalized socialism, leave socialism untouched as a long-term goal, or does it imply an inevitable restoration of capitalism, with socialism consigned to historical memory? The question of the future of Chinese society is not to be resolved at the level of ideology. The capitalist world order into which China seeks admission to realize its national goals demands as the price of admission the reshaping of Chinese society in its own image. China, on the other hand, seeks to admit capitalism into its socialism only on condition that capitalism serve, rather than subvert, national autonomy and a national self-image grounded in the history of the socialist revolution. The outcome in actuality will depend on the form taken by the interaction between the two social and economic systems. But ideology does play a key role in the conceptualization of the relationship, if only by defining its limits. It is important, therefore, to understand the implications of the relationship for the ideology itself. Chinese defenders of the new policies have claimed that Westerners mistake socialism with Chinese characteristics for capitalism and unbridled free enterprise. 9. Mistake is a misnomer here, I would like to suggest, because what is at issue is a discursive appropriation of socialism with Chinese characteristics for a vision of history grounded in the history of capitalism. The tendency to read into the attenuation of Chinese socialism the inevitability of a capitalist restoration is based on a non sequitur, that any compromise of a strict socialism must point to a necessary assimilation of Chinese socialism to capitalism. Such an assumption may be justified only by an ideology of capitalism which, in its projection of its own hypostatized self-image indefinitely upon a history that is yet to be lived out, and is, therefore, unknowable, forecloses the possibility of any significant alternatives to its vision of the future. Let me illustrate this with an anecdote. In 1980, the Charlotte Observer published a series of articles on China on the theme of China, the Challenge of the 80s, sponsored jointly by the North Carolina branch of the National China Council and the North Carolina Humanities Committee. I was asked to contribute a piece to the series discussing the implications for Marxism of changes in post-Mao China. It was the shortest piece that I have ever written, but the writing took the longest of anything I have written. Part of the reason was the adjustment it took on my part to write in a style appropriate to a newspaper. But much of the time was taken by a running dispute with the editor of the editorial page, who clearly did not like what I had to say about Marxism and showed great creativity in inventing a seemingly endless series of excuses, including the ignorance of the readership of the paper of such words as revolution, colonialism, and imperialism, to deflect the basic thrust of the article, which was favorable to Marxism and argued that, given the historical experience of the Chinese Revolution, the abandonment of Marxism might have debilitating consequences for Chinese society by compromising China's economic and, therefore, political autonomy. When we were at last able to agree on a final version, I submitted the article under the rather neutral descriptive title of Marxism and the Chinese Revolution. When the article appeared in the paper, it was under a heading that was quite contrary to both my intention and its content: "Will Progress Doom Marxism?" He had had the last word, I suppose, by telling the readers through the title how to read and interpret the article. But the vengeance did not stop there. When the series was completed, the articles were compiled in a little booklet for distribution to high schools in North Carolina. Possibly because the editors assumed that North Carolina students would not be familiar with the verb doom, but more likely, as I prefer to view it, because they were desirous of dooming Marxism. The title of the piece indicated an escalation in the level of violence. It was now changed to read, "Will Progress Kill Marxism?" 10. The episode is revealing, I think, not as an exhibit of ideological hostility, about which there is little that is novel or interesting, but for the agenda embedded in the simple title, "Will Progress Doom Marxism?" or "Will Progress Kill Marxism?" Noteworthy is the opposition that the title sets up between progress and Marxism, and its suppression of the ideological content of the word progress. By establishing rhetorically that Marxism may be inconsistent with progress, the question suggests that Marxism has so far owed its staying power in Chinese society to backwardness. Moreover, the reader knows as well as the editor that progress here refers to a specific kind of progress, that associated with capitalism. Rather than state this explicitly, the phraseology represents progress as an abstract universal. In an explicit phrasing, the question should read, "Will capitalism doom Marxism?" in which case the opposition should appear as a conflict or competition between Marxist and capitalist ideas of progress. The tacit location of capitalism within an abstract idea of progress universalizes the claims of capitalist ideas of progress while underlining further the parochialism of Marxism and its alleged status as a feature of backwardness. One must also suppose that this abstraction somehow softens the murderous intent implicit in the verb kill. Progress might get away with killing Marxism, for capitalism to kill Marxism, on the other hand, might have proven too shocking even for an 8th grader. Not everyone may share in the bluntly expressed desire of the Charlotte Observer to do away with Marxism, although it was Margaret Thatcher who popularized such vindictive language in the 1980s, but the ideological negation of Chinese Marxism, embedded in a tacit and sometimes explicit affirmation of the appropriateness to China of capitalism, has been commonplace over the last few years in the nation's leading public media, as well as in academic evaluations of Chinese socialism. It shows through rewards bestowed upon Chinese leaders who advocate compromise with capitalism and, therefore, the conclusion follows automatically, promise the imminent demise of Marxism. Deng Xiaoping has been named Man of the Year more than once in leading periodicals for his supposed contributions to this end. 11. It shows at academic conferences in attitudes that range from the denial of historical legitimacy to socialism, of which a striking illustration is a recent tendency to view the Chinese Socialist Revolution as a historical aberration which has not only been responsible for perpetuating China's backwardness but also for the moral subversion of the Chinese people, to the denial of functionality to socialism in a world of progress, that socialism is a passing phase of human history since it seems to impede the kind of progress that is necessary to national survival and the improvement of life. It shows in the reduction of socialism into a proxy for some deeper urge in Chinese history, more often than not rooted in a cultural legacy that is held to be contrary to everything that socialism stands for. Socialism appears in this perspective as an intruder upon a vast historical landscape, at best an expression in disguise for some longing, more often than not for national wealth and power, that haunts that landscape. In a new preface to a recent reprinting of his Chinese Communism and the Rise of Mao, first published in 1951, the first scholarly study to argue cogently that Chinese communism was communism of a new kind, motivated by particularly Chinese concerns. Benjamin Schwartz observes that the book has been criticized for stating the obvious, namely, that Chinese communism was but an expression of Chinese nationalism. He defends the book on the grounds that when it was first published, in the days of McCarthyite anxieties about global communist conspiracies, this was not a generally accepted view. 12 In our day, this view is indeed the generally accepted one, that Chinese socialism has been but a disguise for, or instrument of, the national quest for wealth and power, to which socialism as an ideology in its own right has been largely irrelevant, which denies to socialism even a limited impact on the definition of national goals. Where such impact is recognized, it is portrayed in negative terms, that taking socialism too seriously has undermined China's national goals. These goals, it seems, may be fulfilled only if China rejoins the capitalist stream of history from which it has been held apart by a century of socialist revolution that now appears as a historical aberration, or at best as an account of national self-delusion. 13 Any signs of the persistence of socialist qualms about joining this stream of history is readily attributed not to general Chinese qualms about capitalism, which are, after all, as old as the history of the Chinese Revolution and one of its basic motive forces, but to the continuing hold on power of aging revolutionaries, now dubbed conservatives, who cannot seem to part with their illusions about socialism. While the ideological premises of this discourse may be readily evident, it does not follow that we may ignore the questions it raises, as is suggested by Chinese defenders of official socialism. Such premises are no longer restricted to Western critics of Chinese socialism or apologists for capitalism, but are very much an integral part of Chinese speculation over the future of Chinese socialism. Indeed, it is quite un-Marxist, I would suggest, to claim that socialist consciousness is immune to significant changes in socialist existence, that the changing relationship between socialism and capitalism may have no significant implication for either socialist consciousness or the Chinese conception of socialism. The socialist regime in China today insists that the compromise with capitalism represents nothing but an innovation within socialism, at most a temporary detour that is intended to consolidate socialism and carry it to a higher plane of achievement. It has good theoretical justification for its policies. Socialism appears in the Marxist conception as a post-capitalist transitional phase on the historical path to communism, and presupposes an advanced economic and cultural basis established during the capitalist stage of development. China, for historical reasons, never fulfilled this premise of socialism, but instead bypassed capitalism to establish socialism upon a backward economic foundation. The discrepancy, contradiction, between advanced social forms and a backward economic basis is responsible from this perspective for the deep problems that Chinese socialism has encountered, which are also likely to obstruct permanently the transition to communism if they are not resolved. Chinese society must backtrack, as it were, to fulfill the necessary economic preconditions for socialism so as to be able to move forward once again toward communism. Historically, Chinese society at present is placed in the initial phase of socialism, the so-called undeveloped socialism. Under the circumstances, the compromise with capitalism represents not a departure from socialism but a necessary step to put China back on a historical path that will lead, through advanced socialism, to the ultimate goal of communism. 14. There is no more reason not to take seriously the ideological intention underlying this theoretical defense of current policies of the socialist regime than there is to deny the ideological seriousness of the views I have just discussed. While the fact that this is a defense of an official socialism may cast some doubt upon it, which may be confirmed by the willingness of the leaders of Chinese socialism on occasion to go beyond the requisites of undeveloped socialism in their flirtation with capitalism, as a theoretical formulation it reflects the views of China's most distinguished Marxist theoreticians such as Su Shaozai. 15 And although it is clearly a formulation that provides theoretical legitimation for compromises with capitalism, for reasons that should be apparent from the above discussion, there is no reason to read it as a disguise to cover up an insidious intention to restore capitalism in China. The question is this formulation of the state of contemporary Chinese socialism any less ideological, or utopian, than the capitalist vision to which it is opposed? I think not, because the explanation of this retreat from socialist relations that had advanced beyond the means of the forces of production to sustain them, however sound theoretically, offers no account of how a socialism, having moved backward, will move forward again, how the socialist system as it exists will return to the process of socialist development, having consolidated itself further with the aid of capitalism, or the ways in which actually existing socialism contains within it the promise of the communist society that it aspires to create. Indeed, the formulation utilizes theory to suppress these fundamental questions, which suggests that faith in an eventual return to socialist development toward communism can be sustained only by a hopelessly utopian vision of the future. This is a problem for all socialist societies of the present. In the case of China, the problem may be even more severe because of the negative image impressed upon all suggestions of utopianism by the experience of the Cultural Revolution, which represented a historically unique attempt to bridge the gap between the present and the future of socialism. Theory may suggest that with the development of the forces of production the gap will close itself. Historical experience provides little reason to justify privileging theory over practice, which would suggest that such advance, especially with the aid of capitalist methods of development, is more likely to create social relations and structure of power with a corresponding ideology that is likely to render the vision more remote than ever. 16. Chinese society today provides ample evidence of the likelihood of this latter possibility, and so does this very formulation itself, which radically limits the status of socialism as a motive force of historical development. I can think of no better way of arguing this point than by reading the justification for socialism with Chinese characteristics, the Chinese version of undeveloped socialism, in the theoretical formulation above within the context of a specifically Chinese adaptation of a Marxist meta-historical design in the course of the socialist revolution in China. The contemporary formulation of the problems of socialism invokes in the listener a strong sense of déjà vu. Viewed from the perspective of a specifically Chinese discourse on socialism, this formulation represents the most recent articulation of a non-revolutionary socialist alternative that is as old as the history of socialism in China. I noted above that in its understanding of the social relations appropriate to the present stage of China's economic development, socialism with Chinese characteristics has moved past the Cultural Revolution and the collectivization of the 1950s to the earliest days of the People's Republic of China. We need to recall that the victory of the Communist Party in 1949 was viewed by the party not as the victory of communism, or even of socialism, but as a victory of new democracy or the democratic dictatorship of the people. The idea of new democracy was first enunciated by Mao Zedong in early 1940 as a specifically Chinese route to socialism, and generally as an idea that might be applicable to societies placed similarly to China within the capitalist world system. The considerations that it drew upon were as old as the history of socialism in China. Its primary concern was to integrate national considerations into a Marxist scheme of historical development. According to the idea of new democracy, countries such as China, which were placed in a semi-colonial status in the world system of necessity, followed different paths to socialism than either advanced capitalist societies or societies, such as the Soviet Union, that did not experience colonial oppression and exploitation. Before moving on to socialism, such societies had to go through a phase of development that was neither capitalist, because it was under the direction of the Communist Party, nor socialist, because it represented an alliance of all the progressive classes, including the bourgeoisie, in a struggle for national economic, political, and cultural development. Both in economic organization and in politics, the new democratic phase of development would be a mixture of socialism and capitalist forms, with its development toward socialism rather than toward capitalism guaranteed by the guardianship of the Communist Party. With the incorporation of this idea, the familiar Marxist scheme of historical development represented in the consecutive stages of feudal capitalist socialist communist societies was rephrased into the stages of feudal semi-colonial semi-capitalist, or semi-feudal, new democratic socialist communist social formations. The idea of new democracy represented an ingenious effort to find an equivalent to capitalist development that would not only answer the demands of socialism, but respond to national needs for autonomous development as well. What is of interest here is its conception of socialism. While the idea of new democracy reaffirmed socialism as the goal of historical development, it rendered socialism for the time being into a guardian over a process of development that drew its economic dynamism from capitalism, which would be allowed to exist until China had fulfilled the economic conditions for socialism. This policing role assigned to socialism becomes even more evident if we remember that the idea of new democracy drew directly on the social and political vision of Sun Yat-sen, who, as the first political leader in China to introduce a socialist agenda into a national political program in 1905, deserves to be remembered not only as the father of Chinese nationalism, but as the father of Chinese socialism as well. Sun had very early on rejected capitalism as a viable development option for China and proposed socialism as the preferable path of development. Sun's idea of socialism, which I think has been a persistent one in the history of socialist thought in China, was a limited one. He was a confirmed believer in the value of competition as a motivating force of development, but since he observed from the European experience that unbridled competition created class division and conflict, he believed that socialism was necessary to keep in check the undesirable consequences of capitalism. His conception of socialism, in other words, did not require the repudiation of capitalism, only its control. He meant by socialism state policies that would be designed to guarantee such control. 17. Although Mao's idea of socialism in his conception of new democracy was not restricted to Sun's conception of socialism, the latter was very much part of the new democratic phase of the revolution as he conceived it. Indeed, it is possible to suggest that new democracy contained two contradictory ideas of socialism, as a future vision and as a guard against capitalism in a national situation that necessitated capitalist methods for national development, as well as a prerequisite to an imagined socialist future. In the conception of Chinese Marxists today, socialism with Chinese characteristics represents a return to a developmental phase that is directly adjacent to new democracy. Socialism with Chinese characteristics differs from new democracy because it follows upon the abolition of private property and the socialization of the means of production, which was completed by 1956, although the tendencies toward reprivatization in the economy obviously make for serious strains in the boundary between new democracy and the transition to socialism. But as an initial phase of socialism, it is also endowed in Chinese socialist thinking with many of the characteristics of new democracy. For example, in the need to combine a market economy with a socialist economy, the stress on the need for economic development before further moves are made toward socialism, and most importantly in its class policies, which recall the united front premises of new democracy. These economic and social realities are expressed at the level of ideology in the new status assigned to socialism in historical development. The perspective provided by New Democracy confirms that socialism with Chinese characteristics does not envisage a return to or a restoration of capitalism, since it is New Democracy, and not capitalism, that sets the boundary to its retreat from socialism. On the other hand, the very move back in history pushes farther into the future the lofty goal of socialism, which may persist as an ideal but becomes ever more blurred in its features. The contradiction within the idea of new democracy was from the beginning a contradiction between future vision and present reality, utopia and actual conditions, as Mao put it in his essay. The difference between the early 1950s and the present with regard to policy is a difference in the interpretation and resolution of this contradiction. Mao, and the rest of the party in the 1950s, when forced to confront the contradictions presented by new democratic policy, erred on the side of utopia against the dangers of the dissolution of the vision into actual conditions, and pushed on to socialism. The resolution at present is in the opposite direction. The role socialism occupies in socialism with Chinese characteristics is not that of imminent vision, pushing society further along the road to socialism, but of ideological guardian, to check the possibility of a slide into capitalism. The prominent illustration of this role is the insistence since 1982 on the infusion in Chinese consciousness of the values of a socialist spiritual civilization which, contrary to official claims for it as a key to realizing socialism, is most striking as a means to controlling through the medium of ideology the disruptive tendencies that have been created by the introduction of capitalist practices and values into the existing socialist structure. Point 18. This policing role assigned to socialism may be subversive of its status as an ideal and even as a system, since it appears in this role as a regressive element in a process that derives its dynamism from other sources, mainly capitalism. But it is nevertheless a role that needs to be taken very seriously, not only because it is essential to the preservation of the socialist system, but also because the system in the eyes of many Chinese is essential to guarding national autonomy against the possibility of national dissolution into the capitalist world system. By way of conclusion, I will explain briefly why I think post-socialism is more appropriate as a concept for describing the characteristics of this historical situation than other alternatives that are currently available. My use of post-socialism is inspired by an analogous term that has acquired currency in recent years in cultural studies: postmodernism. J.F. Lyotard has described as the prominent feature of postmodernism an incredulity toward metanarratives. 19. I would suggest by analogy that the characteristic of socialism at present is a loss of faith in it as a social and political metatheory with a coherent present and a certain future. It may seem odd that I should describe as post-socialist a society that even in the eyes of Chinese socialists does not yet qualify for socialism. This is not the issue, however. The socialism in my use of post-socialism here does not refer to the social situation of the future envisioned in the classical texts of socialism, Marxist, anarchist, or otherwise. While this vision as political myth has served as a significant inspiration for revolutionary social change, it has also come to serve as an ideological disguise to suppress fundamental problems that have become apparent in the historical unfolding of socialism, to legitimize societies that may justifiably claim inspiration in the socialist vision but whose very structures in some ways represent betrayals of that vision and obstacles to its realization. The term socialism refers here to socialism as a historical phenomenon, the emergence of a socialist movement that offered an alternative to capitalist development and the state structures that have issued from this movement where it succeeded. It corresponds to descriptions of such societies by others as non-capitalist development, Rudolf Barrow, or post-revolutionary society, Paul Sweezy. Point 20. Why I prefer the term post-socialist over these alternatives should become clear from the multifaceted suggestiveness of the term, including the challenge implicit in it to the sufficiency of socialism as a social vision. Post-socialism refers, in the first place, to a historical situation where socialism, having emerged as a political idea and class-based political movement inspired by the idea, offered an alternative to capitalism, a choice, in other words, between capitalist and socialist methods of development. The Chinese who discovered socialism around the turn of the century were attracted to it because they felt that it offered an alternative to the capitalist development that had ravaged European society. While they felt that pure socialism, communism or the socialist vision, had already been proven to be impossible, and some compromise was necessary with capitalism, socialism provided the most desirable path for China's development. Point 21. In a sense one could suggest that Chinese socialism was post-socialist from its origins. With the establishment of socialist states, this alternative was delineated more sharply, and so was the problematic of the gap between socialist vision and socialist reality, since once socialism was established in power, immediate tasks imposed by social reality took priority over the pursuit of the vision that inspired socialist revolutionary movements. While socialists have been able to postpone recognition of this problem by shifting hopes from one socialist experiment to another, it has become apparent over the years that the socialist vision in reality has given rise to structures of power that are not only inconsistent with idealistic anticipations, but have utilized the promise of ultimate socialism to legitimize political systems that themselves would have to undergo revolutionary transformation in order to move once again toward the socialist promise. While it is necessary to recognize that these systems are not socialist in terms of an ideal conceptualization of socialism, which makes possible a socialist critique of actually existing socialism, it is also necessary to go beyond formalistic evaluations to recognize that these systems are historical products of the pursuit of socialism and that they point to fundamental problems within the concept of socialism as a political concept. It is possible, in other words, that however noble the socialist vision of society, in practice given the actual conditions of the world it may issue only in the structures of power represented by actually existing socialism in its various manifestations, which share fundamental structural characteristics. I do not wish here to participate in an anti-socialist criticism of these systems, which overlooks not only much that they have accomplished for their constituencies but also that the capitalist alternative itself suffers from deep problems. I wish merely to point out that they have fallen short of their ideological claims, and that this may not be accidental but a very product of the conceptualization of socialism historically. It may be that there is a fundamental contradiction between the economic presuppositions of socialism, a planned economy, abolition of markets, emphasis on use value over exchange value, and its social and political aspirations, equality, democracy, community. Some of the chapters in this volume have shown how the Cultural Revolution in China, for all its claims to communist commitment, ended up with consequences contradictory to its intentions for structural reasons. On the other hand, contemporary Chinese socialism, following a long tradition in Chinese socialism, pursues a way out of these problems by articulating socialism to the capitalist world order. To attribute these problems to the peculiarities of China or of Chinese socialism would be to overlook that actually existing socialisms in our day all have run into similar difficulties, although the severity of the problem may differ from case to case. This historical tendency, that socialist states must look outside socialism in order to salvage or to sustain it, is the second characteristic of what I describe as post-socialism. I suggest that Mao Zedong, in repudiating the Soviet experience and in his uncompromising insistence on the nationalization of socialism, was every bit as post-socialist as Deng Xiaoping is for looking to capitalism for remedies to the problems of socialism. Both Mao and Deng, it is worth remembering, insisted on nationalizing socialism, Chinese-style socialism for Mao, and legitimized this by arguing that Marxism needs to be adjusted to changing conditions. Point 22. Third, it is the very absorption of socialism into societies such as the Chinese that from a broader historical perspective is the condition for post-socialism. The localization of socialism in its adaptation to different national contexts, what I referred to above as its vernacularization, has undermined its claims as a unitary discourse that derives its plausibility from its promise of a universal end to human history. The latter may still retain its force as a principle of legitimation, and even as a vague goal, but it is the specific historical context that in actuality gives socialism its historical shape. The attenuation of faith in a single inexorable vision of the future is not necessarily detrimental to socialism. Indeed, it creates the conditions for a more democratic conception of socialism, since it enables the imagination of the future in terms of pluralistic possibilities. This, I think, is the significance of the Chinese in socialism with Chinese characteristics. It also creates a predicament for socialism, however. The price to be paid for these possibilities may be the price that the postmodern era exacts from us all, a resignation, in the midst of apparent freedom, to the hegemony of present conditions of inequality and oppression, and the uncertainties of a history that offers no clear direction into the future. Chinese socialism, which only 2 decades ago boasted command of such a direction with unparalleled confidence, today finds itself in the uncharted waters of a post-socialist condition of which it is a prime example, as well as an occasion. The contradictions within socialism with Chinese characteristics are products of theoretical efforts by Chinese socialists to encompass within socialism the structural ambiguities of a social situation that places an enormous, perhaps intolerable, strain on socialist ideology. The effort to articulate socialism to capitalism at the social and economic level is expressed at the level of ideology in the limitation of the ideological horizon of socialism by its very efforts to accommodate capitalism within socialism. I have argued above that the representation of this situation in terms of the conventional categories of socialism and capitalism may be sustained only by ignoring the fundamental contradiction that animates Chinese socialism today, either by dismissing the socialism of Chinese socialists, or by ignoring the implications for socialism as a meta-historical project of its assimilation to the demands of a capitalist world system. The idea of post-socialism brings this contradiction to the center of our understanding of socialism, with Chinese characteristics as its defining feature. It allows us to recognize the seriousness of Chinese socialism without falling into the teleological utopianism that is implicit in the word socialism, which by itself refers not only to a present state of affairs but also to a future yet to come. It is the attenuation of this future, which does not necessarily imply a return to capitalism or the abandonment of actually existing socialism, that justifies the description of this state of affairs as post-socialist, for without an imminent vision of the future, socialist societies may make claims upon the present but not upon the future. In my use of post-socialism to describe this state of affairs, I disagree implicitly with theorists such as Sweezy and Barrow, and their preference for descriptions such as post-revolutionary society or non-capitalist development. The latter may salvage socialism as a political ideal by denying the socialism of actually existing socialisms, but in doing so, they refuse to come to terms with the historical fate of that ideal. Terms such as market socialism, on the other hand, are purely descriptive and contain no hint as to where such a socialism may be located historically. Post-socialism allows including market socialism or a planned commodity economy, both Chinese usages, in the present of socialism, but also unambiguously repudiates a future teleology while underlining the significance of the past of the socialist context. Point 23 Chinese society today is post-socialist because its claims to a socialist future no longer derive their force from socialism as an imminent idea. On the other hand, it is also post-socialist because socialism, as its structural context, remains as a possible option to which it can return if circumstances so demand. This is what distinguishes it from a capitalist or even a post-capitalist society where such options as collectivization, socially, and a socialist culture, ideologically, are foreclosed. Even today, the socialist regime would seem to be prepared to return to economic and social practices that it has repudiated verbally, such as collectivization, if it seems necessary to do so, which is obviously a source of constant frustration to those who wish socialism in China to disappear forever and, because of their wishful thinking, have no way of explaining why the Chinese refuse to foreclose socialist options for the future. Point 24 Such options retain considerable power because, at least for the older generation of Chinese, socialism is an integral component of a national self-image. The alternative that comes closest to post-socialism is Gordon White's recent suggestion that China may be evolving toward a new mode of production, which he describes as social capitalism. 25 White recognizes that the term may not be felicitous, although it does parallel the social imperialism that Chinese coined to distinguish Soviet from capitalist imperialism, but the concept is suggestive. In recognizing this socialism as a mode of production, it avoids the ideological notion of socialism as a transition and, therefore, a temporary compromise with reality. It recognizes the system as a serious modification of capitalism. A new mode of production does represent a break with the mode out of, or in response to, which it has evolved. And, finally, it suggests the ideological and structural limitation of this system by the capitalist world order, within which socialism as we have known it has taken shape, and which may well serve to establish the boundaries to its further development. Socialism has now been incorporated into a division of labor within this world order, and it is unlikely that it may evolve further toward a socialist vision of society without changes in the world order itself. My insistence on post-socialism, nevertheless, is motivated not by a desire to proliferate a new socialist jargon, but by an evaluation of socialism as an ideology, which calls forth considerations beyond the systemic analysis that guides White's conceptualization of the problem. Ultimately, post-socialism as a concept presupposes the perception of China, and of other socialist societies, in their relationship to the capitalist world context, which has been the irreducible condition of socialism historically. Socialism has spread around the globe in the wake of capitalist transformation of the world, and the particular direction it has taken in different national contexts has been conditioned not only by specific national historical legacies but also by the history of the specific relationships to a capitalist world system in formation. Socialism in China was a response not to an internal capitalism, but to a capitalism that was introduced from the outside and appeared from the beginning as an alien force, but also, therefore, as a set of economic practices that China was free to choose from, or even reject, in accordance with national needs. Point 26. Hence the national element in Chinese socialism has always been prominent. It may even be suggested that there has been no autonomous socialist discourse in China, apart from or opposed to, a nationalist discourse on politics. Nationalism has enhanced the staying power of socialism, since socialism has offered the most plausible way to fend off the possibility of national dissolution into the capitalist world system. This appropriation of socialism into a national project, however, has also implied subversion of the claims of socialism as a meta-historical project. Chinese socialism, as a national liberation socialism, has played an important part in the disintegration of socialism as a unitary discourse, although it obviously may not be held responsible for a tendency of which it was as much a product as an occasion. Once Marxists had to give up hope in the possibility of a global socialist revolution, and it was nearly impossible, in historical hindsight, to entertain such a hope at the latest by the time of Lenin and the October Revolution. It was apparent that socialism could succeed only on a nation-by-nation basis within the context of a capitalist world system. This has obviously created a deep predicament for socialist societies, vulnerable by their very economic nature to recapture by capitalism, since in an authentically socialist society, the transformation of social relations must take priority over considerations of economic efficiency. China during the Cultural Revolution was to make an effort to shut off world capitalism in order to establish a firm foundation for uninterrupted progress to socialism. The disastrous failure of that attempt has made it more evident than ever that socialist societies must make an effort to incorporate themselves into the capitalist world system without abandoning a basic structure of socialism. Point 27. This condition, in the period of what has been described by Marxist theoreticians as late capitalism, is the ultimate justification for the use of post-socialism to describe it, because the need to find some accommodation with the capitalist world order without abandoning its basic institutional structure seems to be a permanent condition of actually existing socialism unless some drastic change occurs within the world system. To call this condition capitalism would be fatuous because it remains to be seen what the incorporation of socialist systems into the capitalist world order will imply for capitalism itself. For socialist societies such as China, the opening to capitalism has created new possibilities. Among these may be included greater openness to economic alternatives, which may be greater even than that of capitalism, which, for all its flexibility, forecloses one important option: socialism, greater possibilities for democracy than before because of the relinquishing of faith in the immediate possibility of a coercive utopianism, and richer cultural possibilities that have arisen with the recognition of global cultural diversity, which was not possible so long as progress was conceived as a unilinear movement to uniform human destiny. On the other hand, it is also clear that within the context of a capitalist world system, the overall motions of which are shaped by a capitalism that socialism has ceased to challenge but rather seeks to accommodate, socialism can no longer claim to possess a coherent alternative to capitalism, but only a residual political identity that seeks to realize developmental goals imposed by the capitalist world system through non-capitalist development. Post-socialism allows this situation to be described without reading into it either a capitalist or a socialist future, which, I suggested above, has less to do with the future than with a discursive struggle between present-day capitalism and actually existing socialism to appropriate the future. I observed in the introduction to this discussion that the only casualty of the ideological activity to accommodate these changes may be the concept of socialism itself. It should be clear by now that the socialism to which I referred is socialism as a vision of the future, which continues to receive the homage of socialists without the power to guide the direction of socialism. This may justify predictions of the imminent demise of socialism, as some would wish, and it justifies my use of post-socialism to describe the present condition of socialism in China and globally. I would suggest, however, that post-socialism, rather than signaling the end of socialism, offers the possibility in the midst of a crisis in socialism of rethinking socialism in new, more creative ways. I think it is no longer possible to think of socialism as the inevitable destiny of humankind to follow upon capitalism. There may be little cause for regret in the passing of this ideological version of socialism that may serve, as it continues to do so in Chinese socialism, to counteract present uncertainty by the vision of a certain future, but there is something pernicious, as Paul Feyerabend has observed, in the notion of historical inevitability that imposes upon the present and the past the despotism of the future. Much the same may be said of a vision of a future informed by the history of capitalism, which is often overlooked. Point 28. It is also possible to suggest that since the very origins of socialism, this ideological conception of socialism has conceived of the future not as an authentic alternative to capitalism, but primarily in terms of completing the tasks initiated by capitalism. It has, in other words, been bound by a vision of the future that is ultimately embedded in a notion of progress that was historically a product of capitalism. Freed of the commitment to such an inexorable future, socialism may be conceived in a new way, as a source for imagining future possibilities that derive their inspiration not from a congealed utopia, which postpones to the future problems that await resolution today, but from the impulses to liberation that represent present responses to problems of oppression and inequality. My use of post-socialism here is not descriptive but is intended to suggest that a radical vision of the future must move beyond what has been understood over the last century by the concept of socialism. Social and intellectual developments, partly under the impetus of socialist ideology, have revealed ever more sharply that the concept of socialism, essentially grounded in consciousness of class as the central datum of social oppression, is no longer sufficient to contain the question of social and political oppression, the multidimensionality of which has impinged upon our consciousness with compelling power. To name just a few of current concern: oppression among nations, races, and genders, not to speak of state oppression of society, are not reducible to class oppression. Nor is it possible to account for such basic problems as ecological destruction, worldwide militarism, alienation rooted in a culture of consumption, or even inequality created by a technical division of labor in terms merely of the class structure of capitalist society. Socialism as we have known it has not been able to address these questions any more effectively than capitalism. On the contrary, as the case of Chinese socialism today would indicate, the fetishism of development is so powerful that socialism has come to be judged by socialists themselves by criteria derived from capitalist development. It is an urgent task at present to reconsider the whole question of development, which requires a reconceptualization of society in terms other than prevailing ones. The question of class retains its significance, though not with the force of an earlier day, but any radical vision of the future must account for these other forms of oppression, and the social problems that are not merely products of class interests but have other sources and a life of their own. So must we move beyond conventional ideas of socialism, without abandoning the perspective they afford, which still offers crucial critical insights into contemporary society, capitalist or otherwise. This is the ultimate purpose of my use of post-socialism to depict this state of affairs. In its open-endedness, the term may help release us from the hold of a narrowly conceived social vision and allow us to rethink socialism, in the eloquent words of Ernesto Lacau and Chantal Mouffe, in terms of the infinite intertextuality of emancipatory discourses in which the plurality of the social takes shape. 29. The Chinese socialist experience, in the very questions it raises about socialism, provides us with an occasion to do so. 11. Looking backward in the age of global capital, thoughts on history in Third World criticism. It is not out of a frivolous urge to pun that I have borrowed Edward Bellamy's title as the title for this discussion. I would like to think out below, in however cursory a fashion, some problems related to the question of history in contemporary cultural criticism. I would like to do so, moreover, with reference not just to our intellectual environment in the United States but also to that of China, my area of specialization, especially because the continued claims made in China to socialism or Confucianism, that is, to an exceptional status within contemporary capitalism, bring into relief certain problems in cultural criticism. Bellamy's title, and the work to which it points, make possible a statement of the problem of history in cultural criticism within the context of contemporary capitalism, a form of capitalism that more than ever before requires that we view the question of culture as a global question. For reasons that should become apparent below, Bellamy's text, in its very distribution historically in the two geographical areas of concern, serves as a medium through which to globalize questions that are on the surface parochial to one society or the other. Marxism might have served the same purpose, but possibly not as well, and given Marxism's tribulations these days, it makes some sense for the moment to give it a rest. Looking Backward. Edward Bellamy's Looking Backward, published in 1888, tells the story of a young Bostonian, Julian West, who is frustrated by the poverty, disorder, and degeneration of society under the impact of industrial capitalism and is deeply disturbed by the complacency of the social elite in the face of this misery. 1 Going into a hypnosis-induced slumber, he wakes up in the year 2000 to find a totally transformed, and perfect, world, where all the problems of the previous century have been resolved. Bellamy looked back upon his society from an imagined future that is, temporally speaking, our present. The temporal location of his utopia in this present provides a convenient point of entry into our history, allowing us to ask why our times did not turn out to be as he, and others like him, imagined, and to raise questions about the relationship of our past to our present that are urgently in need of answers. Bellamy imagined a late 20th century world that had left behind it for good the problems created by capitalism. His vision is most striking because of its incongruence with the world as we know and experience it. Not only have we not left behind those problems but, through transformations as dramatic though not as benign as those that he imagined, we have added new problems to old ones and globalized those problems in an expansion and fulfillment of the processes at work in the late 19th century. When we look back upon the century that separates our times from Bellamy's, what we see is not a resolution of the problems of capitalism but an extinction of visions such as Bellamy's that held out the hope of future alternatives. Bellamy may have phrased his vision in the idiosyncratic language of aristocratic Bostonian wishful thinking of the late 19th century, but the future he envisioned was only one instance of imaginings about the future that were pervasive in his times and continued over the ensuing century, until very recently, though he refrained from calling himself a socialist and his vision was in basic ways anti-socialist, his views would nevertheless he incorporated into socialist imaginings about an alternative future. What he had to say about the historical process that would bring about the future he imagined was not irrelevant either, and it was put to the test only to bring about results quite different from those that he envisaged. If only in a marginal way, the text Looking Backward was to contribute to the shaping of that historical process by inspiring activity, movements, and other imaginings about the future in areas that were at best at the margins of Bellamy's imagination. I am interested here in the historical significance of Looking Backward, not in its content, but a few words about Bellamy's utopia might be useful for those who are not familiar with the work. The substance of the work may be described as an in-depth guided tour of the ideal society that had come into existence by the year 2000. That society may be described as a technological utopia with the social and aesthetic sensibilities of the late 19th century Boston elite. It is a society without politics or conflict, especially labor conflict, and socialist agitation, one might add. All production and distribution are centralized, but individuals retain freedom of choice as to what and how they consume the products of industry. The society is based on an ideal military organization, in which laborers are members of an industrial army and give their labor willingly, as an ideal soldier would. Ignorance and greed, and therefore class conflict, have been left behind. It is also a society that has resolved the question of gender. Women have their own army and constitute a state within the state because they are responsible for bearing and nursing the nation's children too. In this society, individuals claim their share of the social wealth simply by virtue of being human. The same principles that guided this U.S. society in the year 2000 also provided the principles of international organization, at least for the advanced, in a world community that was finally free of war and conflict. This society had come about through the natural evolution of industrial capitalism. The labor question, the fundamental problem of the late 19th century, had solved itself. As Dr. Leet, Julian West's Guide in the New Society, explains it, the solution came as the result of a process of industrial evolution which could not have terminated otherwise. All that society had to do was to recognize and cooperate with that evolution, when its tendency had become unmistakable. 3. By the time the solution presented itself, production was already consolidated in the hands of a few giant corporations. All that needed to be done, Bellamy tells us, much like Lenin wrote shortly thereafter, was for these corporations to be nationalized to serve the public, rather than the private good. Upon its publication, Looking Backward was criticized from the right for its idealized view of human nature and from the left for its anti-labor, anti-socialist tone, as well as its celebration of hierarchy and material consumption. The popularity of the work was remarkable. It spawned Bellamy clubs all over the United States and enabled Bellamy himself to launch his nationalist movement. The book sold hundreds of thousands of copies in the 1890s. In 1935, independently of one another, John Dewey, Charles Beard, and Edward Weeks, editor of Atlantic Monthly, named it the second most influential book of the past 50 years, next only to Karl Marx's Das Kapital. About the same time, the Wilson Library Bulletin included it among the 26 books of the past 400 years that had changed the modern world. For Arthur Morgan, a most sympathetic biographer of Bellamy, attributes the book's success to the fact that the genius of Bellamy took utopia out of the region of hazy dreamland and made it into a concrete program for the actual modern world. 5. More recently, a less sympathetic biographer, Arthur Lipow, has attributed Bellamy's success to its appeal to a middle class beleaguered by labor unrest, describing Bellamy's utopia as an authoritarian barracks socialism for the middle class. 6. I am most interested here in something that these two biographers agree upon in spite of their wide differences in evaluating Looking Backward, that Bellamy's influence reached far beyond his time and place. In Lipow's words, the significance of Bellamyism goes beyond this its place in the history of authoritarian socialist ideas in the United States and even beyond its important role in the history of the American socialist movement during the formative period of the 1890s, for it not only foreshadowed later totalitarian collectivist ideologies but it was also a precursor of bureaucratic statist or corporate liberalism. 7. Although I do not necessarily agree with Lipow's terminology, his statement enunciates clearly two dimensions of Bellamy's relationship to efforts that were made to resolve the question of laissez-faire capitalism and that, in their failures, are part of the scenery of the past century as we look back upon it. One of these is New Deal liberalism, an example of what Lipow has in mind when he speaks of corporate liberalism. Bellamy's influence on the thinking of those who carried out the New Deal is confirmed, in addition to those cited above, by his biographer, Arthur Morgan, who was himself a convinced New Dealer as the head of the Tennessee Valley Authority before he became president of Antioch College. Morgan also cites the example in Franklin Roosevelt's cabinet of Adolph Burley, a close confidant of Roosevelt, whose father had been a member of the Bellamy Club of Boston and whose own views were quite Bellamy-like. 8. The other of these is socialism as we have known it. Bellamy's work was quite influential among those in Europe who later led a variety of social democratic movements and regimes, but the illustration I would like to focus on here is the case of Chinese socialism. Shortly after its publication in the United States, Looking Backward was serialized in the Globe magazine, Wangguo Gongbao, an influential missionary publication in Shanghai, and was available in book form by the early 1890s. The first generation of radical reformers in China was familiar with the book. Martin Bernal has suggested that Looking Backward was an influence in the first modern utopian works written by Chinese reformers such as Kang Youwei and Tan Sitong, whose works in turn exerted considerable influence on China's first generation of anarchists and socialists. 9. Some of the writings on socialism in the first decade of the century by the followers of Sun Yat-sen, or by independent socialists such as Zhang Kenghu, contained passages that might have come straight out of the pages of Looking Backward. I do not wish to carry this line of argumentation beyond what is reasonable. In addition to the timing of Bellamy's utopia, it is this association of Looking Backward with two efforts to overcome laissez-faire capitalism, which are seemingly worlds apart, that makes the work an apt medium through which to view the past century and the fate of those efforts. The point here is not that Bellamy's work caused the New Deal or Chinese socialism. Not only were many forces at work in the former, but Chinese socialism in later years moved in directions that had little to do with Bellamy, whatever role the latter's work may have played as a source of inspiration for its origin. The point here is that Bellamy's work, if only as a symptom, is illustrative of multidimensional diagnoses of the problems of capitalism and of efforts to resolve them. And the ultimate failure of these efforts is revealing of the distance between the future as he imagined it and the future as we have it. It should also be obvious, moreover, that what is at issue is not the failure of Bellamy's utopia, however we understand it, to achieve realization. Rather, the issue is whether the natural evolution of capitalism can result in any kind of good society, as Bellamy thought. That faith is still with us, whether in the form of lingering memories of the New Deal in the United States or in the form of Deng Xiaoping's forces of production and consumption socialism. This is where global capitalism comes in. We sometimes seem to forget that capitalism has a history. Marx himself sometimes forgot this, in spite of his assertions that perhaps only capitalism had a history. Unlike in Bellamy's vision, the world we live in at the end of the 20th century is the world of global capitalism, which, evolving out of and in response to various efforts to tame capitalism, has defeated not only these efforts but has created a situation where the only alternative futures left to be imagined seem to be the paradise or the inferno of capital. In the celebration over the fall of actually existing socialisms, it is often overlooked that what has been extinguished is not just socialism, but New Deal corporate liberalism as well, which is what makes Bellamy a more apt metaphor than Marx in looking backward from our times. Global capitalism made socialism untenable. It also eroded, and continues to erode, the New Deal legacy of a regulated capitalism. It makes it difficult, if not impossible, to think of the world in terms of earlier categories such as nation or third world, which were basic to both socialism and regulated capitalism. It has globalized the division of labor, creating a global elite and a global working class. It has globalized the commodification of culture. It has scrambled up notions of space and time. The only center that remains globally is located in transnational corporations. Richard Barnett, in his recent Global Dreams, tells us that 300 corporations, all originating in what used to be the First World, account for 25% of all productive assets in the world. 10 What has been universalized are global dreams. In the meantime, 3 to 4/5 of the global population have been marginalized, rendered irrelevant to either production or consumption. Capital, having finally captured the globe, seeks to reconfigure local societies, classes, genders, and ethnicities with its own global dreams in a final move to extinguish all possibility of resistance. It not only appropriates the language of cultural resistance by commodifying it but, with its monopoly over cultural production, subverts cultural criticism by obliging it to incorporate the vocabulary of commodities in its language. When we look back from the late 20th century, it is not just Bellamy's text that seems a quaint relic of the late 19th century American imagination, but the whole possibility of alternatives to capitalism that his generation, in the United States and elsewhere, imagined. Our problems may still be the problems of his day, but the solutions of his day seem to belong irretrievably in the past, relegated there by their failures in the intervening century, which makes them quite irrelevant to our present. To recall the text in our times only underlines our distance from all the imagining about alternative futures during the century that separates our times from Bellamy's. So long as we remain cognizant of this distance, without which recollections of the past may serve little purpose beyond a reactionary nostalgia, however, a critical appreciation of our own present may be impossible without recalling these alternative imaginings, especially now that the future has been deprived of all coherence except as a proliferation of post-contemporary moments. Before I engage this question of the relevance of the past, however distant, to critical appreciation of the present, I would like to share certain of my observations, recorded in my journal during a recent trip to China and presented in the order, sort of, in which they were recorded. Students of cultural studies in the United States are quite familiar with the problems of postmodern consciousness, its relationship to global capitalism, whatever name it may go under, and what this relationship may mean for radical criticism. My observations on China, however crude analytically, are of some help in illustrating, I hope, that the last bastion of socialism, as its leaders would like to think of it, is very much part of this same world. Karaoke socialism, or fragments of culture in contemporary China. Karaoke. A new kind of sign has appeared in Guangzhou since I was last there 4 years ago, kala in Chinese characters, followed by OK in Latin letters. It takes a few restaurants, and constant repetition to myself, to figure out that it is karaoke. Spreading from Japan, via Taiwan, and Hong Kong, the term has become a ubiquitous sign in China of incorporation into an East Asian cultural domain as well as a sign of a new East Asian presence in global culture. The People's Liberation Army. On the train from Zhengzhou to Beijing, I share a compartment with 2 PLA People's Liberation Army officers returning home from a meeting in central China. Talk turns to Mao Zedong thought. Observes the younger of the two, at least Mao Zedong had some thought. Our current leaders have nothing that could be construed as thought, Yudian Rasixiang Yamiu. The PLA is making good use of the media to improve its public image, which hit a low point in 1989. It is all over television. One TV show is reminiscent of a show on US TV in the 1960s, What's My Line? 3 people dressed up as pilots. The task of the panel, that includes some PLA officers, and the audience, that includes many PLA soldiers, men and women, is to guess which is the real pilot. Reminds me of that old poster about the Pentagon having to have a bake sale to purchase bombs and planes. A friend closely connected to the PLA tells me of its form of corruption these days. Officers sell license plates to private entrepreneurs for their cars. A general's plate goes for 50,000 yuan, a colonel's for 40,000 yuan, and so on down the line. No wonder there are so many PLA license plates around. Back in the United States, a TV report on Chinese spying in the United States relates that the PLA and the Chinese armed police are busy with trade in this country. They have imported 1 million automatic rifles over the past year. Their shops also serve as covers for spying. Imperialism and culture. Report on a one-day conference on cultural interaction held at Beijing University early August 1993. Umberto Eco is the featured speaker. A Chinese participant in the conference, a professor from Beijing University, gives a paper on the need to re-evaluate imperialism. According to the report, the Chinese scholar argued that although imperialism had negative aspects, these negative aspects must not be overemphasized. Imperialism was also important in facilitating cultural interaction and, therefore, enrichment. Some participants in a conference in Shanghai a few years ago had decided already that Shanghai should be viewed as a beachhead not of imperialism but of modernity. This new consciousness is significant. It may enable a distinction of anti-imperialism from the cruder rejection of everything foreign at an earlier time and make possible a confrontation of Chinese modernity. But is that where it is headed? This conference was sponsored by the Italian government. Italy, according to a recent report in a new publication, Construction and Investment, has the second highest volume of trade with China of all the EC European Community countries. 11. Opening ceremonies of the 7th National Games, Xi'an, early September, 1993. We had just visited Qin Shi Huang's tomb, with its terracotta army, which is still an awesome sight on a second visit. In the evening, I watched the broadcast from Beijing of the opening ceremonies of the 7th National Games. There is heightened anticipation for these games all over China because the Olympic Committee decision concerning Beijing as a possible location for the 2000 Olympics is only weeks away. Students who only 4 years ago filled Tiananmen Square with calls for democracy have been demonstrating in favor of the Chinese bid for the Olympics. More irony. The head of the Chinese Olympic Committee is Chen Zitong, the former head of the Beijing Party Committee, just a couple of years back described by students as a butcher for his role around June 4, 1989. The games are a dress rehearsal for the 2000 Olympics. The ceremonies open with a number in which the dancers are dressed in the uniforms of Qin Shi Huang's terracotta army. The symbol of imperial despotism rendered into the point of departure for Chinese culture. Minorities of various kinds appear in succession, singing and dancing of the brilliant future that awaits China. The last number is a dance of science fiction coneheads dressed in golden spacesuits. These are the kids who had been rehearsing throughout the summer on the campus of Capital Normal University. It turns out that the charm of the ceremonies, enhanced by their elementary school amateurism, disguises a serious historical reinterpretation that is in progress. The performances are unified by their imaginary location in the northwestern reaches of the Yellow River, the route of the Silk Road, which is represented now as a symbol of China's openness to the world past, present, and future. The slogan for the 2000 Olympics, on banners plastered all over Beijing, was, "A more open China awaits the 2000 Olympics." The minorities are there to prove that Chinese society has always been a cosmopolitan society, a product of the historical mixing of different nationalities and cultures. Are the ceremonies somebody's response to the TV series He Shang, River Elegy, of a few years ago, which used the Yellow River as a symbol of Chinese parochialism and despotism and was one of the cultural landmarks on the way to June 4. Salt City. A TV variety show celebrating the salt workers of Yancheng, Jiangsu. The show gets underway with the theme song from Bonanza. It proceeds with performances in song and dance that celebrate the longevity and durability of Chinese culture, the tree with 5,000-year-old roots. The styles are mixed, Chinese operatic singers/tenors from the Red Army Chorus. The centerpiece is a celebration of the assault of the earth, the workers of the salt mines. About 20 young dancers act out the assault of the earth. Dressed all in black, they do a rap number. More songs and dances. The show concludes with more theme music from Bonanza. Buddhism. In the Shanghai station I encounter a group of Buddhists. Origin, destination unknown. One of them is wandering around as Buddhist monks do, hands clasped in the back. I notice his sneakers. Written on the sides, in large letters, is the brand name, Playboy. I mention it after my return from China to Victor Mayer, who is a specialist on the history of Buddhism in China. Victor tells me that at a major Buddhist seminary in Nanjing, the popular courses of study these days are hotel management and business English. That may explain why the monks at Zixia Temple in Nanjing came out of their quarters to chant their prayers every hour on the hour. Good for tourism, not just foreign. Mayer also tells me that the area around a major Buddhist monastery in Tibet has been raised to be made into a parking lot. Circumambulation of the monastery, 3 times, was part of the ritual before prayers. Do they wind their way through to Yotas now? Whose cars? The past as spectacle, packaged. There are 2 theme parks in the most famous of China's special economic zones, Shenzhen, that the public relations people on Central TV seem to be very proud of. One is the Chinese History Theme Park, the other the Aborigine Theme Park. The History Theme Park contains all the major tourist landmarks in China, from the Great Wall to the Great Buddha of Mtomei. In an English-language broadcast on Central TV, the American host working for the station announces, "China is a great country with a 4,000-year history. Can you believe that you can grasp this history in half an hour? That is what we will provide you with over the next half hour." Even a half hour is not necessary in the end. Because the same program also takes the viewer around the Aborigine Theme Park, which contains villages in replica of a whole host of Aborigines. One of the Aborigines interviewed by the host tells him that he is very happy to be able to provide visitors with authentic portrayals of his people. There is something self-defeating about the commodification of the past, if the goal is to make money. The past, packaged and commodified, can be moved anywhere. Tourists from the United States no longer have to go to China to experience the Chinese past. A replica of the History Theme Park is now available in Florida. The Chinese, the vast majority of whom cannot go abroad anyway, now can also experience the world right at home. A weekly TV program, Corridors to the World, makes available to Chinese spectators the exotica of the world. Even better, for the people of the capital anyway, there is a new theme park only 16 kilometers from Tiananmen Square, where Beijingers can tour the world in a few hours. According to a December report in Travel China, China's major tourism paper in English, the park contains all the famous spots of the world, Chinese and foreign, from the pyramids, built of 200,000 white marble bricks, each as large as a bar of soap, to the Statue of Liberty. History is open-ended, too. According to a park spokesman, some ground has been kept open. Those who want to add scenic spots from their countries can contact the park. The paper does not say how much it costs for countries to buy their way into world history in its most recent location. Point 12. History. On a visit to the Institute of Modern History of the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences, I raise the question of new paradigms that may be necessary now that the older paradigm centered on the revolution is in crisis. There is deep suspicion even of the notion of paradigm, which most of the historians present take as a possible new source of despotism over the study of the past. I ask them if modernization, which seems to guide so much historical study these days, is a paradigm. They say no. But the real confrontation comes when I ask why Chinese historians pay so little attention to questions of ethnic or gender oppression and no longer discuss the question of class. One historian, a specialist on Chen Duxiu, the founder and first secretary of the Communist Party, launches a highly emotional attack on ideas that caused so much divisiveness and suffering. We make up when I suggest that class, too, needs to be historicized. Against the reductionist historiography of an earlier day that was blind to everything other than class, that wrote the modern history of China as a history of the Communist Revolution, and the history of the Communist Revolution as the biography of Mao Zedong, there is a refreshing openness in Chinese historiography today to other kinds of questions, to a possibility of disagreement over alternative modes of inquiry and explanation. State discourse on history is schizoid. It affirms the older history for legitimation of the Communist Party, but it also encourages a counter-discourse to legitimize the break with the Maoist past, to justify Deng Xiaoping's wager on the strong. This gives historians an opening, a space within which to pursue their own questions. But these questions seem to shy away from all hint of contradiction. Sensing that modernization is the order of the day, historians invade the opening with their own anti-Marxist, elitist ideologies. The subalterns as the subjects of history are pushed aside in a scramble to restore to history the primacy of modernization and the modernizers and even of those once viewed as oppressors of the people, so long as they contributed to China's wealth and power. In the process, modernity and modernism are stripped of all complexity, all sense of the possibility of alternatives. Is history more open, or is it simply that the Deng Xiaoping line has overcome the Mao Zedong line here as well? Historians I encounter all say that there is little interest in the past among their undergraduates, no relevance to the present, no money in it. During the summer of 1993, Beijing University announces publicly that in the future theoretical subjects will be downplayed in favor of practical ones. Among historians, the favorite topics these days seem to be China's opening to the West in the 19th century, the Kuomintang, chambers of commerce, and bandits. They tell me that these topics are relevant to the present and, therefore, easier to publish. A friend who was studying Song dynasty science when I last saw her in 1989 has now turned to the study of banditry in the Song. Contribution to modernization appears to be the guiding principle in choice of dissertation topics by graduate students. Nanjing University holds a conference in November on the blooming field of Republican studies, where the stress is on the Kuomintang contribution to modernization. The conference is financed by a Taiwan capitalist. The turn is not just against Marxism in historical studies. The vast majority of books on the shelves of history sections in bookstores are biographies of emperors and generals, Chinese and foreign leaders. In 1902, the important reformer thinker Liang Kikao wrote that the Chinese had never developed a national consciousness because Chinese history had been written as stories of kings and generals. Point 13. What does the new trend say about historical and national consciousness? Chinese historians all complain of manuscripts sitting in their homes because publishers will not touch anything that will not make money, which, according to the historians, means anything serious. It is no longer socialism but capitalism that constricts historical inquiry and consciousness. A footnote: The People's Daily, April 6, 1994, reports that on April 5, ceremonies presided over by Li Ruan were held at the Temple of the Yellow Emperor, which was constructed recently at the supposed site of the Yellow Emperor's grave in Qiaoshan, Shaanxi. Zhang Zemin and Li Peng contributed their calligraphies. A century of Chinese historical scholarship into myth and history in China's past wiped out instantly by the state's recreation of ancient myths. But state discourse is only part of the problem. Anxieties about national identity, commercial interests in tourism, and a revived chauvinism all predispose numbers of Chinese to receptiveness to the state discourse. The People's Daily report is subtitled "The Sources of Chinese Civilization Are Distant, Its Course Long, Fondly Recall the Ancient Ancestor, to Recreate Its Splendor." The ceremonies were attended also by overseas compatriots, and a youth chorus from Taiwan provided the music. According to the report, overseas compatriots have already contributed 13 million yuan for the repair of the emperor's tomb. Disneyfied history is an American invention. The state of Virginia just committed $130 million for infrastructural expenses in preparation for a U.S. history theme park near Washington, D.C. A historian commenting on the theme park worries about the arrangement of history in the park, not bothering to wonder what it means to place history in a theme park in the first place. Disneyfied history erodes critical sensibilities here, too. Commercially produced historical spectacle in China, however, is backed by state discourse, which makes it all the more powerful in abolishing all critical space in which to think about the past. Is historical entertainment turned into political myth a sign of creeping fascism? Runzi Restaurant. In Nanjing there is a new Mao Zedong theme restaurant. The tiny restaurant has a little statue of Mao, the one with flowing overcoat, hand waving to invisible masses, flanked by two panels of quotations from the first two lines of the song "The East is Red, the East is Red / the Sun is Rising." On its TV screen, the restaurant features Mao Zedong karaoke videos. When the restaurant opened in the summer of 1993, one critic queried, "If a Mao Zedong cafe is allowed, then is a Marx bar okay?" 2:14 Why not? Indeed, it is tempting to answer, when socialism has become karaoke socialism, why not a Marx bar? 2. The new Confucianism and Orientalism. China today is a society where everything seems to be for sale. The slogan cheerfully adopted by managers of the Yangtze Gorge Dam last summer was "Come to the gorges and make money." Universities are converting campus walls into shops and restaurants. Professors are going out to sea, a euphemism for business. The PLA is selling license plates. And the party is selling everything. The modal person is the hustler. It is more capitalist than capitalist societies, a Chinese friend says. It is also less coherent and more corrupt, it might be added as befits a frontier economy. It seems almost trivial under the circumstances to speak of the commodification of culture in contemporary China. Since Deng Xiaoping called for consumption as a motor force of production on his southern trek in spring 1992-15, a consumption fever has joined the many other fleeting fevers in Chinese society. In a society where wages are still extremely low, who consumes the high-priced commodities, by Chinese standards, that now fill proliferating stores is a mystery. The stores are full of people. Friends say that most are window shoppers, that no more than 3% of the population can and does join in the craze for consumption. The explosion in TV ownership means that culture, as it is peddled by TV programming, may be one of the cheaper and more universal items of consumption. The commodification of culture is not due to economic reasons alone. Some Chinese leaders realized in 1989 that the bad image of the Communist Party in the aftermath of June 4 had been the result of a failure in public relations. They have achieved, in the meantime, a public relations revolution of sorts, aided, no doubt, by foreign public relations firms that have been entering the China market. Culture is also good for public relations, showing the world how much China has opened up and telling the Chinese public that the opening only proves the durability and superiority of China. The unspeakable Mao himself has become the object of this two-pronged, economic and political, commodification. Ideas associated with the Mao period have little relevance to anything these days. But Mao as commodity has been everywhere for the last few years with the Mao Zedong fever. The regime decided in 1989 to reassert Mao against unruly students. In the meantime, peasants and workers, dissatisfied with the inequalities and corruption bred by the reform, have made Mao into a literal deity. Dissatisfied students have all of a sudden gotten curious about Mao. Now there is a market to meet this multifaceted demand. Books about Mao, movies about Mao, Mao emblems for the poor, Mao gold coins for the rich, Mao watches, Mao clocks, and, of course, Mao tapes and videos were especially prominent in 1993, the 100th anniversary of Mao's birth. The BBC, British Broadcasting Corporation, reports that Mao theme parks may be next. Commodification takes away the political edge from any ideological residues that may be left from the Mao years. It also salvages Mao for legitimation purposes while obviating the need to confront issues of the Maoist past. China is the most recent frontier of global capitalism, and so far the most fecund, though the Vietnamese bullet train threatens to become a competitor. In 1987, at the 13th Party Congress, then Party Secretary Zhao Ziyang advocated opening up all of coastal China to foreign investment. To prevent that eventuality had been one of the goals of the Communist Revolution. In the summer of 1989, Zhao lost his post. His successors, however, were to go beyond what he might have imagined. Especially after Deng traveled south and declared that he liked what he saw, the country was caught up in an investment fever. Internationalization is now the word. The culture of capitalism that invades this new terrain is both a product of China's incorporation into capitalism and a necessity of its infrastructural preparation to attract capital. On the surface, the invasion is liberating. Commodification is a medium of freedom to the Chinese population after decades of controlled consumption. And what could be wrong with it if karaoke socialism enables that population to sing its way to socialism not with the sterile songs of the Mao era but with the polyphonous tones of global capitalism? Cultural disorientation might be one answer, but probably not a very accurate or useful one. Besides being patronizing, are Chinese more disoriented than anyone else? There is some disorientation, to be sure. What Chinese leaders would like to represent as another manifestation of socialism with Chinese characteristics in the cultural realm is most striking for its salad bowl eclecticism. Not cultural hybridity but cultural dissonance might best describe the contemporary production of culture. Besides, for all the claims to Chineseness, neither in motivation nor in form is there anything particularly Chinese about the new cultural products, which are recognizable only as very contemporary products, on a local terrain, of a global consumer culture that erases the distinctiveness of the local by commodifying it. Claims to Chineseness appear at best as efforts to contain the corrosive effects of commodification in a society where the present betrays no visible links to a past or an imagined future except in the assertions of future power. The material terrain for these cultural developments may be revealing about the cultural activity as well. When Deng declared that he liked what he saw in Shenzhen and, by extension, Hong Kong, since Shenzhen is but an extension of Hong Kong, for all practical purposes, the urge became to reproduce Hong Kongs all over China so that, in the words of one cynical commentator, all of China could be turned into one big Hong Kong. Deng was to decide subsequently that Hong Kong might be too unruly as a model. In 1993, he apparently sent a high-level official to report on Singapore as a possible model for China's internationalization. Word has it that this was what he settled on. Whether subcontinental China can become a Singapore is highly problematic, but the choice of model is revealing nevertheless. Singapore represents a new model of capitalism not just to the party leaders in China. It is one of the little dragons, tigers to some, in Asia. It has been held up as a model of authoritarian capitalism or, oxymoronically, Communitarian capitalism. 16. To provide the new model with a theoretical identity, Singapore under its former Premier Lee Kuan Yew also became a major exporter of Confucianism as a source of East Asian development. The claim is testimony both to the globalization of capital and to seams within global capitalism. Singapore, along with that other modern city-state, Hong Kong, is an example par excellence of the globalization of capital. From a centre in the entrepot trade of the British East India Company, it has been transformed with post-World War II technologies into a gathering place for global high-technology production and distribution, as well as a financial centre. It may be an indication of the essential homelessness of global capital, however, that in spite of the origin of most high-tech corporations in Europe, Japan, and the United States, their location in Singapore can justify local claims to a different kind of capitalism. As capital has been globalized, it has to some measure assumed the garb of local cultures, which shows in recent discussions of economic cultures or different cultures of capitalism. 17. In the case of the so-called dragons, Confucianism appears as the unifying local feature of capitalism. This new Confucianism, while it claims continuity with earlier efforts to revive Confucianism in 20th century China, is nevertheless little more than a restatement of the problems of Confucianism in the language of capital. There is little about it, in other words, that suggests an alternative to capitalism, be it in terms of social relations or human relationships to nature. Rather, it seeks to replace the earlier Weberian argument about Confucianism as an obstacle to capitalism, on the grounds of the differences in the above relationships, with an argument that Confucianism is a source of values that promote capitalism. Capitalism is its frame of reference, and it is to this framework that the argument articulates Confucianism. The result is that Confucianism appears in the argument not in its differences from a culture of capitalism but as a different culture of capitalism. The point here is not whether Confucianism, or Chinese cultural legacy, may have anything to contribute to development, but rather the dehistoricization in the argument both of Confucianism and of capitalism. To take up the latter first, it is quite possible that Confucian values, and the institutions informed by those values, might have impeded an autonomous capitalist development or capitalist development in its earlier phases, while being suitable to capitalism at another phase and within a new institutional and global context. The hierarchical familial values that are often held out as characteristics of Confucianism, as well as a Confucian emphasis on education, may well be functional to a global capitalism, where the need simultaneously for global control and local flexibility seems to favor organizationally a combination of the transnational corporation, on the one hand, and the small firm, on the other hand. Kinship or pseudo-kinship values, loyalty and teamwork, and high levels of education may well meet the needs of this organizational setup better than the individualistic values of an earlier day. Chinese capitalists are not any the less capitalistic for being Chinese. They merely add a repertoire of commercial practices and values derived from China's past to the existing repertoire of capitalism, which enriches and expands the possible choice of economic practices. Is this also their advantage these days over Euro-American capitalists who have a narrower repertoire to work with? Capitalism has always been good at absorbing all kinds of knowledge. Euro-American capitalists did not just expand over the globe, they did so by absorbing local knowledges along the way. Now Chinese capitalists are adding their local knowledge to the legacy of capitalism. The problem, therefore, is not the relevance of native Chinese practices to capitalism, but the absence from these arguments of an account of the history in capitalism. The proponents of Confucianism may disagree with Weber's conclusions, but they follow even more than the Weberian essentializing procedures in their arguments. Dehistoricizing procedures are even more evident in the treatment of Confucianism, which, deprived of its intellectual complexities, is often reduced in these arguments into a timeless set of characteristics of one kind or another. Indeed, Confucianism more often than not appears as a repository of what are said to be characteristics of Chinese or even East Asian cultures. This is not new with Confucianism. Lionel Jensen has argued that Confucianism as a discourse was an invention of the Jesuits in China 18, and we might add that over the 2 millennia of Confucianism it has been invented and reinvented in state discourses, until it was finally rendered into a synonym for Chinese society in the 20th century. It is now being reinvented in its articulation into capitalism. It is also worth noting here that this reinvention is not just the doing of Chinese scholars. Tu Weiming, an outstanding proponent of the new Confucian idea, readily concedes the origins of this reinvention to the work of visionary developmentalists such as Hermann Kahn and Peter Berger. 19. Just as a success story, authoritarian capitalism draws upon the developmental ideas of Samuel Huntington. Confucianism in this new guise is indeed functional to a capitalism in need of a hegemonic ideology over labor, women, who make up a large part of the labor force, and others. According to a Singaporean scholar who must remain nameless here, Lee Kuan Yew has expressed regret on several occasions for having encouraged women's education. For Chinese scholars, however, the Confucian revival may carry an anti-hegemonic significance as well, in the assertion of the relevance of Chinese cultural values against an earlier Euro-American denial of their relevance in the modern world. In this sense, it also appears as an assertion of the newfound power of Chinese, and East Asian, societies. It is Euro-American managers these days who are anxious to discover in Confucianism, or in a variety of Eastern classics ranging from the Yujing to military tracts of one kind or another, the secrets of East Asian success. This success seems to confirm the uniqueness of East Asian cultures, but the same cultures ironically seem to be portable. Globalism, indeed. I would like to stress here that in its intellectual procedures, as well as in many of its conclusions, the Confucian or the East Asian argument reproduces what we have come to call Orientalism. The stipulation of a cultural essence, the location of the essence in some classic or some institution, such as the family, the examination system, whatever, the dehistoricized and desocialized understanding of culture, and even the obliviousness to contemporary history, accompanied by a suppression of its own origins in contemporary history, very much mark the Confucian argument as an Orientalist argument that is the product of collaboration between Euro-Americans and the Orientals themselves. This Orientalist discourse also draws its power from a collaboration between the state, global capital, and intellectuals who, themselves products of a new world situation, articulate in an old cultural language their own status within this world situation, while suppressing their complicity with new forms of hegemonic power. The Singapore connection as a developmental model may have something to tell us about cultural developments in China as well. As with the Confucian revival, which, needless to say, has also found its way to China, not just in theory but in tourism as well, the assertions of ties to a past going back to the Yellow Emperor connect Chinese culture to a contemporary global situation. This is visible in the revision of Chinese history to prove that China has always been an open and cosmopolitan society. An Italian delegation was told by its hosts that Chinese-Italian friendship was a continuation of the legacy of Marco Polo, which relieves foreigners of their anxieties about investing in a China that might reclose any time. 20. It also shows in the forms of cultural production, which blend Eastern and Western forms and frame patriotism with the theme music from Bonanza. The apparent cosmopolitanism of cultural production, however, also disguises simultaneous assertions and strong tones of national chauvinism of a Chinese exceptionalism that, refusing to engage the recent revolutionary history, finds its outlet in cultural abstractions of a remote past. The chauvinism here may be simply an exaggerated expression of pride in the achievements of a third world society that, playing by the rules of a new world situation, has been able once again to assert its own subjectivity and to reinvent old myths to express itself. But is that the whole story? What of the repudiation of revolutionary history, which in the past also served as an account of national achievement? Does it make no difference that culturalism has taken over from revolution as the trope of national self-assertion? What does the choice of trope indicate in terms of China's place in the world and a vision for the future? Above all, can this self-assertion be grasped in its full contemporary significance without reference to a new world situation? China's opening to the world appears in much of this cultural production as the replay of world cultures on Chinese national terrain, which then catapults that terrain into the future as a developmental model for others to follow. There are claims on the past as well. An example is recent discussion of the Chinese origins of American Indians, inspired by DNA research in the United States showing conclusively the Asian origins of the native populations of the Americas. According to one author writing in a popular newspaper, the Americas were populated by remnants of the Yin dynasty escaping from the Zhou conquerors at the end of the 2nd millennium BC. Yin then became the origin of the word Inca. Since Shanghai was the point of departure for the Yin emigrants to the Americas, the author concludes with a celebration of a brilliant role in the Pacific once again for a resurgent Shanghai. This occurred right about when Deng referred to Shanghai as still a new model for the rest of the country. Point 21. Cosmopolitanism in these manifestations does not turn into an assertion of global equality or even a form of globalism, but instead becomes a medium for the expression of national power. This has shown up also in geopolitical language in assertions of a greater China or a cultural China, which reaches far beyond East Asia in its compass, to encompass all kinds of Chinese all over the world. It shows in cultural production in a renewed emphasis on what might be summarized as Asia first, and in Asia, China first. In this guise, too, representations of Chinese culture bracket the historicity of the very concept of China, and the past in its very reaffirmation is worked over by the language of the present. Socialist China worked over by global capitalism, in other words, has become a promoter of Orientalist notions of China, which have now been appropriated as the characteristics of Chinese society, often in the very language of Orientalism, including the term Oriental itself. China has no history but culture, or history only as the repeated manifestation of a 5,000-year-old culture, and that culture is not subject to social appropriations and productions but is proof of a national, if not racial, homogeneity. While theorists in the United States speak of the end of nations and problematize culture as a social construct, there are no comparable doubts in China either about the nation or about culture. We may assert that this discourse, promoted by the state, disguises deep anxieties at a time when there is every sign of political and economic disintegration as China is incorporated into a global capitalism, but for the time being it is this formerly socialist and third world society that has become a major promoter of Orientalist images of itself. This question of an Oriental society producing Orientalism points to the complexities of the question of culture in China today. The commodification of culture promotes Orientalism in its very need to package Chinese culture into a consumable and reproducible entity. But Orientalism, whether in the form of Confucianism, of which there are advocates in China as well, or in more abstract statements, is also a product of newfound economic and political power. An essentialized Chinese culture becomes a cultural expression and explanation of material success. It also serves as a means to contain a reality within which Chinese may be successful, but Chineseness is very much a problem in the diasporic dispersal of the Chinese. Point 22. Orientalism itself may be a complex phenomenon in a Chinese perspective. The TV series He Slicing utilized Orientalist images of China to criticize the existing system, accompanied by the revival among historians of an interest in Oriental despotism. It is interesting that critics of the series, in China as well as in neighboring Chinese societies, attacked it not because it was anti-socialist but because it was derogatory about Chinese culture. Now the critics have taken over the Orientalist images in a reassertion of the superiorities of Chinese culture. Against that, some offer Occidentalism, a reverse Orientalism in which a timeless West is held up in critique of a timeless China, as a critical position. Point 23. History in cultural criticism. Confined to a discursive space that is theoretically at odds with the comparative tenets of contemporary cultural studies, the sinologist holds on to the language of the nation-state as his weapon of combat. This is one of the major reasons why history, in the sense of a detailed, factographic documentation of the local, the particular, and the past, understood as what has already happened and been recorded, enjoys such a prioritized disciplinary status in East Asian cultural politics. The hostility toward the critique of Orientalism currently heard in some East Asian scholarly circles is a direct consequence of this language of the nation-state. Point 24. The Orientalist has a sibling whom I will, in order to highlight her significance as a kind of representational agency, call the Maoist. Arif dirlik sums up the interpretation of Mao Zedong commonly found in Western Marxist analyses in terms of a third worldist fantasy. A fantasy of Mao as a Chinese reincarnation of Marx who fulfilled the Marxist promise that had been betrayed in the West. Whereas the great Orientalist blames the living Third World natives for the loss of the ancient non-Western civilization, his loved object, the Maoist applauds the same natives for personifying and fulfilling her ideals. For the Maoist in the 1970s, the mainland Chinese were, in spite of their backwardness, a puritanical alternative to the West in human form, a dream come true. 25. My colleague shares the predicament of Mead and Levi Strauss insofar as the stereotypical native is receding from view. What confronts the Western scholar is the discomforting fact that the natives are no longer staying in their frames. What I heard was not the usual desire to archaize the modem Chinese person but rather a valorizing, on the part of the Western critic, of the official political and the cultural difference of the PRC People's Republic of China as the designator of authenticity. If a native from the PRC espouses capitalism, then she has already been corrupted. An ethnic specimen that was not pure was of no use to him. 26. The Tiananmen massacre of June 1989 brought modern Chinese history to a standstill. This is the standstill of catastrophe. If Chinese history in the past century and a half has been a series of catastrophes, the events of June 4, 1989, marked their summation in the form of a mindlessly internalized violence directed against civilians by a government which barely 40 years ago had stood for hope and emancipation from the corruption of the Chinese tradition. 27. These quotations are from Writing Diaspora, a collection of essays by Ray Chow, a literary and cultural critic with whom more often than not I find myself in agreement. I do not intend to analyze these texts in detail but merely to comment on the questions they raise with regard to a problem that I would like to address briefly, the problem of the past in cultural criticism. I have selected these quotations because they illustrate how the very selection of focus in analysis may blur, if not suppress, what I take to be historical questions of primary significance for contemporary cultural criticism. First, the question of Orientalism, which runs through 3 of the 4 quotations above, should be addressed. Ray Chow herself is aware that the natives themselves are quite capable of producing Orientalism, but she brackets that awareness that, if rendered explicit, would have introduced into her analysis a problem that complicates current approaches to the question of Orientalism. This problem is implicit in what I have said earlier: what do we do with Orientalism when the Orientals have become its promoters? Cultural criticism in recent years has focused on Eurocentrism as an, if not the, object of criticism. But how do we deal with a situation when ideas, attitudes, and intellectual procedures that may have been products of Eurocentrism historically are appropriated by the natives themselves in reassertions of newfound power? My earlier observations on contemporary China were not intended to engage in gratuitous China bashing, but rather to underline this problem. I might add to what I have already said another observation: those foreigners who seem to be most welcome in China are not those who would advocate a critical understanding of the Chinese past and present but are those who share in the ahistorical homogenized notions of Chineseness. In other words, they are the purveyors of Orientalist attitudes. Not only is China a promoter of Orientalism, therefore, but it sustains it abroad in a new guise. It seems to me, therefore, that whatever role Euro-American Orientalism has played in shaping contemporary consciousness globally, it is no longer sufficient in cultural criticism to focus on Eurocentrism as the problem. The problem of Orientalism is a problem in global culture, and in order to deal with it, cultural criticism has to adopt a global perspective rather than merely juxtapose nations and regions in cultural production. Second is the related question of the past, which, like the question of Orientalism, underlies all Chow's statements quoted earlier. It is present in the statement about Maoism as a sibling of Orientalism, which is also interesting because it draws on a statement of mine. Although Chow does not misrepresent what I wrote, she cites it out of context in ways contrary to my conclusions. There is no question that Maoist fantasies have been an element in leftist thinking. For a while, it was even pervasive among other fantasies of the left about the working class, peasantry, and other oppressed groups, which now go under the general heading of subalterns. Rather than recognize an autonomous consciousness within these groups and try to understand what they say and want, leftists of all stripes have imposed their own fantasies, revolutionary longings, and abstractions upon them. In this sense, it may be possible to speak of a leftist Orientalism. However, declaring such fantasies, or, should I say visions, as a sibling to a hegemonic Orientalism and therefore totally suppressing the liberating impulses that informed them is also to bury that strain on the left that recognized Third World national liberation movements as an integral part of a global political agenda. My statement was intended to underline the material circumstances that differentiated Maoism, as a Third World, national, and vernacular Marxism, from European Marxism. I sought to repudiate neither the Marxism of Mao nor Marxism. Chow's condemnation of a leftist Orientalism not only ignores crucial issues of Third World Marxism, but it does so by relegating those issues to the past, as part of an Orientalist legacy. Obviously Ray Chow does not think that Maoism, or any idea associated with it, should have any relevance to the present. I happen to think that it does above all in the Maoist insistence on the need to imagine alternatives to Euro-American developmental models. But Maoism is relevant in another sense. However we may evaluate it as an ideology, as an integral part of our immediate past, Maoist ways of thinking about the world and the Maoist challenge to Eurocentrism, including Marxist Eurocentrism, are part of a legacy that has expanded our ways of thinking about the world. That Maoism in practice produced some horrendous results may lead to a wish to bury that past, but the question is what else we would be burying with it, and how burying that past plays into the hands of the contemporary hegemony of a Eurocentric developmentalism. I may note here something that I have argued elsewhere at some length, that certain ideas of Mao, especially those ideas associated with guerrilla warfare, would seem to be alive in the marketing strategies of global capital, which utilizes them to sustain its hegemony. Point 28. Finally, since Chow is very concerned in general to recognize a contemporary presence for the natives, it might be noted that as China is absorbed ever more deeply into a global capitalism, Maoist aspirations in transformed form have enjoyed a revival in China, not so much in the discourse of the state as in popular transformations of Mao into a bodhisattva-like savior. Point 29. The repudiation of the past is even more dramatically evident in Chow's interpretation of the events of June 4, 1989. Although the very trauma caused by those events may justify her response, it does not seem to me that it justifies suppression of the questions raised by the event, chief among them an intellectual and cultural incorporation into global capitalism, which is a matter apart from whether or not the protesters sought to overthrow the Communist Party in favor of capitalism. This is quite evident in Chow's interpretation of June 4 as the summation of modern Chinese history, which now appears as a piling up of catastrophe after catastrophe, rather than a revolutionary history that sought liberation from imperialism and brought forward significant social aspirations. What is being buried in the statement, in other words, is not just the Communist Party, with which I have little sympathy, given what the party has become, but revolution itself and with it all the categories, such as imperialism and class, among others, that until recently were fundamental categories in the analysis of oppression and liberation. Once again, I am referring to the suppression of a problem, which obviates the need to engage those categories as problems. Finally, Chow, it seems, objects not only to the uses of the past but to history as epistemology. The first quotation cited earlier states explicitly that the stress on history is a manifestation of continuing Orientalism in the China field. If Maoism is a sibling of Orientalism, history appears here as its handmaiden. What is negated, once again, is not just a hegemonic objectivist version of the past, but the past as a realm of inquiry that might have something to do with a liberationist or a critical project. It may be trite but useful to recall here that historical practice informed by Marxism, including Third World Marxisms, such as Maoism, has played a central role over the last half-century in bringing to the surface of historical consciousness all those groups, from workers and peasants to women and indigenous peoples, as subjects of history. Cultural criticism takes these groups, now generalized as subalterns, for granted while denying the original impulse that propelled them into our thinking. About culture. Conversely, as in contemporary Chinese historiography, the suppression of that impulse and, with it, questions of subalternity in history reduces cultural thinking to Orientalism, or to that preoccupation with kings and generals to which I referred earlier. Chow's own work provides examples of the ways in which obliviousness to historical questions may undermine criticism. She is not beyond falling into an Orientalist mode, as in her analysis of the relationship between the state and intellectuals in China, which she presents as an unchanging relationship from the beginnings to the present in the process, calling on the testimony of Time magazine, which long has been a purveyor of Orientalist interpretations of China. The refusal to come to terms with history shows at the other end in her silence on the fate of the protesters of 1989 in the years since, when Chinese intellectuals have emerged not only as enthusiastic proponents of China's incorporation into a global capitalism but have done so in complicity with the state that they opposed in 1989. The third and final question the statements raise is the question of the native. Given her stance on the questions of Orientalism and history, it may not be surprising that Chow's observations on Eurocentrism and the native also suffer from a bracketing of historicity. To repeat what I have already said, Ray Chow is quite aware of the possibility of native complicity in the production of Orientalism and, in the particular case of China, of the suppression by Chinese intellectuals themselves of Chineseness as a problem. But her exclusive focus on Eurocentric Orientalism blurs the problem of the Orientalism of the Oriental. A criticism of the native for being capitalist might indeed constitute denial to the native of a contemporary presence, but whether such denial of contemporaneity carries the same meaning to Chow's colleague as it did to Mead and Levi Strauss is another matter. It is quite possible that what is at issue in the former situation is not the authenticity of the native, but rather the native's complicity in an oppressive global situation. To suggest that the reference point for evaluating the native's capitalism is the PRC state is misleading, as capitalism no longer suffices to distinguish the capitalist native from the state in the context of contemporary China. Indeed, it makes the native complicit in the power of a state of which Chow is critical. It is possible that Chow ignores this problem because, somewhat ahistorically, she identifies the PRC state with the Maoist past regardless of how much it may have broken with that past. What she fails to bring to the surface of analysis is this question: what should we do when the native emerges as an oppressor or an active agent in a structure of oppression? The capitalist Chinese is not just an object of a Eurocentric gaze but a subject who, in complicity with the state, appears today as an exploiter, in the name of socialism with Chinese characteristics or a more straightforward assertion of national/racial power, not just of other Chinese but, in the sale of cheap and flexible Chinese labor to global capital, of laborers elsewhere. Chinese labor practices, held up to others for emulation, become part of a global structure of oppression and exploitation not only in the Third World but also in the First. To represent the contemporary native in terms of earlier global relationships indeed does little but suppress the questions raised by contemporary global configurations. The fundamental question here is how to deal with a moment of radical change in time and space with a vocabulary and frames of reference of another time. Ironically, whereas Chow is anxious to repudiate absolutely earlier discourses or politics, her own approach to the question fails to account for new meanings generated by the new historical situation. The fundamental question thrown up by this historical situation, put starkly, is it Eurocentrism that is presently the primary problem for cultural criticism, or is it capitalism, with its own history, that is no longer to be identified with its European origins? Cultural criticism has yet to confront a new global situation of which it may well be a product. This new world situation has been created by radical changes in the global political economy, by the emergence of a global capitalism that has transformed the economic, political, and cultural configurations of an earlier day. Ironically, it is in this situation created by global capitalism, when the globalized economy impinges irresistibly and globally on everyday life, that cultural criticism appears most reluctant to address questions of political economy. Two consequences are especially noteworthy. One is what I will describe as a kind of solipsism in cultural criticism, by which I mean a tendency to view the world of cultural criticism as the world. Cultural criticism in recent years has raised many issues of the utmost importance by questioning earlier understandings of such categories as imperialism, the Third World, nation, class, and culture, as well as by introducing new categories into analysis. It has also brought in a new understanding of spatiality and temporality, of the local and the global, of encounters between nations and peoples. What is a problem, however, is a tendency to assume that the realities of cultural criticism are the realities of the world and that others share in these perceptions of reality, especially powerful others. The world of cultural criticism repudiates totality even as corporate managers are at work on plans to globalize power. It repudiates utopianism and the future, whereas a handbook for managers states that analyzing your present culture is like going to history class, when you could learn more valuable stuff from studying the future. 30. It repudiates the past, though Henry Kissinger and Zbigniew Brzezinski still speak of Russia in Cold War terms. The world of cultural criticism declares an end to centers, but Richard Barnett tells us that 300 transnational corporations control 25% of all productive assets in the world. It tells us that nations are dead when the United States and Japan are locked in combat over national markets. The world of cultural criticism tells us that Chineseness, in the very conditions of diaspora, is an end rather than a starting point of definition, while the Chinese are singing that they are the children of the Yellow Emperor destined for global glory. The world of cultural criticism holds that cultures are porous when ethnic groups around the world are engaged in genocide in the name of cultures. It speaks of the politics of identity and location when a global capitalism is in the process of marginalizing and casting out into a never-never land the majority of the population of the globe regardless of location in the United States, China, India, or the so-called basket cases. The problem is not that cultural criticism is wrong. I picked the examples above because I think that cultural criticism has had much of value to say about those issues. The problem is that cultural criticism does not seem to look beyond itself to another world, with the consequence that there is a blurring of lines between what goes on out there and what should be going on, between analysis and wishful thinking. In a conference I attended recently, one participant coming from the real world of the Social Science Research Council reminded the participants about the real world. This is not my intention. The question is not that the world of cultural criticism is not real. It is rather that there are other worlds out there that are also real, in addition to having more power. To the extent that cultural criticism ignores the global framework that is also its framework, it remains oblivious to these other worlds. The consequence is a failure to delineate its own position within this world, so as to carve out a location for resistance. Indeed, in some of its versions, cultural criticism renders it impossible to speak about politics, when politics still rule the world. The other consequence, related to the first, has been to cast criticism adrift in the uncertain waters of ideology, to the extent that cultural criticism theorizes the world without a sense of its own location within it. It begins to speak itself in the disorganizing language of global capital, while its own insights are quickly absorbed into the language of global hegemony. This is especially evident in Third World cultural criticism. I have argued this out at length elsewhere with reference to the so-called post-colonial criticism, so I will not repeat it here. 31 Suffice it to say that post-colonial criticism, as part of its project of repudiating meta-narratives, has been anxious also to repudiate questions of political economy and past conceptualizations of the world as well as questions of political struggles that were informed by these meta-narratives. As a result, what is intended as criticism often reads as a celebration of the social and cultural products of global capitalism compared to earlier radical positions, and critique becomes indistinguishable from ideology. My comments above, as well as my criticism of post-colonial criticism, imply a relationship between history as epistemology and the critique of political economy. It is this relationship that I would like to pursue a bit further here, with reference to my comments on writing diaspora. I do not know if Ray Chow identifies with post-colonial criticism's repudiation of meta-narratives, but in her emphases on her own hybridity and marginality, in her preoccupation with Eurocentrism, in her repudiation of the past, and in her hostility to Marxism, she would seem to share in some of the premises of post-colonial criticism. I will thus return to my comments on her statements in my discussion of the problem of history as a general problem in cultural criticism. I am especially interested in Chow's discussion of Orientalism and her repudiation of the Chinese Revolution. If ignoring political economy deprives cultural criticism of its ability to locate itself spatially, extending a similar denial of political economy to the understanding of the past, as in the so-called post-Orientalist histories, cuts off criticism from the legacy of radical struggles of the past, throwing into question its own temporal location. The question is a tricky one, since insistence on memories of the past is usually characteristic of a conservative position. For a historian of China, insistence on memories of the Chinese Revolution raises two questions. First is the question of nostalgia. Chinese society and politics have gone through radical changes over the last 2 decades, and for a historian like myself, who started his career in the middle of the cataclysmic upheaval of the Cultural Revolution, there is indeed the possibility of hanging on to the past out of a kind of personal and professional nostalgia, just as earlier generations of Chinese historians held on to memories of the Qing dynasty, after the Revolution of 1911, or of Republican China, after 1949. To make matters worse, the nostalgia is for a past when the Chinese native was placed at a disadvantage vis-a-vis Euro-American domination compared to a present in which the natives have asserted themselves, which makes it typical of Orientalist nostalgia mixed possibly with some envy at the Chinese success at a time of apparent decline in Euro-American power. To say that this time around the nostalgia is different because it is for socialism or revolution does not make it any the less conservative, especially at a time when both socialism and revolution appear as aspects of a past now irretrievably gone. The second question is that of the very epistemological status of history, especially for a historian who shares in the postmodernist argument on history as representation, without privileging claims to the truth of the past. For a historian of China, and perhaps any historian in the late 20th century, this postmodern insight does not come as fresh news. The repeated rewriting of history has been an integral ideological feature of the Chinese Revolution, best articulated in the 1981 comments by Deng Xiaoping on the official resolution on party history, in which Deng offers an account of the political negotiations that were very much a part of producing a post-Maoist history of the Communist Revolution. 32 It is conceded similarly in Pasts and Futures, or What is History For? By Jean Chesneau, the distinguished French Marxist historian, who eschews a materialist faith in the truth of history to argue for the relationship between political vision and historical representation. 33. The point in recalling the past, however, is not to privilege the epistemological status of history or to keep alive a past that is already gone. An insistence on the relevance to the present of recalling radical visions and struggles of the past need not imply imprisonment of the present in the past, any more than an insistence on the relevance of political economy implies an economic or class determination of cultural criticism. In this regard, I disagree also with Ijaz Ahmed's recent critique of cultural criticism in his In Theory. 34 Ahmed's insistence on political economy and the centrality of the question of class needs to be taken seriously, perhaps more seriously than ever before, because with global capitalism it is possible for the first time to speak of global classes. But Ahmed, in his repudiation of past categories such as imperialism and the Third World, is at one with post-colonial criticism in flattening out unequal and uneven relationships across the globe. In spite of his recognition that a new global situation has come into existence, moreover, he does not place this situation in any kind of historical perspective or confront the questions raised by it, hence the ease with which he carries solutions as old as Marx, but skipping over Lenin and Mao, into the present. Global capitalism has indeed created a new situation. The structure of production has been transformed and, with it, older global relations, which calls for new modes of understanding. The appearance of a new division of labor has transformed relations between societies, disorganized the nation-state, and produced a new cultural situation. Although the First World may still be the First World, the very transnationalism of First World corporations implies that terms such as First and Third World are no longer to be understood simply in terms of fixed global locations. Nations are still there, but they are no longer to be understood simply in terms of fixed political boundaries. Classes may be there more than ever, however, they are no longer to be understood simply in terms of economic relationships but require the mediation of other categories of analysis, from gender to ethnicity. Cultural differences and hegemonies are still there, but they are no longer to be understood simply in terms of European subjects versus native objects. Capitalism is still there, but capitalism, too, has history, and it is not to be understood merely in terms of its past. Capitalism is there nevertheless, and one of its features in its new phase is a claim to global totality as well as to monopoly over the future, now that all alternatives of comparable scope to its historical claims seem to have been abolished, and the only obstacles to its total victory that remain seem to reside in puny local resistances that emerge out of fractures in the totality that are produced by its very motions. These resistances do offer a point of departure for cultural criticism as well, but not without a careful consideration of some fundamental questions. Can cultural criticism be satisfied with a local consciousness against the global consciousness of capital? It may not make sense to speak of societies or cultures in an earlier vocabulary of metanarratives, but can such speech ignore the totalizing that is its condition? Can we speak of Orientalism as if it were still the Orientalism of yesterday, where the native other was produced by the European self, without regard to the fact that a China worked over by capital itself produces Orientalism due to a new location in global capitalism? Can we repudiate the legacy of socialism and revolution in China and elsewhere as merely an account of catastrophes, without a simultaneous awareness that what is being buried with them is a possibility of resistance to global hegemony on its own global terrain, which may be exactly the reason that the culture of global capital places the past in history theme parks, organized according to its own consumptive vision? Orientalism persists in our day not in factographic accounts of the Orient but in the commodified representations of its exotica in theme parks and in the ideological pantheon of global capitalism, of which the Orient has become an integral constituent. Rather than the end of Orientalism, what we may be witnessing today is its victory under the auspices of global capital, with the very complicity of the natives themselves. If capitalism is in a new phase, the new phase is nevertheless continuous with the past, as an overcoming of the obstacles that were produced by its own activities. Similarly, a cultural criticism that is cognizant of political economy must come to terms with past criticism that predicated its solutions on the primacy of capitalism. The question here is not to revive but to engage the past. That is the possibility effectively obliterated when cultural criticism renders its own radical legacy into a mere account of catastrophes that are best forgotten, while formulating its problems in terms of its immediate historical situation, which confines its vision within the ideological horizon of global capitalism. Ironically, the contemporary hegemony of global capital over the present and the future may have left the past as the sole source of critical perspectives. As Jean Chesnio writes in The Brave Modem World, by definition, the past will not return, and only those who have lost confidence and seek refuge in nostalgic dreams can call for a return. But invoking the past as a critical reference is something quite different, based as it is on the past not because of its previousness, but because of its otherness. Since it offers us another quality of life, a life which actually existed and not an idealistic and utopian vision, the detour by way of the past helps us to relativize the present, resist the tendency to surrender to the present, and recover the sense of duration of time and, hence, a concern for the future. 35 Emphasis in original. The catastrophes of the Chinese Revolution need to be remembered, if only to avoid their repetition. But so must the history of which those catastrophes were not just agents but products. That history was shaped by a capitalism that, dislocating all societies from their own parochial trajectories, was to relocate them in a global temporality that permits no escape from its dominion except into oblivion. But that history was also shaped by alternative global visions of socialism or third worldism that promised humans the ability to once again take control of their lives. The contradiction between vision and history provided modernity with a vital tension, a space in which to imagine other possible futures. What is at risk today is that space. Take, for example, developmentalism, a commitment to material and technological development that is fundamental to the ideology of capitalism past and present. Developmentalism was also the legacy of capitalism in socialism, but it appeared in the latter as a contradiction, at odds with the socialist promise of human control over life, which in the end distorted both the promise of liberation and the course of development. What is gone today is that promise. Without it, however, developmentalism has turned into a fetishism of change so powerful that merely to question its goals is to risk relegation into an irredeemably reactionary past, since it has claimed for itself totally the present and the future. Cultural criticism, instead of confronting this urgent predicament, joins in the celebration of this present and the demise of alternative visions of the future that once seemed to be real possibilities. The result is to yield the future to a global capital engaged in homogenizing societies globally. In the absence of alternative visions, the only resistance to such global homogenization seems to come from a reassertion of older ethnic and cultural identities with similarly universalistic pretensions, expressed through older ideologies, be they Confucianism, Islam, Hinduism, or whatever, now essentialized in their articulation to global capitalism, which substitute for the promise of liberation the celebration of cultural practices that legitimize oppression of one kind or another and express themselves in deadly ethnic competition and conflict. The utopianization of a culturalist nationalism or ethnicism, already a danger under nationalized socialisms but held in check by the very vision of socialism, now has re-emerged with a vengeance. The choice that faces us all seems to be between either a global capitalism that promises an illusory cosmopolitanism or an ethnic or nationalist fascism. The two even manage some collaboration against alternative possibilities of social organization that may make possible genuine diversity and unity. I am referring here to the local as the site of struggle. There is resistance still, or perhaps I should say there are many resistances. The location for resistance to global power and homogenization these days would seem to be local resistances, whether of indigenous peoples or of local communities that seek to rework their historical legacies into social alliances that can guarantee survival and dignity in a reassertion of local subjectivities against their manipulation by capital, by states, and by the purveyors of new culturalisms. Jean Chesneau offers one way to theorize such local resistances. In The Brave Modem World, he describes the contemporary situation as an off-ground situation, playing off the euphemism of global capital about offshore economies, which refer to those economic sites that are beyond the control of states, regardless of where they are located with respect to the sea. In an off-ground situation, neither material nor spiritual or intellectual life has any relationship to its immediate locality. Rather, an off-ground existence refers to a situation where location in global networks defines place and, therefore, time. Theme parks, Confucianism, or even the Yellow Emperor, not to speak of much in contemporary cultural criticism, derive their significance in this conceptualization from their interconnection with global political, economic, and cultural networks, from the abstract relationships between their various constituents, rather than from the answers they provide to the needs of their immediate material environments, the needs of everyday life. Indeed, in their very globalization, they become part of the forces that threaten to erase the multifaceted needs of everyday life. Radical social theory itself, to the extent that it feeds off global networks, becomes complicit in the production and reproduction of this off-ground existence. The answer that Chesneau's metaphor invokes is deceptively simple: to reground thinking in everyday life. This is deceptive not only because it is difficult to imagine an everyday life that is free from the oppressive burdens of the past, but also because local resistances are vulnerable to the extent that they seek to overcome their own mythological underpinnings by subjecting such understanding to the scrutiny of the present. Moreover, even if that hurdle were to be overcome, these resistances, however promising, probably do not have much chance unless some way is found of establishing global alliances to empower them. That would also require constant attention to the global context of local struggles in global capitalism, as well as in the struggles globally of classes, women, ethnicities, and cultures. Recalling the past with these new struggles in mind is a task that awaits cultural criticism, one that may rekindle its dormant political energies. 36. The Cultural Revolution in China may have represented the dying gasps of an earlier form of resistance to capital, and June 4, 1989, may have symbolized the pains of a China being incorporated inexorably into a global capitalism. The distinction, in the very radicalness of the difference, may also serve as a reminder of what these two events might have in common. What they have in common is also what makes necessary the relevance of history to cultural criticism. It is with this understanding that I read the following well-known lines. Historical materialism wishes to retain that image of the past which unexpectedly appears to a man singled out by history at a moment of danger. The danger affects both the content of the tradition and its receivers. The same threat hangs over both, that of becoming a tool of the ruling classes. In every era the attempt must be made anew to wrest tradition away from a conformism that is about to overpower it. Only that historian will have the gift of fanning the spark of hope in the past who is firmly convinced that even the dead will not be safe from the enemy if he wins. And this enemy has not ceased to be victorious. 37 Emphasis in the original. Looking backward again. When Edward Bellamy looked forward to our times in 1888, he saw a utopian society where capitalism had been transformed into something that looked very much like a socialist utopia. When we look at our times in 1994, it does not seem that what he envisioned for the year 2000 is even close. If anything, we may be closer by far to his times than to his utopia. What has been lost in the meantime is historical vision and the hope for alternative futures that the vision expressed. For all its ironies in the context of the discussion here, I offer by way of conclusion the following lines from Looking Backward. I asked Mr. Bartlett the other day where we should emigrate to if all the terrible things took place which those socialists threaten. He said he did not know any place now where society could be called stable except Greenland, Patagonia, and the Chinese Empire. Those Chinamen knew what they were about, somebody added, when they refused to let in our Western civilization. They knew what it would lead to better than we did. They saw it was nothing but dynamite in disguise. 38. 12. Markets, culture, power, the making of a second cultural revolution in China. Over the last 2 decades, but especially since 1992, the marketization of society in the People's Republic of China, PRC, has led to changes that have been described on more than one occasion as a second cultural revolution. It is arguable that this second cultural revolution is incomparably more far-reaching and deep-seated in its consequences than the failed cultural revolution of the 1960s that sought to place China on an irreversible path to socialism. The effects of the PRC's incorporation in a global capitalist economy, or, conversely, the incorporation of a capitalist economy in the PRC, are visible everywhere from transformations in management practices to the emergence, most conspicuously, of a consumer society. It has transformed the architecture of major urban centers, where at the ground level of urban thoroughfares no less than in the contours of the skyline the institutions of global capital from international hotel chains and department stores to corporate headquarters are a dominating presence. It has changed life at the everyday level in transforming habits of consumption of culture no less than of the commodities of everyday life. Nor are the changes urban only. Rural PRC, too, except in the remotest regions, readily reveals the effects of the new market economy, or the expectations generated by it, real or imagined if only in the infrastructural preparations waiting to find a place on the pathways of markets and capital. In the discussion below, I reflect through the interface of the PRC with the world of global capitalism on a question that has moved to the forefront of cultural discussion over the last 10 years or so, accompanying the surge of interest in globalization during the same period, the question of cultural homogenization/heterogenization with reference to the globalization of capitalist markets. This question in turns leads to a broader problematic of modernity. In recent years, modernity has become a site of cultural contention. European and North American modernities, which long provided a model for the rest of the world and pointed to the shape of its future, no longer carry the authority that they commanded earlier. Ironically, at the very moment of its victory over its socialist competitors, capitalist modernity finds itself beleaguered by a refragmentation of the world in which once marginalized cultures, traditions, have enjoyed a resurgence in the very interior of modernity, making their own claims upon the modern. Recognition of this situation, I think, distinguishes the new discourse of globalization from an earlier discourse of modernization. This situation finds expression in the idea of multiple modernities. In his introduction to a recently published special issue of Dirlik, entitled Multiple Modernities, the distinguished analyst of modernity and editor of the issue, Shmuel N. Eisenstadt, writes that the idea of multiple modernities goes against the views long prevalent in scholarly and general discourse. It goes against the view of the classical theories of modernization and of the convergence of industrial societies prevalent in the 1950s, and indeed against the classical sociological analyses of Marx, Durkheim and, to a large extent, even of Weber. That the cultural program of modernity as it developed in Europe and the basic institutional constellations that emerged there would ultimately take over in all modernizing and modern societies. The actual developments in modernizing societies have refuted the homogenizing and hegemonic assumptions of this Western program of modernity. While a general trend toward structural differentiation developed across a wide range of institutions in most of these societies, the ways in which these arenas were defined and organized varied greatly, giving rise to multiple institutional and ideological patterns. These patterns did not constitute simple continuations in the modem era of the traditions of their respective societies. Such patterns were distinctively modern, though greatly influenced by specific cultural premises, traditions, and historical experiences. All developed distinctly modern dynamics and modes of interpretation, for which the original Western project constituted the crucial, and usually ambivalent, reference point. 2. Eisenstadt recognizes that the question of modernity presently entails far greater complexity than can be encompassed in any holistic or essentialist idea of culture. Nevertheless, his discussion, as well as the other contributions to the special issue, are at one in approaching the world in terms of various culture areas, which are then investigated for the claims they make upon modernity. Missing from the substance of the analyses are serious confrontation of problems presented by the location of culture, which no longer is to be identified with civilizational or even national units, as well as the increasingly problematic nature of the idea of culture itself, subject as it is to new pressures of political and economic commodification. Most important, however, is the obliviousness of these analyses to the context of current disputations over modernity in the political economy of globalization, which provides a common ground for these disputations both in empowering cultural claims on modernity, but also by containing cultural conflict within limits set by common interests and practices. The discussion here has two goals. First is to place the homogenization/heterogenization question within a historical perspective, more specifically, within the perspective of an earlier modernity/tradition juxtaposition, including the revolutionary paths to modernity. While I disagree with the homogenization argument, at least the way it is usually phrased, the main thrust of my critique is directed at arguments that favor the heterogenization perspective. These arguments rest frequently on a modernity of tradition premise which valorizes tradition differently than in an earlier modernization discourse, but does not therefore constitute a fundamental break with that discourse. They may be viewed more accurately as revisions of modernization discourse in response to the demands of a neoliberal globalism, which no longer perceives in different traditions obstacles to a capitalist modernity, but rereads them to confirm the universality of capitalist modernity, albeit with local variations. Such arguments rarely make an effort to account for the content of the traditions in question, and more often than not offer by way of supportive evidence little more than trivial signs of the persistence of tradition. The culturalism that characterizes such arguments distracts from necessary attention to the fundamental transformations that are at work globally. Equally important, secondly, is the status of the very idea of culture under the circumstances. Given the neoliberal willingness to accommodate different cultural environments in order to transform them more effectively, it is increasingly more difficult to distinguish culture as a historical legacy from culture as an object of conscious manipulation in marketing and management. Rather than bulldoze their way into new markets, transnational corporations have chosen for some time now to acculturate themselves into new environments, transforming their operations, but by no means relinquishing their power to change the world in accordance with corporate interests and strategies. This, needless to say, is most easily accomplished through the creation of a globalized workforce, that is at once multinational and multicultural. It is not surprising, therefore, to find native elites who, while they insist on the importance of the traditions from which they claim to hail, are also engaged in activities that promise to eradicate those traditions as traditions. The importance of this multinational elite in the creation of a new global capitalist culture is often ignored by cultural critics who focus on more narrowly defined groups of intellectuals and overlook the power of this elite to set the terms for the discussion of culture in our day. The close attention to the problem of culture in either cultural criticism or corporate strategy may be revealing of a loss of faith in the ability of material or social transformation to do the job of creating a new society, an insight which the original cultural revolution did much to dramatize and disseminate. On the other hand, that neither implies the autonomy of culture, nor that it may be viewed in isolation from the political economies, and contexts of power, with which it is entangled in intricate ways. Aside from the fact that I am a specialist on modern China, and, therefore, a little less ignorant about China than elsewhere, there are two main reasons why the PRC provides a fecund location for examining the question. First is the weight of China's cultural legacy. We do not have to take seriously the various dehistoricized claims made for the longevity of Chinese culture by Chinese or others, which often add up to little more than clichés, in order to recognize that the claims themselves make for a cultural orientation, and, consequently, behavior shaped by the ideological force of those very claims, in other words, a compulsive urge to add Chinese characteristics to almost anything, from socialism to capitalism to consumerism, to assert that Chinese must be unique no matter what the evidence to the contrary. Secondly, the case of China is interesting because of the historical experiences of Chinese society with market cultures in the 20th century, from the experience of capitalism as imperialism through arguably the greatest experiment with a socialist renunciation of markets and capitalism to incorporation into capitalism. This complex experience makes for an ambivalence toward the culture of capitalism and capitalist markets, so that even as China is drawn into a global capitalist economy, and makes claims to impending supremacy within it, there is evidence of continued resistance to being identified as one more emerging capitalist society with its own market repertories, resistance in which cultural memories, nationalist longings, and socialist habits are intertwined inextricably. For these two reasons, among possibly others, the confrontation of the PRC with the market forces of global capital provides a revealing instance of cultural conflict and complicity in the global political economy, where homogenization/heterogenization appear not just as processes that follow some economic or ethnographic logic, but as products of the deployment of culture as a means of grasping difference and manipulating it, in which there is a visible complex dialectic of agency and structure. This may render culture meaningless as a category of analysis. At the very least, it points to the meaninglessness of approaching the question without reference to its context in economic and political power. Above all else, it makes it necessary to consider the question within the context of a globalized capital which constrains what we understand by difference, where resistance to cultural homogenization may offer little more than assimilation by other means. What I have in mind here may be illustrated by the very irony in the use of the term cultural revolution to describe contemporary changes, that brings into relief the difference of our times from times past. It is arguable that the cultural revolution of the 1960s played an important part in paving the way for the present by making culture into an object of manipulation, and an instrument for the political transformation of Chinese subjects. But whatever we may think of its causes and consequences, and its often arbitrary deployment of culture, the Cultural Revolution was intended nevertheless to carve out a path to socialism that imagined an outside to capitalism, and what was deemed to be its socialist version in the Soviet Union. The appropriation of the term presently for incorporation into global capitalism, on the other hand, refers not only to social and cultural transformation, but also signals the abandonment of any possibility of alternatives, the impossibility, in other words, of imagining outsides to a globalized capitalism. This, I think, is an indicator also of the contemporary limitation of the boundaries of cultural discussion, as in the homogenization/heterogenization juxtaposition, where heterogenization comes to serve as a stand-in for what might have been conceived earlier as an outside, where terms such as hybridity and heterogeneity come to express not radical difference, but pleas for the recognition of difference, or perhaps even simulated difference where difference is imaginable only as variation on a theme that we have come to call capitalism. MCDOMINATION and MCASSIMILATION 3. There is little disagreement among writers on the evolving market economy in the PRC that a revolutionary transformation has occurred over the last 2 decades in the popular orientation to the market and market values, evident most importantly in a consumer revolution. For while there is little reason to question the importance of this revolution, or even, in the absence of some unforeseen disaster, its irrevocableness, some caution is necessary nevertheless in assessing its extent, depth, and durability. Against the relentless effort to instill a productionist ethic in the Chinese population during Maoist years, when consumption was reduced to a bare minimum for the majority of the population, any reorientation toward consumption values is bound to appear as a radical break with the past. We need also to take into account the considerable hype about the consumption turn in Chinese society that characterizes the writings on the subject of marketers and advertisers who have an obvious interest in a rosy portrayal of the future of consumption in the PRC. To speak of a consumer revolution in the PRC is not necessarily to suggest that China has become a consumer society like the United States or Japan, or even Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Singapore. For one thing, while the government has released the forces of consumption to promote economic growth, it remains suspicious of the social consequences of consumer values, most importantly individual self-expression, as may be gleaned from periodic efforts to control the content of advertising. 5 Perhaps more fundamentally, China remains a poor country, and there are immense class and regional differences in the ability to consume. 6 During visits to the PRC over the last decade, when I have asked of friends and acquaintances from different walks of life who consumed all the expensive, by Chinese standards, commodities with which stores seemed to be overflowing, the standard, and almost cliched, answer has been, 3% of the population. The emergence of a consumer society has accompanied economic changes toward a market society and privatization that have cut deeply into services provided by the socialist state, intensifying anxiety about the future. With a precarious welfare safety net, from employment to retirement, from housing to school and health services, much of the Chinese population has to be careful about spending, as the leadership found out during the recent economic crisis in East and Southeast Asia, when it was frustrated in its efforts to get the population to spend in order to forestall an economic recession. These contradictions are captured in the description of the PRC by the prominent marketing expert, an indefatigable crusader for globalization, Kenichi Ami, as the most dynamic and difficult, and yet the last remaining, consumer utopia of the world. 7. Having said this, there is little reason to doubt the importance of the consumption turn in the PRC. The question concerns rather the nature of the transformation, whether this market revolution signals the assimilation of Chinese society to a globalizing consumer culture, or the assimilation of market culture to Chinese society in a process of the localization of the global. There is good evidence that, as in the rest of the world, Chinese society as it turns into a consumer society, faces the prospect or threat of McDonaldization and Coca-colonization, which have become symbolic in the literature on cultural globalization of the spread globally of the values of U.S. society. On the other hand, there is equally compelling evidence of resistance to this prospect that takes complex forms, from cultural and economic nationalism to efforts to contain global commodities by endowing them with local meanings and tastes. For all its particularities, most important among them being the official willingness to intervene in matters of popular tastes and values, the case of the PRC is not all that different from those of other societies that face globalization in the guise of Americanization. While answers to the homogeneity/heterogeneity question vary widely, the variation is limited by the common ground they share in the assumption of the globalization of cultures. Few would care to argue these days that there remain spaces immune to the cultural forces of capitalism, even if in many cases participation in the capitalist economy may be more by way of induction than direct involvement. The question then resolves itself into two oppositions. On the one hand are those who argue that the spread of capitalism globally implies, for better or worse, the invasion of the globe by the cultural forces of capitalism, and the erasure of cultural difference. For its celebrants, such cultural homogenization is to be welcomed as it brings us ever closer to the promise of a global village, albeit under the guidance of slogans of markets and democracy emanating from a hegemonic center. 8 To critics, on the other hand, homogenization is nothing less than the pervasion of capitalist, especially U.S., junk culture in the world, and represents nothing less than a new phase of imperialism, now in the guise of cultural imperialism. 9. At the other extreme are those who concede the reality of globalization, but argue nevertheless that globalization is never a simple one-way process, and may in fact double back on hegemonic cultures. 10 In its softer version, this implies that the recipients of cultural globalization are never passive, but impose their own meanings on received culture, and translate it into local idioms, to produce hybrid cultures that sustain difference, a process that is often identified, mistakenly, with indigenization, without accounting for the fact that the indigenous, or the local, is impossible to grasp presently without reference to the global in the local. The harder version of this argument not only reaffirms heterogeneity, but claims also that globalization turns the table back on hegemonic cultures by enabling challenges to their monopolistic claims to modernity in the form of alternative modernities that draw upon different, and once marginalized, traditions. 11 The one version leads to multiculturalism, which is but a liberal version of the global village, the other to the clash of civilizations. In either case, globalization signals the end of universalism, which is now exposed as the imposition on widely different societies of parochial values of the West, associated more often than not with the single term, the Enlightenment. Capitalism, on the other hand, becomes the common fate of humankind, subject to local variations. Most writers on the consumer revolution in the PRC with whose work I am familiar are inclined toward this latter position, that consumption is conditioned by the political and cultural circumstances of contemporary Chinese society. Thus one author, highly critical of the emergent consumer society, writes that, heavily influenced by affluent East and Southeast Asian neighbors, the current wave of mass consumption in China is assuming characteristics which set it apart from the more established pattern in the West. I will refer to it as Confucian consumerism because it bears the imprints of China's long-standing values concerning families and human relations. 12 A similar view is to be found in another author, this time an enthusiastic proponent of consumer society, and himself a marketer, Kong Huali. He writes that consumers seem to buy things for the same reason everywhere, except in China, where status is culturally nuanced. How status is defined, and how and where it fits into spending patterns is unique and changing. It is unique to regions, as well as to specific categories of consumers. To understand the meaning of status in China today, and how it influences spending, requires some understanding of the nation's social and cultural values. 13 Like Bin Zhao, Li stresses family values, interpersonal relations, and the emphasis on status as distinguishing features of Chinese society. What all this means in practice may be illustrated concretely by the transformation of global commodities as they are domesticated in Chinese social and cultural spaces. A recent study of McDonald's in Beijing by Yongxiang Yan observes that, in Beijing, the Big Mac was rapidly transformed into a form of haute cuisine, and McDonald's became a place where people could gain status simply by eating there. A scrutiny of social interactions in Beijing McDonald's reveals that what appears to be the same institution represents two radically different things in the two societies. These differences are so profound that the presumed American style of the Beijing restaurants has itself been transformed. McDonald's has become a caricature of its intended symbolic association. It represents a localized, Chinese version of Americana. 14. The author perceives 5 aspects to this transformation. First, an intriguing point that localization was precisely the goal of McDonald's management in Beijing. The company presented itself as a Chinese company on the grounds that it was 50% Chinese-owned, used beef and potatoes purchased in the PRC, and all its employees were Chinese, with 3 of them holding foreign passports. It also participated in community affairs and activities of local schools, delegated employees to help out the police with traffic, and hoisted the Chinese national flag every morning. Secondly, in contrast to McDonald's in the United States, McDonald's restaurants in China allowed their customers to hang out, making themselves hospitable not only to prolonged meals but also to family affairs as well as teenage romantic assignations. McDonald's cleanliness as well as reasonable prices made the restaurants attractive for such affairs, which the management sought to enhance by organizing art exhibitions, etc. Thirdly, as in the United States, McDonald's emphasized its affinity with the family by decorating its walls with posters and slogans espousing family values. Fourthly, the restaurant stressed human interactions, adding to Ronald McDonald, the uncle, Aunt McDonald's, female receptionists to take care of children and talk with parents. Finally, aware of the value placed on the little emperors, the highly spoiled products of the single-child policy, McDonald's lavished special attention on these children. One important innovation was to promote educational activity in the restaurants by organizing essay contests, special children's programs, and activities designed to give children a taste of and an acquaintance with American culture. Point 15. Localization is also visible in the marketing and advertising of cosmetics and beauty products. Since the 1980s, Caucasian ideals of female beauty in the guise of white skin, big breasts, and tall bodies have exerted considerable influence in Chinese ideals of beauty, and have fueled sales of beauty products. Point 16. While efforts to achieve a Western feminine look sometimes take gross forms of surgical transformation of the body, among their less baneful products may be the ubiquitous presence in South China of Avon ladies. A recent examination of these new ideals of the female body recognizes this new turn in Chinese conceptions of beauty, but argues that rather than view them as an invasion of Chinese conceptions of beauty by white, Western, and wealthy values, we need to pay closer attention to hybridity, creolization and local resignification of global beauty ideals. 17. The discussion concedes that there has been a transformation in both views of skin color and breast size. Skin color, which had been a marker of class difference in pre-modern China, has now turned into an ethnic marker, distinguishing Caucasians from Chinese. There has been a similar shift in the valorization of breast size, with larger breasts now signifying not only a shift in ideals of bodily beauty, but a sign of modernity as well. Against the effects of advertising, mostly of Western products, promoting whiteness and larger breast size, Johansson juxtaposes advertisements of Chinese products and writings critical of the infatuation with Western ideals of beauty, which not only point to the somewhat undesirable side effects of the former, but reiterate native ideals of beauty that emphasize smoothness of skin and hairlessness. According to contemporary defenders of Chinese civilization, even the ideal of big breasts had existed in Chinese society, but had been aborted by Confucian ethics. He writes that ads for skin whitening creams and skincare products reveal a symbolic web of visual and textual references to domesticity, traditional China, traditional femininity, fear of nature and fear of change. In my view, these ads can be interpreted as reflecting a discourse about how Chinese self-identity is being threatened by global consumerism. Confronted with the threat from Western influences and the hegemony of Western beauty ideals, protection, caution, and a high standard of conduct are called for to preserve the beauty of Chinese identity. 18. It is a short step from this statement to the author's conclusion that contemporary Chinese beauty ideals have many origins, both historically and geographically. Their complexity refutes any notion that they are merely the outcome of a conspiracy of the Western media and beauty industry. Not only are fair skin and large breasts ideals in China that predate contemporary Western-style consumer culture, but these seemingly monolithic Western beauty ideals are also reinterpreted into local terms. 19. For all its post-colonial rhetoric, or perhaps because of it, Johansson's argument is informed ultimately by a traditional/modern juxtaposition, where the confrontation with the modern does not simply produce historical transformations but resignifications of the modern in local contexts. Here Johansson simply follows the lead of those Chinese sources which insist, as I noted above, that no matter how much China or Chinese culture changes, Chinese characteristics must nevertheless prevail, even if it has become increasingly difficult to determine what those characteristics may be in the midst of radical social and cultural transformation, national and local. These Orientalist formulations are empowered now not by Eurocentrism, as in an earlier day, but by a liberal embarrassment at its legacies, as well as Chinese self-orientalizations 20. Apparently taken with hybridization and local resignification, which he seems to view as unquestionable truths of cultural transmission, Johansson is oblivious to the point of naivete, to any need to distinguish consumer nationalism, or hostility to foreign products, from the indigenization of either commodities or of discourses of beauty. A third text I would like to discuss here, while not significantly different in the conclusions it draws from Johansson's, nevertheless points to the importance of such a distinction. Point 21. Despite its title, The Coca-Colonization of Chinese Society, it is broader in compass than the texts discussed above because, in addition to food and beverage, it reflects also on cosmetics and household industries. The title is appropriate nevertheless in referring us to that most popular of American products, which is not only the most recognized foreign brand in the PRC, but has managed to hold on to 1/3 of the market for beverages there despite fierce competition from its rival, Pepsi-Cola. As in the case of the other discussions above, the author of this article also underlines the importance of the status associated with foreign commodities in determining consumption, which endows these commodities with new meanings in their new marketing context. The indigenization of foreign commodities, however, has been complicated by an emergent consumer nationalism, which makes it difficult to distinguish cultural resignification as a phenomenon in the social life of things, to quote Arjun Appadurai, from the conscious manipulation of meaning in the marketing of commodities, which also commodifies nationalism and localism as they are rendered into characteristics that inhere in commodities. Point 22. The reassertion of Chinese nationalism in the form of pride in native culture, combined with increased competition from Chinese companies, has led to a transformation in attitudes toward foreign commodities that have become visible since the mid-1990s. In the protests against the NATO bombing of the Chinese embassy in Belgrade in May 1999, one placard read, "I'd rather die of thirst than drink Coca-Cola, I would rather starve to death than eat McDonald's." 23. It may not be surprising that these symbols of Americanization, along with Kentucky Fried Chicken, attractive in ordinary times, should turn overnight into targets of anti-Americanism. The nationalizing or localizing of commodities may be viewed as part of the process of resignification, but we need to note that national and local characteristics, as they are commodified themselves, also become available for manipulation in the service of all commodities, Chinese or foreign. Chinese nationalism has not subdued the appeal of foreign commodities, but it has introduced new complications to the market even among post-Mao youth. The first McDonald's opened in China in 1992, following Kentucky Fried Chicken by 5 years, and McDonald's appeal has risen unabated. Coke has continued to expand, taking over Chinese soft drink companies in the process. And the Chinese elite's appetite for luxury commodities, from French cognac to Mercedes-Benz, has continued to grow as it has concentrated in its hands an ever-growing portion of the country's wealth. At the same time, however, there has been an intensification of competition between foreign products, or the products of foreign companies, and similar products produced now by Chinese enterprises. Anecdotally, when I was in the PRC in 1989, Kent cigarettes, which, admitting to a sin, I smoke, carried great prestige in China, to the point where I remember a Chinese friend complaining that plumbers who came to his house to fix his plumbing refused to complete the job until they had been rewarded by a carton of Kents. When I returned to China only 4 years later, I was lectured by a taxi cab driver that I should switch from Kents to Chinese brands, which he claimed were much higher in quality. Of course, by that time, it was almost impossible to distinguish the Chinese from the foreign. As some of the so-called Chinese cigarettes were in fact products of foreign enterprises in China, or of jointly owned companies, a new generation growing up in the new consumer society already thought that a company such as McDonald's was in fact Chinese. Nevertheless, this has become an issue with respect to both origin and quality. As Chinese consumers have become more sophisticated, they have learned to distinguish high-quality foreign products from foreign products dumped on the Chinese market. And as Chinese companies have become more sophisticated in both production and advertising, they have learned to compete with foreign brands, also using an emerging consumer nationalism to advantage. There are now Chinese versions of everything from McDonald's to Kentucky Fried Chicken, American-style fried chicken with Chinese characteristics. Since many foreign name brands have also moved their production to low-wage countries like China, it is also very difficult to distinguish an authentic name brand from a name brand sold in China for a much lower price, as they represent pretty much the same product. What is foreign and what is Chinese, under the circumstances, becomes highly problematic. So does, for the same reason, the relationship between indigenization, in the sense of cultural resignification, and an economic or consumer nationalism that seeks for advantage in a capitalist market by appealing to nationalist sentiments. The question bears with an immediacy on the question of homogenization/heterogenization, or the production of hybrid or third cultures. 24 Are they viewed best in terms of cultural processes accompanying globalization, or do they represent the conquest of culture by a globalizing capitalist economy, which not only has mounted an assault on societies worldwide through advertising, etc., but in the very process of responding to different market demands also seeks to shape those demands through the manipulation of culture, which is no longer something that exists outside of capital, but part of its very own self-definition? Marketing culture in the contemporary PRC. I would like to approach this question through a text to which I have referred several times already as a source both of information and interpretation, China, The Consumer Revolution by Konghua Li. Li is described on the cover of the book as a member of the Deloitte & Touche Consulting Group. The book is intended as an analysis of the emerging consumer society in China, for a readership whose interests are assumed to be practical, how to invest and make money in China. The endorsements for the book include academics as well as businessmen, from Kenichi Ami, formerly from a marketing and public relations firm in Japan, who acquired his reputation as a foremost promoter of globalization, and now holds a chair professorship of public policy at UCLA, to chair professors at the Harvard School of Business to chairman or vice chairman of prominent marketing organizations. I will repeat Ami's endorsement here because it is of particular interest. Konghua Li's book gives outsiders a fascinating insight into what is happening in China's consumer market today. The puzzles of the Chinese consumer are explained in a way that nobody has previously attempted. This is a must-read for those who have their stakes vested in the most dynamic and difficult, and yet the last remaining, consumer utopia of the world. 25 It is hard to tell from the endorsement whose consumer utopia China might be, but the message is quite clear otherwise. Li himself offers hints of his own experiences in the text. As far as it is possible to tell from these references, he grew up in the PRC of the Cultural Revolution, studied in the United States in the 1980s, and now makes a living in Canada as a Deloitte & Touche associate. His acknowledgements for the book include a long list of PRC officials who helped him out with his research, as well as academic and business leaders in Canada and the United States who commented on his analyses. What he has to say about his undertaking may be revealing of the complexities of the question at hand. I am confident that the consumer trends and their business implications examined in this book will remain relevant until at least year 2010. Some may question my confidence, and the conclusions I draw from available facts and statistical references. Of course, no one knows what the future will bring. I do, however, have a deep understanding for the country of my birth and its people. Furthermore, my view of China has also been shaped by many years of professional experiences in the West, and a far-ranging analysis of the present scene in China, both statistical and first-hand. 26. This insider's account of the consumer revolution in China stresses both the particularities of Chinese culture, and its regional variations. What is most interesting about the book is the prolonged discussion that Li provides of what he terms the S generation, the products of the single-child policy presently reaching adulthood, who have experienced consumption at its most lavish. These little emperors, as they are popularly known, have been objects in their years of growing up not only of the most lavish attention by parents and grandparents, but have had all their whims met by parents anxious to secure for them futures of wealth and fortune. Lee estimates that as much as 1/3 of family income is spent on the little emperor's consumption and education. As they reach adulthood presently, they promise further consolidation of the consumer economy. But they also represent a new generation with values quite different from those that guided their parents, including a self-centeredness that departs significantly from the earlier emphases on family values and interpersonal relationships that marked Chinese culture. 27 No wonder that the author inserts a note of caution about the unpredictability of the future beyond the year 2010. For all its emphasis on the need for recognizing the local assimilation of global practices, Lee's book is most impressive for the transformations it identifies, not just in the guise of generational change but of society as a whole, where even the 60-plus generation has begun to alter its habits of consumption. Most remarkably, perhaps, Lee betrays no awareness that his own activity, both as marketing consultant and as author of such a text, may serve as one more moment in these transformations. Unlike conservatives who may bemoan the loss of native values with the emergence of a consumer society, or the domination of consumption practices by an orientation to foreign commodities, Lee's own effort is intended to show the way to his clients to further penetrate the Chinese market. In his words, the book sets out to explore and discuss the dominant trends in China's consumer market, and offers current facts, figures, and analysis in the hope that this information may help guide your China business strategy. The approach is structured to assist those companies wishing to enter China, as well as those already established in China and wishing to expand. It is also relevant to both domestic and international companies. I believe that, for any consumer business, success will only come if business strategy is rooted in a solid understanding of the consumer. 28 The goal of understanding the consumer, we might add, is to create better consumers, which Lee makes no effort to disguise. When Lee uses the term Chinese culture, he uses it in an operational or situational sense, including past legacies, but past legacies in the process of daily transformation by forces of the market. One section in his last chapter, which gets down to the nitty-gritty business of concrete advice, is entitled, Adopt Chinese Values. While the section begins with the observation that Chinese society draws everything into itself, consumes it, then transforms it into something organically Chinese, it is hard to see what may be organically Chinese about the example with which he follows up on that statement, that while in the 1980s Chinese consumers preferred American-style washing machines, with vertical spinning mechanism, by the 1990s the preference had shifted to European-style washing machines, with horizontal rolling tunnel mechanism, because they believe that this kind of machine is better suited to their ever-upgrading quality of clothes, because this mechanism saves the fiber from severe twisting during the washing process. The trend remains the same, he concludes, but the symptom has changed. 29. This dressing of marketing considerations in the garb of a language of culture may serve Lee well, as his book is intended to offer an insider's understanding of the Chinese market, and the emphasis on the particular cultural characteristics of the Chinese consumer enhances that claim, serving not only as a guide to marketing but an advertisement for the book itself. But it is by no means an exclusive feature of this particular book or its author. As the discussion above of academic studies of the Chinese market should indicate, the confounding of marketing activity with cultural hybridization or resignification also characterizes work that does not share Lee's interests as a marketing consultant. We may recall here Yongxiang Yan's intriguing point that localization seemed to be the goal of the management of McDonald's in Beijing, which ceases to be intriguing the moment we recognize that domestication in different locations has been a strategy for some time now of global corporations seeking to expand their markets, as is recognized by James Watson's introduction to Golden Arches East, where he quotes James Cantalupo, president of McDonald's International, to the effect that the goal of McDonald's is to become as much a part of the local culture as possible. People call us a multinational. I like to call us multi-local 30. What is really intriguing is the reluctance of both the editor and other contributors to the volume to inquire further into what localization and hybridization might mean under the circumstances. Much the same may be observed of the other works cited above which, despite good evidence of the manipulation of culture, nation, and locality in marketing, nevertheless refuse to consider the possibility that notions of cultural hybridity or resignification may be meaningless when they point not just to marketing demand but the actual manipulation of markets whether for foreign or domestic commodities. It is hardly a secret by now that from global media to global advertising, first world transnational corporations, and their third world competitors are engaged in a competition for markets where culture has emerged as a prime object of manipulation in capturing markets. While this is often explained in terms of responding to culturally conditioned demand, it is equally the case that culture serves in all these cases to package commodities differently for different cultural markets, which does not detract from the transformative powers of the commodities, but only makes them into cultural Trojan horses. 31 What is at work, in other words, is the ceaseless reinvention of local cultures in accordance with the marketing needs of transnational or domestic corporations, the latter utilizing the experience with native culture to gain access to transnational markets. The result is a situation in which, in Daniel Miller's words, the close collusion over a long period of time between the development of what might be called a culture of business and more general social norms is so close that we cannot easily locate agency as cause in either the one or the other domain. 32. Needless to say, transnational corporations are not immune themselves to the changes of which they serve as agents, that they have to reinvent themselves in the process of inventing cultures, which is visible not only in the images they promote of themselves as multi-local or multi-domestic, but in actual management practices, from flexible management to deal with the exigencies of different markets to the fostering of multiculturalism, in other words, ethnically diverse management personnel, as company culture but within limits set by the latter. 33 If this is hybridization, it is nevertheless a hybridization that does not just happen as cultural process, but hybridization that is part and parcel of the production and reproduction of the structures of global power. Issues of homogenization/heterogenization become in the process part of a broader global process of the reinvention of capitalism, and not just of post-colonial imaginings of encounters between societies. If transnationalization seeks to overcome national and regional boundaries, it also creates a new transnational class that is marked by its participation in a global commodity ecumene, as Arjun Appadare has put it in another context. 34 Without implying that participants in such an economy hold positions of equality within it, or that their relationships are free of competition and conflict, attention to this aspect of transnationalism is important nevertheless because it underlines the significance of native elites in the engineering of the consumer revolution. Where the spread of capitalist practices and consumer culture is concerned, the elite may indeed play a pivotal role. Too much emphasis on Chinese business versus Western business, for instance, conceals the fact that despite the use of nationalist rhetoric, Chinese entrepreneurs have been involved all along in the transformation of the economy in joint ventures, that Chinese business as it comes into its own plays a more important role in promoting consumer culture than foreign, and Chinese marketers like Konghua Li play crucial roles in guiding foreigners to the Chinese market. The elite's own consumption patterns also provide models for the emulation of the rest of the population. As Appadare puts it, elite tastes have a turnstile function, selecting from exogenous possibilities and then providing models, as well as direct political controls, for internal tastes and production. 35. There is no reason why advertising, marketing, and management literature should not be discussed as discourses that produce new ideas of culture, nation, and locality, or as sites of discursive conflict between the various cultural and ideological orientations described by those terms. But it is also necessary to keep in mind in the unraveling of these discourses the stakes involved, especially the stakes of economic and social power that discourses and discursive conflicts express. It is arguable that advertisers and marketers display a greater awareness of what is at issue in these conflicts than academics who seem to drift aimlessly over these discursive terrains, with no visible purpose other than adding case after case to the questionable assertions of post-colonial or postmodern criticism concerning hybridization, localization, or resignification, compounded by a reluctance to account for totalities and structures, without reference to which the cultural processes supposedly described by those terms lose all their connections to the world of power, telling us little beyond the power they have come to command in contemporary academic fashion. It is difficult to account for the transformations in contemporary Chinese economic culture without referring to the fact that the Chinese population today is under a virtual assault from global advertising, which includes Chinese homegrown advertisers who are quickly learning the global tricks of trade. In the eyes of advertisers, China is one of the most important frontiers of advertising. Not only has advertising investment risen steadily, but it also involves the most prestigious international companies. 36 Moreover, the needs for advertising and marketing has brought Chinese society under greater surveillance than ever before in history, including the political surveillance of Cultural Revolution years, when the regime's goals could be achieved by having neighbors watch one another, without a very comprehensive grasp of the population as a whole on the part of the central government. Presently, by contrast, global advertisers and marketers are on their way to achieving an unparalleled oversight of the country as a whole and micro-level insights into Chinese society through their intense surveillance of popular habits and tastes, class, gender, and age differences in lifestyles, urban, rural and regional variations in culture, and even the savings of the population, including the meager savings of the majority. It is highly probable that their surveillance of Chinese society endows them with a broader and more precise understanding of cultural change in China than is the case with most academic China specialists, Chinese or foreign. Academic China scholarship has always benefited from the surveillance of Chinese society, albeit for mostly political reasons. Surveillance of Chinese society for marketing purposes opens up new opportunities for scholarship, or, at the very least, a new market for it. Do we need to add that, in contrast to the theoretically driven, or obscured, discussions of marketing and cultural change in academic work, such surveillance is driven by very practical and concrete goals, to remake the Chinese as consumers, so as to make them more willing to part with their savings, no matter how meager. As Kong Huali says of his marketing advice, moreover, marketing and advertising do not differentiate between national and foreign companies or commodities, but between clients, whatever the nationality. We need not discount the significance of economic nationalism at the government, company, and popular level in order to recognize, nevertheless, that like culture, nationalism and localism may themselves serve as weapons in the competition for markets. Politically enforced economic nationalism is one thing, economic nationalism as marketing strategy is another, because in the latter case that strategy may be deployed by foreign as well as domestic enterprises. As domestic enterprises play up their indigenous virtues, foreign enterprises indigenize by repackaging themselves and their commodities in the guise of local cultures. Such strategies may be grasped in terms of hybridization and resignification, but they point most importantly to hybridization and resignification as strategic marketing moves that facilitate the ever deeper penetration, I use this word advisedly, of society by the forces of capital and consumption. Indigenization may represent the attenuation of an overt invasion of Chinese society by the commodities and values of the West, so-called, but it also serves as a medium through which the practices and values of capitalist society find their way into the remotest corners of the earth. Under the circumstances, indigenization means not resistance to capital in the name of local society, but rather the takeover of its operations by native or local elites. The point here is not to deny difference between Chinese society, say, and other societies, but rather to shift the grounds for the discussion to other locations than national or civilizational terrains. Difference itself is not a transparent term under the conditions of a capitalist economy. In the first place, difference that is a product of past legacies may be the least important consideration here. The truly important difference is that produced by the demands of capitalist production and consumption, which for their expansion require the ceaseless creation of temporal, spatial, and social differences. To cite Daniel Miller again, capitalism, or more generally modernity, will bring new homogeneity, but equally spawn new heterogeneity. 37 This may be most visible in the case of a society such as China, where the most important contrast between the capitalist present and the socialist past is the valorization of difference, which provides a radical departure from the days of socialist frugality and control which dressed everyone in sexless green and blue in the name of socialist equality. Socialism, at least as it was understood then, required homogeneity of values as well as of representations. Capitalism, and the consumer revolution, require for their sustenance the production of heterogeneity, however superficial and symbolic. The second issue concerning difference, following from the logic of the first, is that it is misleading to view it in terms of national cultures or neo-Orientalist civilizational values, such as Asian values. Capitalism has not eliminated differences in the so-called West, or even in individual societies such as the United States. On the other hand, in our day the West is much more of an ideological than a geographical concept, subject to different interpretations in different locations. 38 The deterritorialized institutions and cultural products of the capitalist West are already integral to the constitution of most societies around the world, even where they may have lost their foreignness in popular memory and recognition. The PRC is a good example, where opposition to the invasion of Western consumer culture is often articulated in the name not only of an ancient cultural legacy but also the legacy of the modern Marxism-inspired revolution, which has become increasingly difficult to remember as another foreign import in its origins, much as a younger generation may think that McDonald's was originally a Chinese creation. The homogenization/heterogenization question must lead us off the mark so long as it is conceived in terms of reified notions of national or civilizational values. There is no reason why a consumer revolution in China should lead to a cloning of the Chinese population after an American or Western pattern, as there is no such pattern, or even to the homogenization of the Chinese population after internally generated cultural models. Indeed, the most important divisions thrown up by the consumer revolution in the PRC are not those of East or West, or Chinese and foreign, but new divisions along lines of generation, class, and region, with different access to power, wealth, and knowledge, and different relationships to the forces of globalization. A reductionist notion of culture that equates ubiquity with homogeneity is not what critics have in mind when they speak of the attack of capital on culture, although their views are often caricatured and rendered into straw targets by the acolytes of heterogeneity. What is at issue rather is that culture is in the process of losing its autonomy as it is inducted into service in the manipulation of markets. This may seem to go against the logic of contemporary academic theories which endow culture with an autonomous logic of its own, but that may be because contemporary academic theories would seem to be more interested in refuting past, especially Marxist, notions that subjected culture to the economy, than addressing a current situation in which culture has assumed a foremost place in the arsenal of capital. The Great Transformation, the subjection of all life to the logic of the market that Karl Polanyi wrote of as the revolution of capitalism, is now in the process of globalization, consuming even those societies such as the Chinese which for a brief while sought to reverse it through the agency of socialism. 39 In the midst of serious national, ethnic, and religious conflict, one thing seems to endow the world with commonality: the reinterpretation of all cultural legacies to demonstrate that capitalism, and markets, have been the fates of humanity all along. Cultural homogenization/heterogenization, a non-problem? Whether the world is headed for homogeneity or heterogeneity is a question that I think is unanswerable except on the basis of ideology or faith, and somewhat trivial in its intellectual consequences. I have taken it as my point of departure here in order to inquire into the possibilities of uncovering a broader context that may enable us to grasp the homogeneity/heterogeneity opposition in their dialectical unity, as a contradiction, in other words, which implies unity as much as opposition. This requires that we shift the discussion to other grounds, from which the homogenization/heterogenization debate serves as a distraction. Zygmunt Bauman writes in a recent essay on globalization that, not asking certain questions is pregnant with more dangers than failing to answer the questions already on the official agenda, while asking the wrong kind of questions all too often helps to avert eyes from the truly important questions. 40. The problem with the homogenization/heterogenization question is that, judging by the results, it seems to promote research agenda that are quite trivial, that seek identity in commonality, and seem to find in any difference evidence of heterogeneity without inquiring any further whether the commonalities might be responsible for the differences, even as the differences make for the commonalities. It is remarkable how discussions of different meanings imposed on television messages or McDonald's in different contexts may overlook the elementary fact that before such differences come into play, people in all those contexts have to gather around a television set or at McDonald's, which represents fundamental material cultural transformation in the first place, or that the body has to be rendered into an object of desire before it becomes a site of discourses on beauty. The production of desire itself, we might suggest, takes priority over the different ways in which it can be satisfied. Indeed, difference itself may be produced so as to preclude the possibility of the satisfaction of desire, which must be multiplied infinitely, and infinitesimally, if an ever-expanding volume of commodities are to be consumed by a finite number of consumers. In the process, the subject, regardless of national or other origin, has to be made and remade constantly. Referring back to the distinction I drew in the introduction between political and economic manipulations of culture, it is possible to argue that while state manipulation seeks most importantly to create fixed subjects who are amenable to prediction and control, economic manipulation seeks exactly the opposite end, subjects who are destabilized to be voracious consumers, in search of an elusive satisfaction that is perpetually deferred. This is the subject of global capitalism as producer, manager, or consumer. Instead, in most discussions of homogenization/heterogenization, wishful thinking, if not ideological predisposition, seems to guide choice. Cultural homogenization is most appealing to those who stand to benefit most from it one way or another, or those who see in it the promise of human co-prosperity. On the other hand, a populist nostalgia for cultural difference, if not Orientalism and its mirror in parochial nationalism, seems in many cases to motivate those who find evidence of heterogeneity in everything from the discovery of Chineseness in roofing that adds an upward curve to its extremities, to the renaming of Coca-Cola in Chinese characters that suggest that it is mouthable and enjoyable at the same time, Cacao Kele, or even the excision of part of one of the legs in the M of McDonald's to create a Chinese imitator, which serves, I should think, as evidence not of indigenization, but of the immense debt of the indigenous to the foreign. Few commentators, academic or otherwise, seem to wonder these days why and how social transformation could come to be conceived in such trite ways, that also trivialize the meaning of what it may mean to speak of cultural difference and heterogeneity. Whether the world is headed for homogeneity or heterogeneity depends on where we look, and what meaning we assign to what we see. And that all depends on where we stand, not just as academics or intellectuals, but also as advertisers, management consultants, development economists, or development managers, which daily become less distinguishable from one another, a confusion that may be responsible also for the self-limitations in the questions we pursue. There are good reasons for this bifurcation in reading The Consequences of Globalization, and they recall the old saw about the forest and the trees. Those who focus their attention on the trees see heterogeneity everywhere, with little attention to how the forest may shape the trees, while those focused on the forest ignore the trees and the way in which they may retain their identity against the pressures of the forest. But the old saw may need a new twist, that the soothsayers of either homogenization or heterogenization can any longer imagine an outside to the forest, which makes haphazard any motion between the whole and the parts. Those who see the trees can no longer even imagine a forest, but simply move from tree to tree, with nothing to guide them but everyday contingencies, while those who miss the trees for the forest see the forest from the inside out, so to speak, without any notion of what may be giving shape to the forest aside from those very motions. Arguments for heterogenization no less than arguments for homogenization are constrained by an assumption of a cultural and intellectual space that presupposes a paradigm, or, more severely, ideology, of globalization, and cannot imagine outsides to it. any more than they can imagine differences other than those defined by cultural spaces of ethnicity, nation, or race. It seems important, therefore, in order to fully confront the question, to imagine outsides to globalization, an imaginary location from which to perceive the trees and the forest at once, which may be indispensable to any critical evaluation of the question itself. Without such a perspective, any answer to the question remains constrained in a field of limited vision, especially with regard to issues of power in globalization, and there is little to guide the analyst except for trial and error, which is itself a negation of comprehending what is at work systemically and systematically. For the same reasons, it remains at the mercy of the intellectual procedures of marketers, and the manipulators of market cultures. But is it possible any longer to imagine an outside? The question of homogenization/heterogenization is ideological at a very fundamental level because it presupposes a conceit that we are in a position to know the consequences of processes, chaotic ones at that have yet to fulfill their histories. It is only by a denial of histories the outcomes of which we are in no position to predict that we may say whether cultural homogeneity or heterogeneity is the ultimate fate of humankind. All we have to work with is the present, and the present provides evidence either way, which is tantamount to saying that the future can go anywhere, which is not saying much. We can make educated guesses about eventualities, but those guesses need to account for both the trees and the forest. In the meantime, claims to either eventuality become parts of the struggle that they pretend to describe as observers, shaping through their discourses, however unintentionally or perhaps even against their intentions, the world that they pretend to describe. It may be argued that evidence of the contemporary structuring of the world may nevertheless serve as pointers to trends which render the future intelligible, at least at the level of educated guess. But that begs another, perhaps more fundamental, problem, that difference, no less than sameness, is created presently by the same agencies. The homogenization/heterogenization juxtaposition is informed by a subject/object distinction, and elicits answers that are themselves constrained by the same distinction, which range from the erasure of the object by the subject to the reaffirmation of the subjectivity of the objects of transformation in giving new meaning to the forces of transformation, indigenizing or utilizing those forces to turn the tables on their transformers. There is little consideration in these arguments of the ways in which resistance or, more proactively, a counter-transformation, nevertheless contributes to the consolidation of the systemic forces that raise the question of homogenization/heterogenization in the first place because they do not point to any possibilities beyond the totalities that envelop both. This is what I had in mind when I referred above to the triviality of much of the argument in favor of heterogenization. Contrasts between two historical periods in China's experience with capitalism may serve to illustrate what I have in mind. There is nothing new about capitalism and capitalist markets in China. The Chinese economy long has been a market economy, though not, therefore, a capitalist market economy, and while advertising in a formal sense was not one of its indigenous products, there is plenty of evidence of the pursuit of certain commodities as being more desirable than others. 41 On the other hand, advertising did enter Chinese economic practices with the appearance of capitalism, through the agency of imperialism, and from the turn of the 20th century, advertising practices were integral to economic life in Chinese cities. 42 How sensitive such advertising was to Chinese cultural habits is difficult to say, as there has been little systematic study of the subject. But it seems safe to say, if I may take a risk, that the recognition of cultural or physical difference at the time did not lead to calls for cultural hybridization, but left intact advertising intended to turn Chinese on to foreign ways, without any significant recognition that culture must be a primary consideration in marketing and advertising. In order for advertising to be effective, foreign commodities might have to be presented to Chinese consumers in a Chinese guise, but that by no means implied a conscious strategy of domestication and localization. 43 Chinese bodies were already objects of transformation in ads like Dr. Robinson's pink pills for pale people. The Journal of the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce complained in the mid-1920s that the penchant for foreign fashions had spread even to the working classes who sought after Western underwear. 44 I have already referred to the creation in the 1920s of new ideals of feminine beauty through advertising. 45 If advertising did not display any particular sensitivity to native, or local, tastes in an earlier age, the indifference was even more pronounced in management practices. 46 Again, judging by the discussion of management problems in the Journal of the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce, it was foreign companies that showed the way to the future of management practices in China. Prominent among such management practices were those of companies such as Endicott and Johnson, with its paternalistic management practices, which impressed Chinese businessmen not for their resemblance to Chinese familism but their ability to extract greater efficiency from workers through caring for them. Rather than assert cultural difference, Chinese businessmen in the 1920s, like the intellectuals, mostly perceived in inherited culture the source of China's weakness and backwardness. To be sure, they were economic nationalists, and longed for a stronger state that could protect Chinese business. Some of them even shared with radical intellectuals the view of foreign capitalism as imperialism that held back China's development. It was radical intellectuals, themselves the products of the new modernity, however, who responded to capitalism as imperialism by demands not for an alternative capitalism, but alternatives to it, that would include cultural as well as economic transformation. They found the alternative in socialism. Contrary to some tendency in contemporary historiography to emphasize the ruralness of the Chinese Revolution, the opposition to the capitalist modernity of a Guangzhou or Shanghai was not just the opposition to a new urbanism of a society that was still largely rural, but the opposition of urban intellectuals who saw in the practices of capitalism the destruction of values of society by the forces of an economy driven by no other consideration than that of profit. Unlike the revolution of the 2 decades after 1927, the revolutionary movement of the 1920s was an urban revolution, that pit alternative visions of the good society against the promoters of capitalism, visions in which socialist utopianism were blended in uneasy mixture with concerns for national cultural integrity. Their successors won out politically in 1949, and one of the first things they did was to put an end to the capitalist market economy, and everything associated with it, including advertising. What they did not realize, if such was to be expected, was that a national economy might need more for its integration than coordination by bureaucrats, that the national economy is as much a cultural entity as an organizational one. The pre-1949 experience with the new capitalist culture brings contemporary developments in the PRC into sharper relief. First, a seemingly helpless object earlier of invasion by the forces of capital, contemporary China has emerged as a competitor within the new global capitalist economy, in a position even to shape its practices. Secondly, while class differences in terms of the accumulation and control of wealth may be even greater now than earlier, the increased wealth of society as a whole, which has much to do with the material and ethical achievements of the experiment with socialism, enables greater participation of the population in the consumer revolution, facilitating an unprecedented penetration of society by the forces and values of capitalism. Thirdly, under the circumstances the foreign/domestic distinctions gradually lose their meaning, especially as they retain memories of an earlier language of imperialism, which is difficult to sustain in an environment in which capitalist practices are not forced on either China or Chinese, who now make those practices their own as producers and consumers. Under the circumstances, with an inability to imagine an outside to capitalism that is not just a Chinese but a global problem, heterogeneity seems to be the only available option in asserting difference. But this is difference that points merely to different modes of consumption, and not to any alternatives to either capitalism or consumerism. To be sure, for an older generation in particular, the assertion of difference suggests an anger at the victory of a system to which they had hoped to find an alternative. 47 Discounting such resistance from an older generation of socialists, however, the assertion of difference, at its most serious, serves as a vehicle for the expression of local identity against the homogenizing forces of capital. To complicate the problem further, consumerism may be liberating in a society like China where it enables a measure of individual expression. It is a tragedy of the Chinese Revolution that the collectivist values of an earlier generation now stand in opposition to the possibilities of self-expression that can be achieved through marketization and commoditization. It is a tragedy that is felt widely among old and young alike, at least those of my acquaintance, that finds an outlet in the easy promises of nationalism, rather than the more difficult task of finding alternatives to nationalism and capitalism, both products of a Chinese modernity. What seems to be certain is that the utopianism of an earlier day, in the formulation of Jiwei Ci, has given way to unbridled hedonism that finds expression in consumption. 48. The preferred problem addressed in most of the literature, however, is that of cultural homogenization/heterogenization that would rather focus on the trivia of cultural transmission than cultural politics, or the politics of culture. At its most trivial, it assumes neo-Orientalist guises where placing Chinese landscapes in a restaurant or adding a curve to the roof of a building serves as evidence of Chinese characteristics. At its most serious, it raises the question of threats to local cultures, more often than not conceived ethnically, by the forces of capital. In either case, however, the assertion of difference is very much limited by the spaces of global capitalism, and identity itself is commodified as it is confined in its expression to the commodities consumed. Concluding remarks. It seems to me that three questions need to be kept in mind in efforts to grasp the implications of the contemporary relationship between global markets and local societies in a long-term perspective, which is to say a perspective that demands an outside-in look on our times both temporally and spatially. First is the question of economy and society, in other words, the relationship of capitalism to its social context, both the social context that produced capitalism, and the social contexts that capitalism produces. We might call this the Karl Polanyi question, as Polanyi stated the question with uncommon clarity when he observed, following Karl Marx, that capitalism was revolutionary because it was the first system that subjected society, and, therefore, politics, to the supposedly autonomous logic of the economy. That logic seems to command even greater power in our day than his, acquiring renewed vitality from the developmentalist fever that has gripped societies globally, among which the PRC holds a most prominent place. The second question is that of structure and agency because, while capitalism as a mode of production provides a structural totality that may condition all those who come under its domain, it is in the end human agency that creates structures, albeit human agencies circumscribed by the very conditions they would transform. These conditions are no longer simply legacies of cultural pasts, but cultural pasts already worked over by more than a century of imperialism and revolution in a modernity understood in those terms. Currently, the globalization of capital is central to grasping these conditions, as it enables the participation in global economic practices of those who were earlier peripheral to it. The agents of capitalism are no longer just Euro-Americans, but natives of societies worldwide, who serve as the transmitters to their own societies, as well as to societies other than their own, of the values of markets and consumption. I think it is this new relationship that informs the homogenization/heterogenization question, where heterogenization serves as a means of asserting identity, but only within the limits set by the homogeneities of capital to which there is no longer an imaginable outside. The final question is that of culture, that much disputed term that both shapes meaning, and is meaning-producing at the same time. The question of homogenization/heterogenization is ultimately a question in cultural exploration, and how cultures are received/created in our day are not only a gauge of structural transformations, but gauges as well of our relationship to the past, the present, and the future of the worlds we would make even as we are made by those very same worlds. The world of culture is especially important because, if there is any novelty to the notion of globalization as it is understood presently, the novelty lies in the realm of culture. The present is not a time of chronicling cultures, it is a time of creating them. That may be the most important reason that the cultural turn has come to the fore once again, at the very moment of academic helplessness over the meaning of culture, when culture has been captured in the service of forces that always seem to be a few steps ahead of those who would reflect on it, and is tossed and turned in unanticipated directions which no longer follow the logic of history but the flexible logic of global markets and corporations. As Nicholas Dirks writes with reference to the work of Theodore Adorno on the culture industry, anticipating current theoretical preoccupations with cultural hegemony and discursive domination, Adorno carefully dissected the ways in which the modern subject was converted into a consumer whose needs, interests and beliefs could be controlled and manipulated by the apparatuses of a mass media that produced pleasure, and incited further consumption, by stifling the possibility of critical reflection. 49. The distinguished historian Joseph Levinson concluded his seminal work on China's confrontation with modernity with the observation that what the West has probably done to China is to change the latter's language. What China has done to the West is to enlarge the latter's vocabulary. 50. That conclusion has greater validity today than it did when he pronounced it, when a revolutionary China still held out hopes of creating a new language of modernity. The struggle over sameness and difference itself presupposes a struggle over language. The terms in which that struggle is presently articulated, that pit heterogeneity against homogeneity, already point to a concession of defeat, when the search for alternatives no longer aims at the discovery of a new language of politics and society, but is constrained to competition over interpretation within the same language of markets and commodities. As modernization gives way to globalization in order to accommodate these differences of interpretation, claims to difference no longer aspire to the overcoming of the boundaries of that language but are restricted to pleas for discursive identity within it or, at their most radical, to endless wars of position in an eternal present. I do not mean to imply, in stressing the totalizing logic of global capitalism, that the future is all but determined, that it is indeed impossible to imagine outsides to capitalism. On the contrary, I am critical of the homogenization/heterogenization formulation precisely because it conceives of questions of sameness and difference within very narrow boundaries, and becomes an obstacle itself to conceiving radical alternatives to the present. Hence my emphasis above on the overlap in the approach to that formulation between academic analyses and the analyses of advertisers, the latter seeking to reshape the world in their own image by any means necessary, the former unable to transcend in their analyses the thematics established by the latter. To read these debates on homogenization/heterogenization, one would think that people around the world have come to dwell in McDonald's restaurants, adding their own touches to them here and there, but without the possibility of dwelling elsewhere. While it would be possible to make a case that the workings of capital render it into an invisible empire to which there is no outside, and alternatives to capitalism that once motivated radical movements have lost their plausibility, it is equally arguable that the domination of capital is neither all-encompassing nor seamless. For one thing, the empire is hardly invisible, but involves real human agency in its creation, which is fallible almost by definition, as the agents of global capitalism are themselves often at the mercy of the unintended consequences of their own efforts to structure the world. Secondly, the commodity ecumene of global capitalism is just that, an ecumene that nourishes off global networks of economic and political power, but by no means covers the entire surface of the globe, or all those who inhabit it. Indeed, while it may be argued that no lives, or aspects of life, remain untouched by the operations of capital, it is also the case that global capitalism no longer seeks to incorporate all within it, but proceeds rather by marginalizing the great majority of the Earth's people, who have now become irrelevant to its operations either as producers or consumers. Commentators such as Gibson Graham have pointed to the radically transformative potential of outsides to global capital, where large numbers of people now seek a livelihood in those margins, formulating alternative social and economic means of existence. 51 Serge Latouche, the distinguished French expert on Third World political economy, writes of these marginal economies, the so-called informal economy, that the emergence of the informal economy in society is all the more significant in that it is part of the pattern of resistance, survival, and endurance in the face of westernization. Whereas the crisis of the nation-state endangers the social fabric of industrial countries and constitutes a grave threat to the very existence of the social bond, it can only liberate the vital forces and active solidarity now writhing in the fetters of nationalism and the artificial order of the mimetic state. While the techno-economic machine is showing signs of breaking down for lack of social underpinnings, the creative energies of third-world societies, distorted and denied by the machine's refusal to accept them, may increase tenfold. The failure of the techno-economic machine at the heart of the social fabric is bringing about the crisis of the Western order, but it may be a precondition for the resurgence of new worlds, a new civilization, a new age. 52. Globalization, moreover, produces not just global integration but also global fragmentation, even of capital itself, which may make it more proper to speak of a pan-capitalism rather than a global capitalism. The contradictions of capital provide spaces within it that are nevertheless outsides to it, where it is still possible to imagine alternatives to capital, albeit differently than in earlier oppositional movements. This is the case not only with the informal economies that Latouche emphasizes, but also the anti-globalist movements of various kinds that have appeared not just in the Third World but the First World as well in response to the ravages of globalization, and in defense of places, the locations of everyday existence, which made their presence known forcefully in the anti-WTO protests in Seattle late last year. If it is impossible in our day to think of the local, and I don't mean just the national, without reference to the global, we need to remember that even the global is constrained to represent itself as the local, in which efforts around the world to ground the global in concrete places play a most significant part. About the author. Arif Dirlik is Knight Professor of Social Science at the University of Oregon. His many publications include Revolution and History, Origins of Marxist Historiography in China, 1919–1937, The Origins of Chinese Communism, Anarchism in the Chinese Revolution, and the edited volume, Critical Perspectives on Mao Zedong's Thought. His most recent book is Quiguozi Ben-Shaddad House Hymn in Piping, Post-Colonial Criticism in the Age of Global Capitalism. A Chinese translation of Revolution and History was released in February 2005. Anarchism in the Chinese Revolution is due to appear in Chinese in 2005.